can't believe we're already at the UNOVA Legends. Forwarding them all, and Victini is our next installment into the Mew-like mythical fairy creatures that aren't fairy type but should be, and have an even 100 in every stat, which as we've said before is pretty great but not amazing. Psychic Fire is also a really cool typing, pretty awesome offensively and okay defensively. Still should have been Fairy Fire though. In Gen 5, having Searing Shot and whatever other event move you get is just absurdly broken, and the rest of its move pool is also pretty good, and its TMs are obviously fantastic. But kind of funny how it has stored power, which gets stronger the more stat boosts you have, when it doesn't even get a single move capable of raising its stats outside of Flame Charge. Still though, it's pretty great in battle. 4.5 stars. Availability for Mythicals is always a bit disappointing, but for this one it's weird, because I vividly remember using Victini on my first few runs in UNOVA back in the day, and I got it super early into the game. Yet, as is the case with most Mythicals, outside of that limited time event, it's just not obtainable anymore legitimately. 0 stars. But Victini really feels more like a Pokemon created solely for an event. It really doesn't seem to have any in-game ties to the lore at all, unlike most other Mythicals and Legends. But it otherwise seems to be based on a whole host of things, starting with these specific carved apples, and otherwise all revolving around victory, of course, with ties to the Greek and Roman goddesses, the Olympics, the Statue of Liberty, and Gen 5 itself. Pretty cool, albeit a total gimmick of a Pokemon. 3.5 stars. And honestly, in design, it kinda follows suit, with the giant V-shaped ears and even the historic V for victory with its little fingers. It does manage to be fairly cute and unique though, with the big bug eyes and the very cute little fairy wings. Again, should have been fairy type, but the shape of its body is a bit much. It's not a bad looking Pokemon by any means, but it's not amazing either. 3.5 stars, which gives the victory Pokemon a sad 2.875 stars overall. And here I separated the Legends bottom 5 and the Mythical bottom 5 for you guys. We've made it to UNOVA, where the starter trio is oh so affectionately referred to by so many of you as mid, or even having a mid off. Or rating them all, little Snivy here was my favorite of the three up until very recently, but it's okay in battle. It's very well balanced stat-wise, with a bit extra in speed and defenses, but its move pool is pretty lackluster for a grass type, really just rocking with Growth, Tackle, and Vine Whip early on, not getting Leech Seed until after it evolves, and no utility to speak of at all. Yet uniquely for the UNOVA starters, the matchups in the early game really don't matter for once, as you always have the disadvantage in the first gym anyway, and will probably be evolved by the second. So it's okay, it's not bad. 3 stars in battle prowess. And say it with me now, with the choice of starters at the beginning of the game, every starter gets the same score and availability, since if you pick it, it's there for the whole game, but if you don't, it's not available at all, so it gets what's essentially a version exclusive penalty. 4.5 stars. And Snivy is pretty clearly a play on tree snakes that resemble vines and leaves, and then making that into a leaf vine snake, as well as giving it lizard-like arms and legs to make it appear less threatening and more appealing. The final evolutions drive a lot further into the different cultural aspects, but as for Snivy itself, it's a fairly simple little grass snake with some regal inspiration, specifically this flower that ties further into royalty. Pretty cool. 3.5 stars. Design-wise though, as I said at the start, it was my favorite of its trio for a very long time. I really like the detail of the little yellow collar on Snivy that's a bit more subtle here and much more noticeable later on. The color scheme is nice, the little feet on the grass snake body are cute, and the smug look in its eyes gives it noticeable personality like a stuck-up little prince or something. Very cool first stage grass starter. 4 stars. Which will plant Snivy the final score of 3.75 stars overall and a spot on the starters bottom 5. UNOVA really nailed the middle stage starters, for the most part. Rating them all, and Servine is actually pretty good in battle. It's fast, bulky, and still decent offensively for the early to mid game, but more importantly, it has a pretty great move pool. Leaf Tornado, Leech Seed, and Mega Drain, 3 fantastic moves back to back. Then Slam, Leaf Blade, and Coil right before it evolves are also really nice. Now it does really lack in terms of any sort of coverage options, but with its stats and recovery, it has the staying power to really hold its own. But its matchups are pretty bad. It isn't going to fare well at all into 3 out of 5 gyms that you might still have it for, and it's even worse in the sequels. 3 stars in battle prowess. Availability will of course be the standard starter 4.5 stars, since it's either available for the whole game or not at all, and conceptually Servine is based on a mix of snakes and lizards resembling leaves, vines, and the flowers, birds of paradise, which also ties further into the royalty aspects, which is much deeper and more apparent with its final evolution. 3.5 stars. And I actually really like Servine's design. It maintains the cocky little noble child look from Snivy, but now it looks capable enough to back it up. This whole line is really heavy on the little details. The tiny little heels, which were common among European royals, the yellow collar to the same, and the leaf coming up from the head paired with said collar even more visually portrays the bird of paradise flower, or Strelitzia, which was itself named after a European queen. Honestly, fantastic middle stage starter design. 4.5 stars. Which means Servine grows a bit from Snivy and gets 3.875 stars overall. I may be a Unova hater, but Serperior really is a great final stage starter. We're rating them all, and it's definitely interesting in battle. It has the odd stat spread of being really fast and bulky. Its attack stats aren't terrible, but they do leave a lot to be desired. Though on the contrary, its move pool is fantastic even by level up with Leech Seed, Leaf Blade, Coil, and Giga Drain. It still does lack a bit in its coverage options, but at least now it has some, and quite a few nice setup options. Its matchups in-game kind of go 50-50 when you look at Unova and its sequels, so that won't affect it much. Serperior is awesome, but not amazing. 4 stars in battle prowess. And like the other starters, it's either available right away and for the whole game, or not at all, so it'll get what's essentially a version exclusive penalty, 4.5 stars. And I really like what they did with the starter trio in Unova conceptually, each one representing either Western, Chinese, or Japanese cultures. Serperior pretty clearly representing Western or European royalty. Following in its pre-evolution's footsteps, it's a vine snake plant with inspiration ranging from birds of paradise plants named after royalty, but also takes some inspiration from royals and their nicknames themselves, fleur-de-lis, and quite a few other royal ties. But the piece that really sets it apart and above the rest is the paralyzing glare in its dex entries coming from the Basilisk, a legendary king of serpents, 5 stars. And its design is just chock full of those details, from the fleur-de-lis leaf pattern on its chest to the Renaissance or Roman style leaf patterns in architecture painting its sides and tail. Topped off with the huge royal collar and head crest, which do an amazing job portraying royalty and really nailing the bird of paradise flower look. I've always really liked Serperior, though not that much, but learning the meaning behind the details in its design really makes me see it in a new light, 5 stars. Starting off Unova strong with a 4.625 star overall and a spot on the starters top 5. Tepig is so much cooler and more interesting than I ever realized. We're rating them all, and honestly it always shocks me how many resistances pure fire types have, but otherwise Tepig's stats are pretty unique, focusing on HP and attack, which are great for the early game, and an okay 45 in everything else. The issue is that it's stuck with Ember, a special move, until it gets the fantastic Flame Charge right before it evolves. But even still, it hits hard enough with Gen 5's boosted tackle damage and has defense curl for bulk. It's better than Snivy for sure, but still not amazing. 3.5 stars. It will of course get the starter standard 4.5 stars in availability for being available for the whole game, or not at all. But oh my god, Tepig and its line are so much cooler conceptually than I realized. They are of course based on pigs, but maybe more specifically the pig demon disciple from the same story about Sun Wukong. But even cooler than that is the inspiration from not only war pigs, but incendiary war pigs used by the Greeks and Romans, which is exactly what it sounds like. Brutal but amazing fire type starter idea. 5 stars. And honestly, Tepig is adorable, and even though it absolutely got torched in the polls, I think this is easily just as good of a design as Snivy, if not better. Yet it also has the most simple design out of the 3, but that's not always a bad thing. The cute little ringtail, the burnt brown or black coloring on its rump and head, accented perfectly by the little yellow flame pattern on its nose. But to put it plainly, just look at his little face, it's so cute. 4 stars, which gives little Tepig 4.25 stars overall, just barely falling short of the starter's top 5. Pignite is one of the worst looking middle stage starters of all time, and that's really saying something. We're rating them all, and thankfully it does actually make up for that in its battle prowess. 90 HP and 93 attack are actually kind of insane for that point in the game. And what I've always thought was the signature move, Flame Charge, makes up for its lack of speed. Then throw on Arm Thrust, Rollout Shenanigans, and Heat Crash into the mix, and Pignite is actually an early game monster. It's absolutely crushing Gyms 2 and 3, and is pretty solid into Gym 5, then the same goes for the remakes. And remember, this is based on when you would use it, and in that case, Pignite is really awesome. 4.5 stars. It's also going to get 4.5 in availability, just like every other starter, and its concept, as we went over with Tepig, is genuinely fantastic, being based on charging incendiary Roman war pigs with further inspiration from a pig demon in Sun Wukong's story, and yeah, that's 5 stars. But this monster of a middle stage starter is just brutally let down by its design, by far the least favorite and lowest polled by the community, and I completely agree. It has some good aspects. I like the touch of decorative gold leading into Embor and the progression of the tails in this line, going from wick to burning smoke to boom. But outside of those pretty cool details, holy crap, this thing is so ugly. Why is its whole body just an egg with appendages and a face slapped onto it all of a sudden? And I get what they were going for with the super low-cut leotard looking thing, but it's not helping matters at all. This whole design just looks so, like, sloppy and misproportioned. A major sour spot in this evolution line. 2 stars. But even with that, Pignite still managed to secure a really solid 4 stars overall. Embor is one of the most hated starters of all time, and for a long time I got it, honestly, but is all of that disdain really justified? Let's see. Orbiting them all, and one of the main reasons why I think that started is its firefighting typing, which is awesome, and to be fair, it's really good. But being the third starter with that type in a row was certainly a decision. But that doesn't take away from how utterly dominant it is in a Unova playthrough. 123 attack and 100 in HP and even special attack. Sure, its defenses aren't the best and it's fairly slow, but Flame Charge still does plenty of damage and helps patch up the speed issue. And then with that, it can just wreak havoc with Heat Crash, Flamethrower, Head Smash, Bulk Up, Earthquake, Brick Break, Scald, Will-O-Wisp, Stone Edge, Wild Charge, with which it has something to deal with most, if not all, remaining major battles in the games. 5 stars in battle prowess. Availability will of course be 4.5 stars, since just like all other starters, it's available for the whole game or not at all. And honestly, its concept is fantastic. The Unova starter trio takes inspiration from Western, Chinese, and Japanese cultures respectively, Emboar representing Chinese with ties to the demon pig disciple alongside Sun Wukong in the Journey to the West, but also based on the Greek or Roman military tactic of charging incendiary war pigs, which is so brutal yet awesome for a Pokemon concept. 5 stars. And I will admit, for a very long time I was among the Emboar haters, but partly due to my video giving Gen 5 a second chance where Emboar hard carried, as well as this series for helping me look at these designs on a deeper and more appreciative level, I kinda love it now. I was honestly surprised to see it lose the favorites poll so heavily. Just as an overall, it's a big intimidating mega fire pig Pokemon, with the Chinese style chest piece, the fused Tepig's tail finally going off, and straight from Ken Sugimori himself, the fiery wreath separating its head from its body was inspired by a specific character who was assassinated and beheaded by his own people, which holy crap, that is an awesome detail. But with that being said, I don't think that this is quite a 5-star design. The face and proportions are still a bit odd, goofy, and kind of weird. A lot of people still dislike this for a reason, but I still think that this is a fantastic 4.5-star design. About 3.5 whole stars higher than I would have given it a few years ago. But that will crown Emboar the final score of 4.75 stars overall and a spot high up on the starter's top 5. This whole line honestly did so much better than I was expecting. Oshawott might just be the weakest link in its trio, so let's see how it compares to the other scores. We're rating them all, at least in battle, they're all fairly even, but Oshawott has one of the weirder stat spreads of not being very bulky, nor very fast, as well as being a mixed attacker, which is all more or less fine, since all it really has before evolving anyway is Tackle and Water Gun. In Unova, you always have the disadvantage in the first gym regardless, so that also doesn't really matter. Oshawott is fine, but nothing special in battle. 3 stars. And like every other starter, it's either available for the whole game or not at all, so it gets what's essentially a version exclusive penalty and 4.5 stars in availability. Oshawott and its line are of course based on otters while taking inspiration from samurai. They use their shells as weapons, which to be fair is a very easy and short line to draw as it makes a lot of sense. Otters use shells as tools, but it's just not as interesting as the others in its trio. 3 stars. But design is where I think this is easily the worst in its trio. And it's not that I don't think that it's cute, but that it kind of goes too far into the cute little baby otter thing. Like, this is a baby. This is just a baby, and I don't want to send this little it's so ugly that it's cute looking baby into battle. It also doesn't really portray samurai at all, or even like a child in training to be one, nor does it even really look like a starter Pokemon, which normally balances cute and capable. The shell on its belly even looks more like it's a logo or design on the front of his little sky blue onesie. But you guys said that I need someone else to rate Oshawott's design, so I'm bringing in the experts. Okay guys, this is Oshawott. How many stars are we giving it?
Oshawott.
Henry, what do you... 1? Oh, okay, that's a bit harsh. What do you think? 1? Okay, I don't think we'll go with 1. These kids are harsh. I think 2.5 is fair. But that means Oshawott gets the final score of 3.25 stars overall, by far the lowest in its trio, and lands in the bottom 5. Oshawott was the worst in its trio, but Duat is not only the best in its trio, but among the best middle stage starters, period. We're rating them all, and sadly I don't think that it's actually the best in battle at least. It has a solid 75 in attack and HP and 83 in special attack, but is otherwise not very fast or bulky. But its move pool actually kind of capitalizes on that. Razor Shell is an amazing move on its own that early, but getting Revenge to take advantage of its lower speed and Aqua Jet to avoid it is really well done. Its matchups though aren't great. It's fine into Gym 2, awful into Gym 3's Ace, awful into Gym 4, and pretty amazing into Gym 5, and not much changes in the sequels. 3.5 stars. It will get the same 4.5 stars in availability as every other starter, and its concept is the first category where I think Duat is the best in its line. It of course is still based on otters and samurais, but Duat at least takes that extra step of detail with its dual wielding of these razor shells being based on Tessenjutsu, I think, the martial art of wielding Japanese war fans, which sure, still not the craziest line to draw from an otter using shells as tools, but definitely cool. cooler, 3.5 stars. Design, however, is where I feel like Ducklett is easily the best in its trio and its evolution line, as well as being among the coolest middle stage starters and maybe even just middle stage Pokemon in general. It portrays the idea of Samurai Otter far better than Oshawott or even Samurott, with the shells being sheathed on its hips and the darker fur starting to look like samurai armor. It also has the stereotypical top knot of fur and really just in general looks awesome. It's cute enough to be your little starter companion, but clearly capable of battle. 5-star design easily. Giving Ducklett the final score of 4.125 stars overall, and hey, it did manage to be the best in its trio. Samurott is sadly just pretty mid for a final stage starter Pokemon. Orbiting them all, and that remains true for its battle prowess. It kind of tries to do the Emboar thing of slower, bulkier, mixed attacker, but just kind of balances out its stats even more, which usually is not a very good thing. But that's not to say Samurott is bad by any means, when hundreds in both attacks paired with a combo that makes every water type at least decent, Surf and Ice Beam. But also the rest of its move pool is pretty solid. Both Revenge and Aqua Jet play nicely with its awkward speed, and it gets some decent TMs, but surprisingly not much in terms of coverage. It does, however, probably have the best matchups out of the starters against the major fights in UNOVA, albeit a bit worse in the sequels. Samurott is solid for sure, but just kind of a jack of all trades, master of none. 4 stars in battle prowess. Availability will of course be the starter standard 4.5 stars since it's available for the whole game or not at all. And conceptually it obviously is the continuation of, but kind of also a step back from Ducklett. It moves on from otter to sea lion, which fine, plenty of Pokemon change what animal they're based on, but it loses the unique martial arts style shown off by Duckett's dual-wielded fans or shells. It still is of course based on a samurai, and its pre-evolutions being otters who use shells as tools makes perfect sense there, but now Samurott is just kind of a samurai sea lion, which is cool, but not all that interesting or cohesive. 3 stars. Design is the next area where it definitely takes a step back from Ducklett, who is one of the coolest and best designed middle stage Pokemon, period. The main thing people complain about with Samurott is the fact that it went back on all fours, even though nowadays being bipedal is definitely more hated, but I don't think that that's really the issue. My main complaint is that unless you see those specific animations or videos of Samurott using its little arm, leg, sword, shell things, you would just have no idea that this was supposed to be a samurai Pokemon. It just looks like an armored sea lion with a giant spear-like horn on its head, which again kind of comes out of nowhere in this evolution line. But to be fair, said armor along with the whiskers common among samurai masks do help it look a bit like a grizzled old samurai commander. It's still a really cool looking Pokemon in general, but really loses the grasp on what this line was going for. 4 stars, which grants Samurott the final score of 3.875 stars overall, just barely avoiding the starter's bottom 5, but still the lowest in its trio. The early route normal type isn't the most exciting Pokemon archetype, yet Patrat manages to be the clear worst. Orating them all, and okay, to be fair, in battle it's really not that bad actually. 55 attack is decent in the early game, but its defenses are not very good, and its speed isn't great either. But its move pool is shockingly good for this early in the game. Stab, Tackle, Bite at level 6, Crunch at level 16, and even Hypno Miss. Honestly, it's pretty on par with the first stage starters. 3 stars. Availability is normally these kinds of Pokemon's saving grace, and Patrat is of course still available on the first route in UNOVA and its sequel, but not until after the 6th gym in Kalos, so that does drag its score down to 4 stars. And conceptually, most of these Pokemon have been very boring. Patrat is just slightly less so. It's of course based on a prairie dog or meerkat type animal and focuses on how vigilant and careful they are in turning it into a little scout rodent. 2 stars. And design, oh boy, this is rough. Even you guys who very rarely drop below 5-star voting gave this little guy around 2 to 3 stars. But hey, one positive here, at least it looks much better than its evolution. The one buck tooth is actually kind of endearing on this stumpy little guy, but outside of that, it's just a meerkat with horrific looking eyeballs. 2 stars. Which digs up Patrat the final score of 2.75 stars overall, and I'm sure that'll have a spot in the bottom 5 for a while. Watchog might actually be my most disliked Pokemon of all time. Orbiting them all, and honestly, a huge reason for that is just how obnoxious it is to battle against. But that probably helps it out here. Its stats aren't great at all across the board, other than its usable 85 attack. But its move pool had to have been devised for the sole purpose of slowing you down and pissing you off. Bite flinches, Bide shenanigans, Detect and Sand attack to slow you down, Hypnosis and Confuse Ray for status, Crunch and Super Fang to take chunks out of your HP. So many ways for the stupid rat to get in the way. But to be fair, you could use those same strategies to pretty good effect on your own. Its stats hold it back, but I think 3 stars is about right. Availability isn't as good as most earlier out normal types due to it being later game in Kalos, but it still gets 4 stars. Conceptually, it does add a little bit from Patrat. It's obviously still a meerkat type animal who is super careful and vigilant, but now it adds on like like road worker or traffic cop vibes with its little reflective vest, so I mean, it's slightly better, I guess. 2.5 stars, even if that feels high. But design is the area where I just can't stand this Pokemon, and thankfully you guys are validating those feelings. These might actually be the lowest polls I've ever seen. It just looks like something that you would never want to be around, with the harsh on the eyes coloring of its stupid reflective vest against its red fur, arguably the worst looking eyes in the entire franchise, all capped off by its judgmental, disapproving, dismissive demeanor and body language. Dude just looks miserable to be around. Half a star in design. So Watchog gets put down to 2.5 stars overall, not low enough if you ask me. UNOVA somehow manages to have the worst and the best earlier out normal type, and that's kind of the story of its whole Pokedex. We're rating them all, and for now, Lillipup is pretty awesome in battle for the early game. We're actually starting to see some min-maxing stat-wise, with solid attack and speed and decent enough defenses. Obviously its move pool isn't anything amazing, but stab, tackle, bite for coverage, and work up from the first gym, and even takedown right before it evolves, and it's arguably just as strong, if not stronger than, the starters at this point in the game. And it even evolves around the same time. 3.5 stars in battle prowess. And as is the case with most earlier out normal types, its availability is its selling point. You can get it before the first gym in UNOVA and its sequel, and before the second trial in Alola. 5 stars. But as much as I love this evolution line, this is just a dog. Even its dex entries just describe a dog. So thanks to the normal types being normal animals clause, 2 stars in concept. Though despite the simple or boring concept, simplicity in design is not always a bad thing, and this is why these categories are separate. Lillipup is extremely simple, yet super adorable. The little yappy dogs may not be my cup of tea in real life, but it does make for a cute little puppy Pokemon. It may not be the most exciting of designs, but it is very well done. 4 stars, which will average out Lillipup to a pretty decent 3.625 stars overall. I love that they gave the typical earlier out normal type a 3-stage line in UNOVA. I've always preferred them over 2. We're rating them all, and the main step up from Lillipup is its new ability Intimidate, which needs no introduction. Its stats are also fantastic, considering it evolves at level 16. Base 80 attack, 65 in defenses, and 60 speed. It hits like a truck with stab options of even tackle, but the buffed up takedown and return, while having bite, work up, and crunch to help it further. It hits hard, outspeeds plenty, and can take hits from what it can't. Really solid mid-game Pokemon. 4 stars. Availability is going to stay Lillipup's 5 stars for being available right away in the region it's in, but sadly its concept is also going to stay the same as Lillipup's 2 stars, as it's still just a dog. Now I love dogs, but that's not a very interesting Pokemon concept. Design though, I'm really not sure how to feel about it. Firstly, it's a perfect bridge between Lillipup and Stoutland. It really nails that. And I do like the little star-like fire blast-like pattern in its facial fluff, and apparently its black cape-like fur helps protect it from damage in battle, even if it does look like one of those coats suburban mom puts on their dog. It's a good design for sure, but it's not all that cute, cool, or interesting. 3.5 stars, which hey, gets the same 3.65 stars as Lillipup, just in a different way. Stoutland is shockingly strong for your typical earlier out normal type Pokemon. We're rating them all, and it has always been a staple on my UNOVA teams, but now I see why. It has arguably the best ability in the game, Intimidate, but its stats are crazy for a Pokemon you get so early and easily. 110 attack, 90s in both defenses, and 80s in HP and speed while dumping special attack. Its move pool is also great. You get Work Up, the Elemental Fangs, along with Crunch, Return for massive stab damage, the super dangerous Retaliate. Stoutland is incredibly well-rounded and will always be a solid team member, but never the best, and starts to fall off later. 4 stars. Availability will be 5 stars though, since Lillipup is available basically right away in the games that it's in, and its evolution levels don't hurt. However, as much as I love dogs and these simple or boring concepts are a necessary part in world building, they're still boring concepts. So thanks to the normal type clause, 2 stars. But I do think that its design takes a step up from Herdier. It's still more or less a simple dog design, but that's not always a bad thing. And to be fair, the total overcoat used to keep it warm in Blizzard rescues, along with the absurdly huge mustache, gives it quite a bit of character to go along with its general lovable dog Pokemon look. I've always loved Stoutland, one of my favorite early route normal types, even if I'm not a Gen 5 fan. 4 stars. So that will dig up Stoutland the final score with 3.75 stars overall. Does Purloin count as the first of many Gen 1 reskins in UNOVA? We're rating them all, and it could have been a lot better in battle. It's a pretty speedy and fairly strong mixed attacker for the early game with 66 and 50s respectively, but it just doesn't get any moves. Like, this is the devious Pokemon who steals from people for fun, yet it doesn't learn Thief by level up. In fact, it's stuck with just Scratch and Fury swipes until it gets Pursuit at level 15. So it's not bad, it's just not very good. 2.5 stars in battle prowess. But it is available right away in Unova, its sequel, and even Galar, but not until after the 6th gym in Kalos as a version exclusive, which does actually knock it down to 4.5 stars in availability. Conceptually, as I mentioned before, it's the devious Pokemon. It's a cat who acts cute as a distraction then steals from people, which is a pretty funny spin on the term cat burglar. Cute idea for sure, but still not all that interesting. 3 stars. And as for design, at face value, this is a cat. Now, it is a cute cat, though I'm really not a fan of trying to give seductive appearing eyes to animals. But the color scheme looks nice, and the little almost scythe-shaped tail is a pretty cool, albeit random detail. It's not bad. 2.5 stars, which does give Purloin the final score of 3.125 stars overall, and on the probably premature Unova bottom 5. Liepard is definitely a case of wasted potential. We're rating them all, and I can't believe it took us this long to get a leopard Pokemon, but why did they waste that idea and make it bad? Sure, 106 speed is nice, and 88 in both attacks is decent, but 50s in defenses as a fully evolved Pokemon? And then you make one of its abilities make it even faster for some reason? Its move pool is also just full of missed opportunities. Like, yes, Fake Out is great, Hone Claws, Slash, Night Slash, Sucker Punch, all great moves. Even Nasty Plot, since it's a mixed attacker, with 0 special moves by level up, and not really any good ones by TM. Sure, it's great at level 20, but it's sadly not fast enough or strong enough to be a true sweeper and overcome its defenses in the later game. 3 stars. Availability will stay 4.5 stars since Purloin is available super early everywhere but Kalos, and its concept is a fun twist on the cat burglar trope, making a cat, or leopard specifically, into a burglar. Fun idea. 3 stars. And thankfully upon evolution, they toned down the gross seductive eyes a little bit. They're still there, but now there is a very clear sense of danger, which is well done and exactly how it should have been done here, as Purloin distracted people with its looks to steal. Though Liepard seems to be more of an ambush predator than a tricksy one, but trainers are still drawn to their beautiful fur and form? They're just straight up admitting it in the Pokedex now. But if you can ignore that and its high sock or heel fur pattern, it's a pretty cool looking Vemvital style leopard Pokemon, 3.5 stars, which will give Liepard the final score of 3.5 stars overall. I don't know how or where to implement this, but we have a brand new community score, which is a general overall score you guys on Patreon feel the Pokemon should land at with all of the categories in mind. It doesn't actually affect the final score, but it's a fun reference. And shout out to David for being the first patron in this tier. I really appreciate it, especially with everything going on the Clock app. The elemental monkeys in Unova are super overhated in my opinion. Well, the first stages at least. We're rating them all, and I actually didn't know this. They all have the exact same stats, which are fairly well-rounded, but leaning more towards a speedy mixed attacker. Pure Grass, Fire, and Water are all perfectly fine typings with their own strengths and weaknesses, but their move pools are not created equally. Pansage has clearly the best of the 3, with Fine Whip at level 10, which is just stronger than Incinerate and Water Gun, and it also gets the best support move, Leech Seed. Yawn for Pansear is also really nice, to be fair, but Water Sport? You're kidding, right? What did Panpour do to deserve that? Hey, at least it gets Scald at level 22, which is for sure the best out of the 3 compared to Seed Bomb and Flame Burst, which are still great in their own right for that point, but it is also where most people are going to evolve the monkeys anyway. I think Pansage sits pretty clearly above the other 2 with the stronger early move and the much better support move, and it's arguably the best early game grass type in Unova. 4 stars for it, 3.5 for Pansear, and 3 for Panpour. As for availability, one of them is handed to you for free before the first gym in Unova, but you can still catch the others shortly thereafter regardless. Then you can get it after the 4th gym in the sequels, and again right away in Kalos, so they end up with 4.5 stars. And for concept, it really helps that we're looking at the whole trio, as the 3 of them are pretty clearly inspired by the 3 wise monkeys. The see, hear, and speak no evil ones, but kind of the inverse of them, which we'll get into more in design, but there's also some cooking themes in there, as they are the partner Pokemon of the first gym leaders in a restaurant. Funnily enough, they all have very different species, but anyway, I like how they have both a deeper and more simple fun inspiration. 4 stars. Design is where these 3 monkeys are pretty heavily disliked, but I really don't get it. I unironically like all 3 of them, with Pansage being my favorite just for its cheery and energetic demeanor. The 3 wise monkey part is really interesting here, as with Pansage and Pansear, they're clearly showing the opposite of speak no evil and hear no evil, with Pansage's mouth wide open, its hands even framing it or gesturing, and Pansear obviously having its hand up to its ear listening. But the move pool thing all over again, did Panpour not get that memo? It sure isn't seeing any evil with its eyes closed like that, single-handedly trying to ruin the whole inverse of the motif thing, but outside of that, they're pretty cute little elemental monkeys with oven mitt hands. The basic color coding of their types is simple, but it works and just scratches the right part of my brain, and so does the different shaped tails with Pansage's leaf, Pansear's flame, and Panpour's clover? Club? What are you doing, Panpour? Are you not paying attention at all? At least it gets the hair thingy right, and it isn't poo emoji. 4 stars for Pansage, 3.5 for Pansear, and 3 for Panpour. So their overall scores are 4.125 stars for Pansage, 3.875 for Pansear, and 3.625 for Panpour, which actually does land Pansage in the too early Unova top 5. The Elemental Monkey's first stages are pretty cool and scored pretty well, but their evolutions, here we go. We're reading them all, and buckle up, this is another long one. Once again, I had absolutely no idea they all had identical stats, but they're pretty solid to be fair. Kind of glass cannon mixed sweepers with about 100 in speed and both attacks, and not good defenses. Moves though are a bit harder for these evolutions, as they don't learn any moves at all once you evolve them. And I feel like it's fair to say that just about everyone evolves them at level 22 after they learn their main stab move, all of which are great. Seed Bomb, Flame Burst, and Scald, pulling ahead is the best. And their TM compatibility is also extremely similar, all getting the great options like Return, Dig, Brick Break, Acrobatics, Shadow Claw, Rock Slide. Simisage though kind of falls short with its unique ones, only getting really Solar Beam and Energy Ball. Thankfully Leech Seed and Seed Bomb carry anyway. And Simisear also gets Solar Beam, as well as Flamethrower, Flame Charge, Overheat, and Will-O-Wisp. Much better. But Simipour kind of takes the cake here with the not unique at all, but amazing Water-type staple moveset of Surf and Ice Beam. So I think they all actually end up about the same strength, even if some are more outclassed by the other options than others, but that's not what this is about. They're all really good, just not amazing. 4 stars for all 3. I think availability should honestly get a bit of a boost here though, as you can get the evolution stones much earlier in Unova and Kalos, where these Pokemon are, than in the other regions. You could absolutely have them by like the 3rd gym, so it'll bump up from 4.5 to 5 stars in availability. But they're honestly so different from their pre-evolutions and even each other conceptually. Most notably is the complete abandonment of the coolest part of their inspiration, the 3 wise monkey motif of see, hear, and speak no evil, which we'll get into with design, but it's just gone here. And so is the other half of the Pan's basis, the whole chef helper first gym thing. Instead, Simisage just seems to be a full-blown Bozozoku biker or 50s style greaser monkey who is grass type for some reason. Simipour at least seems to be somewhat connected or contrasting here, moving to the more 60s or 70s style hippie inspiration instead. But Simisear is the one who didn't get the memo this time, with just fire hair and is otherwise lacking any sort of concept at all. This is a fire monkey. There is not much else there. So I think we'll go with 3 stars for Simisage and Simipour and 2 for Simisear. And they're also vastly different in design. Of course, they all carry over the basic color coding and details for their type, but now toned up quite a bit actually. They also all have the same white fur patches or patterns on their chest or shoulders, which seems to play a bit into their types as well. Simisage grows rough foliage looking green fur all over its body to include the giant obnoxious greasers Bozozoku pompadour thing, and the white fur is a bit confusing here. Maybe it's supposed to be like tough guy ripped sleeves or bushes, but it's otherwise a somewhat cool and unique grass monkey. And Simipour does very similar things, but in opposite directions. Instead of the rough and pointy grass type, it's the flowy and soft water type. But the white pattern makes perfect sense here as the top of the blue underwater mountain or volcano torso leading to the geyser looking hairdo. It may be a goofy looking hippie water monkey that most people don't like, but it probably has the best details out of the trio. And Simisear, oh my god, what even is this thing? This is genuinely one of the worst looking Pokemon in the 2D era. The other two have slim athletic builds fit for monkeys, but this dude has just been knocking down some 40s with the boys for a bit too long. And what is it doing with his hands? It reminds me of my toddlers if they get something sticky on their hands and chase me around screaming, "Wash hands, wash hands!" And what is it doing with its face? The white pattern here is pretty clearly a puff of smoke alongside its now huge smoke-shaped tail, which works, sure, but holy crap, this thing just looks awful. 3 stars for Simisage and Poor, and 1.5 for Simisear. So all of that does end up with a final score of 3.75 stars for Simisage and Simipour, and a 3.125 for Simisear, which is in the Unova bottom 5. Muna is the much cuter and more wholesome reskin of Drowsy. Rating them all, and this is one of the few that I consider a very clear upgrade. Now, I mostly mean in design and concept, but even in battle, it's a bit better. Similar HP, but better special attack, and more min-maxed in general. In Gen 5, its move pool is pretty great. Yawn and Psybeam by level 11, then Moonlight and Hypnosis by 19. But in Gen 8, oh my god, it is a fantastic early game Pokemon. Defense Curl, Stored Power strats, Hypnosis, and Psybeam by level 8, and Moonlight at level 16. Sure, it's a bit slow, but this little pink blob is a menace in the early game, 4.5 stars. And its availability is also fantastic, or at least it would be. You can get it right after the first gym in Unova and even earlier in Galar, but it's not available until post-game in the Unova sequels, which does count as that's its home region, and will drag its score down to 3.5 stars. And concept is pretty much an exact do-over of Drowsy. They're both directly inspired by the myth of the Baku, a tapir-like creature that eats dreams, which was actually literally mentioned in one of Drowsy's dex entries, and so was the fact that these two Pokemon even share a common ancestor. The only slight difference is that Munna seems a bit more benevolent by actively seeking out eating people's nightmares, as well as their good dreams, where Drowsy targets children. Gross. 5 stars for Munna's concept. Design-wise though, it absolutely could be better. Its evolution is super unique, but Munna actually has the same problem I mentioned with Drowsy. They're both a bit too plain. Munna is more or less a pink, vaguely tapir-shaped blob with random flower patterns. It doesn't look bad by any means. Like I said at the start, it at least looks more cute than creepy, but it's nothing too remarkable. 3 stars, which will still give Munna a solid 4 stars overall, much better than its predecessor, and in the top 5 for now. Musharna is one of the very few Gen 5 Kanto reskins that I can confidently say is undeniably better than its predecessor in every way. We're rating them all, and its battle prowess is the first of those ways, where other than in true Gen 1 where Hypno was just broken with one special stat and sleep being absurd, Musharna is just better. As power creep usually shows us, min-maxing is just better than balance. 116 HP, 107 special attack, and solid defenses for Musharna. And its move pool is also really good, even in Gen 5 with early Yawn and Psybeam, as well as Moonlight, Calm Mind, Psychic, Dream Eater, and some fantastic TM options. But it's even better in Gen 8, getting those moves earlier and adding Moonblast. But remember, we judge these Pokemon based on when you would use them, and you can get Musharna before the second gym in both regions it's in. However, you do lose out on level up moves that way, and its speed does hold it back quite a bit later on. But it's still great for a playthrough. 4 stars in battle prowess. And Munna got 3.5 stars in availability for being available right away in Unova and Galar, but post-game in the sequels. However, being able to either straight up catch Musharna or get the Moonstone for it before the second gym absolutely deserves a boost. 4 stars. And concept is pretty much the exact same as the other 3 Baku-inspired tapir-like dream-eating Pokemon, but now takes it a step further, sleeping itself and emanating those dreams into a mist that can be either harvested or accidentally encountered, causing waking nightmares. Again, 5 stars. Its design, though, unlike the other 3, is very unique. It's a cute little tapir curled up in the fetal position, sleeping with dream mist coming from its head that looks just like an umbilical cord. This is a fetus. Why is this a fetus? But for some reason, that makes sense here, even though I can't figure out or explain why. I don't know why this dream-eating tapir is cosplaying as a fetus, but Musharna still somehow manages to look pretty good. It's cute, unique, and memorable. Even if it is really weird, it's still a vast upgrade over the much creepier Hypno. The polls are really split on this one, and I honestly agree, so I'll land on 3.5 stars for Musharna, which will end up giving it the final score of 4.125 stars overall, joining Munna in the top 5 for now. Most of the first stage regional bird Pokemon aren't very exciting, and Pidove is definitely not any better. We're rating them all, and its one upside is that it's actually pretty good in battle. It's surprisingly bulky with 50s in HP and defense, as well as 55 attack, but only 36 special attack. Its super luck ability is also really great compared to most of the other birds, but its move pool is where this line's biggest flaw lies. For Pidove, at least, it's not as big of a deal. Gust and Air Cutter are fine for the early game, but it would have been so much better off with Wing Attack or even just Peck. Roost is pretty nice though, it's pretty decent early on. 3.5 stars in battle prowess. I do need to correct a mistake though. Thanks to these comments, I learned that Munna is not available as early in Galar. It's locked behind the 3rd gym, which actually brings its availability down to 3 stars, and Musharna's down to 3.5. But Munna's great early game moves in Gen 8 were part of the reason for its high battle prowess. Without that, I think bringing it down to 4 stars is fair. And so their updated scores are 3.75 and 4 stars respectively. These next 2 categories though are very telling to the fact that this is a regional bird Pokemon. Availability is of course going to be 5 stars as it's available on the first routes in Unova, their sequels, and Galar. But for concept, it's a pigeon or a mourning dove or maybe a mix of the two. 2 stars thanks to the normal animals being normal types claws. And design, it's not much better. It has the cartoony big eyes, but that's the only only thing distinguishing Pidove from an actual bird. There is genuinely just nothing interesting or even worth talking about for this Pokemon. It doesn't look bad or offensive or anything, just extremely boring. 2 stars. Landing Pidove the final score of 3.125 stars overall, and on this already crowded branch in the bottom 5. I can't stand Pidove or Unpheasant, but Tranquil is unironically a pretty good middle stage. Boarding them all, and it sadly just gets royally screwed over in battle. It's pretty fast, pretty physically bulky, and even hits just about as hard as Herdier, but its special attack is 50, which normally wouldn't be a problem, but this line's kryptonite is the fact that they don't learn a physical flying move at all by level up in Gen 5. Sure, Air Cutter paired with Super Luck is pretty cool, and you could give it the Aerial Ace TM if you got it before beating the 6th gym. Return and Roost carry heavily here. It got done so dirty. Thankfully, you only have to use it for 11 levels, 3 stars. But availability is of course going to stay Pidove's 5 stars, and conceptually it's inspired by a mix of a few different birds, sure, but it's still just a normal bird, 2 stars. However, as I hinted at in the intro, I actually kind of like its design. The darker plumage on its head, wings, and tail help give it some pop, especially with the start of the pink eyeshadow look, which thankfully gives it something, unlike Pidove. It looks pretty good and is a nice bridge to Unpheasant, but it's still not anything special at all, 3 stars. So that will give Tranquil the final score of 3.25 stars overall, and a spot alongside Oshawott on the bottom 5. Unpheasant, whatever, is pretty universally regarded as one of, if not the worst regional bird Pokemon. We're rating them all, and let's see if that's fair. In battle, I don't think it is, honestly. Now, obviously, this is no Staraptor or Guts Facade Swellow, but it's 115 attack, 93 speed, and 80s in HP and defense, and its awesome Super Luck ability make for a pretty darn good Pokemon that you get so early and easily. This line's biggest weakness is its level up move pool, not learning a single flying type move until level 66 in Gen 5. But by the time you get Unpheasant, you get access to Aerial Ace or Fly, so pair that with Return, Roost, U-Turn, and you have a pretty solid member of your team. Obviously, it's not going to carry your run or anything, but it's definitely respectable, 4 stars. Availability is the strong suit of these birds and is obviously going to stay 5 stars, as Pidove is available basically instantly in Unova and Galar. But concept is the Achilles heel for these regional birds. Pidove and Tranquil were just actual literal birds with nothing special to them, but Unpheasant at least adds the very rarely impactful sexual dimorphism, which is pretty cool, especially for birds who normally showcase that in males more as well. It's a little better, 2.5 stars. But design is where the majority of the hate for this Pokemon comes from, and I get it. I understand what they were going for with the dimorphism, having the male look like it's like peacocking and the female being much more bland and under the radar. It makes sense, but female Unpheasant is one of the most boring looking Pokemon in the entire series. It barely even looks like a Pokemon. Now the male isn't a very good looking Pokemon either, but at least it's colorful, and the big pink plumage on its head make it very unique among bird Pokemon. Pidgeotto is unironically one of my favorite Pokemon ever. They're so different that I'm going to give them separate design scores. I'm sorry, but female Unpheasant doesn't deserve anything above a 1. It's just awful. But the male, I'd say, is an okay 2.5 stars, which will land male Unpheasant a decent 3.5 stars overall, but the female lands in the bottom 5 with a 3.125. Blitzel is pretty cute, but I just wish it was better. Orbiting them all, and every single time I've tried to use this thing, it just gets one-shot by everything. It's really fast for the early game with 76 speed, and even pretty great 60 in attack. But 32 in both defenses means that if you don't outspeed in one shot, you lose. And that's just not conducive to early game success, because it doesn't have strong enough moves to do so. Shockwave, Flame Charge, and T-Wave are nice, but it doesn't even get a physical electric move until right before it evolves. Still decent, but so much wasted potential, 3 stars in battle prowess. You can get it before the 2nd gym in Unova, though not until after the 5th gym in the sequels, and that's actually it. So that still gives it 4 stars in availability. And conceptually, it's not so much of a reskin of Ponyta, but more of a counterpart in their inspirations. Helios, the Greek god of the sun, had steeds that pulled its chariot, referencing fire, light, and lightning. Blitzel, of course, being based on the electric steed, which is awesome and how Pokemon concept should be. Animal plus fantastical trait plus some awesome inspiration. And reminds me, I really need to go back and redo all of Gen 1's videos now that I've figured out the process. 5 stars. But design-wise, it's definitely not as good. Ponyta portrayed the cute yet really mystical steed thing really well, and Blitzel also nails the cute part for sure, but is nowhere near as like, wow. It's a horse or zebra style animal with lightning bolt stripes. Pretty cool for sure, but not nearly as awe-inspiring or interesting. 3 stars. Still though, Blitzel gets a respectable 3.75 stars overall. Zebstrika is a pretty cool counterpart to Rapidash and Kanto. We're rating them all, and their stats are even very similar. They're both fast physical attackers, but Zebstrika takes away from its defenses to add to its speed, which makes it much more of a glass cannon. It also sadly falls into the same trap as most other physical attacking electric types, its lack of any good physical electric options. Spark being its best option until it gets the very risky Wild Charge at level 47, made even worse by its lower defenses. Sadly, another case of wasted potential. 3.5 stars. Its availability will stay Blitzel's 4 stars, and I could see the argument for the early evolution boost, but it's not quite there. And as I said at the start, this is less of a reskin of Rapidash and more of a counterpart. Helios, the Greek god of the sun, had steeds named after fire, light, and lightning. I still wish we had the light type in Gen 6 instead of fairy, but this will stay 5 stars like Blitzel. And in design, it definitely solved the issues that I had with Blitzel. It manages to capture the air of like, ooh, that's cool. That's a majestic or powerful special creature. Now, I don't see why so many of you voted 5 stars here. I've never personally liked it that much at all, but I can see that it's a good design and a very cool looking Pokemon. 4 stars, which will land Zebstrika a very nice 4.125 stars overall and a spot on the top 5. What did you guys think the yellow thing on the front of Roggenrola is? I always thought it was a mouth for some reason. We're rating them all, and this little guy packs a punch, metaphorically. 75 attack and 85 defense is amazing for how early you can get it, but as is the case with most of these early game rock types, you have to be very careful with your matchups with that 25 special defense and 15 speed. Thankfully, Gen 5 is where they fixed Sturdy, taking it from useless to pretty nice actually. Headbutt and Rock Blast are also really good for the early game, and you even get Iron Defense to make it basically impenetrable against physical attacks. Again, mind your matchups, and this little guy is awesome. 4 stars in Battle Prowess. And you can catch it before the second gym in Unova, before the third in the sequels in Kalos, and before the first gym in Alola and Galar, so it will average out to 5 stars in availability. Conceptually, it's basically the Geodude of Unova. They're both little Geodudes, one leaning heavier on Geode and the other on Dude, though I do think their names would have been better the other way around. 2.5 stars. And well, to answer the question at the start, according to the Pokedex, the little yellow hexagonal thing is actually its ear, which even if that is the truth, I cannot accept it. That's either a mouth or an eye, and I won't hear any different. Okay, anyway, Roggenrola is somehow pretty cute, which is impressive for a pet rock with a giant ear face. It's an interesting little weirdo, not bad at all. 3 stars. So that will harden Roggenrola to the final score of 3.625 stars overall. I may be a Gen 1 fan to the core, but Boldore absolutely crushes Graveler. We're rating them all, and it basically has the same story as Roggenrola in battle. 105 attack and defense is incredible for a middle stage Pokemon, but you have to be very careful with its 40 special defense and 20 speed. Thankfully, it doesn't have Graveler's quad weaknesses problem because it's a pure rock type, and its 30 ability also helps its survivability even more. Its move pool is pretty solid though: Headbutt, Rock Blast, Iron Defense, Rock Slide, Stealth Rocks, and some pretty good TM options as well. Though the fact that some people can't evolve it will hurt its score, since we have to judge it through the end of the game, where it can still hold its own, but it isn't as good. 3.5 stars. Its availability will stay 5 stars since Roggenrola is available super early in most regions, and its evolution level is fine. But sadly, its concept still isn't anything special. It's a stone golem type creature that now has grown almost crab-like legs and crystals that glow with its overflowing energy. It's getting cooler for sure. 3 stars. But design-wise, I unironically think this is one of the best middle stage evolutions, period. It bridges the gap between Roggenrola and Sigilyph perfectly, and it looks really cool even on its own. The dark blue stone accented with the yellow hexagonal ears that act as almost false eyes, as well as the aforementioned glowing crystals that give it just the right amount of pop and imposing presence. 5 stars. So that will dig up Boldore the final score of 4.125 stars overall and a spot on the top 5 for now. Sigilyph has a really solid chance at being one of the best Unova Pokemon overall. We're rating them all, and it is a serious problem in battle. It has a whopping 135 attack and 130 defense. Even its HP and special defense are really good compared to most of these rock types. It also doesn't have the all too common quad weaknesses issue with its pure rock typing, which is made even better by its Sandstream ability, boosting its special defense even further. Or even Sturdy, which is great in Gen 5 onward. Its move pool is also really good. Rock Blast and Bulldoze in the early game, Earthquake, Stone Edge, Rock Slide later on, and even some utility in setup with moves like Iron Defense, Stealth Rocks, and Sandstorm. Shoot, even Rock Polish if you're feeling frisky. I don't even have to do the whole mind your matchups thing here. This is just straight up 5 stars in battle prowess. Roggenrola and Boldore's availability were also 5 stars, but Sigilyph being a trade evolution does impose a 1-star penalty. However, you can actually get it through an in-game trade in the Unova sequels, but that trade happens after the 5th gym, which would just hurt its score more if we decided to do that instead. 4 stars. And conceptually, again, it's the Golem of Gen 5, but this is the one category where I would give Golem the edge. It had the tumbling monster yokai inspiration, as well as the whole trade evolution DNA splicing with Machoke thing. But Gigalith is pretty simply a stone or crystal golem creature. But the gems that form to store Boldor's excess energy can now be used to absorb solar energy and release it into a ball of light, or solar beam, which it can learn. Still not that deep, but really cool for sure. 4 stars. In design, I may be a Gen 1 fan, but Gigalith absolutely sweeps the floor with Golem here. In fact, Gigalith is one of my favorite Pokemon, period, and has one of the best shinies in the franchise, which doesn't matter here, but still, it's just an awesome looking Pokemon. The red crystals have grown into almost monoliths of stored power here, contrasting against its dark blue stone body and almost Sith eyes, even though they're actually ears. This is arguably the best looking rock-type Pokemon. 5 stars. Unearthing Gigalith's final score is 4.5 stars overall, and the 3rd highest Unova score so far. Woobat may be the Gen 5 Zubat, but is it better? We're rating them all, and well, in battle, yeah, it absolutely is in pretty much every single way. It's faster, stronger, and much bulkier. Sure, Psychic Flying isn't the best type, but it's not bad, and its move pool is pretty solid. Really, just Confusion and Gust are enough to get you through the early game, especially with it being a friendship evolution that you can evolve insanely early. I'm pleasantly surprised by this little goofball. I didn't know it had it like that. 3.5 stars in battle prowess. Now, availability, I don't think anything is as available as Zubat across the generations, but Woobat is still very available. You can get it before the 2nd gym in Unova and Kalos, before the 3rd and the sequels, and even earlier in Galar, so it's of course still 5 stars. Conceptually though, it's more or less just a mix of a few different species of bat, some much cuter than others, but it does take a literal note from the heart-nosed bat, making that kind of its whole thing. But I have no idea why this thing is a psychic type. There is 0 clues in the Pokedex or even Bulbapedia. It's a pretty unique bat, but still pretty much just a bat. 2.5 stars. Admittedly though, it is pretty cute. I couldn't stand this little idiot for a very long time, but it has grown on me. The fluffy round body with the tiny little wings and one buck tooth like a baby or something. It's much better than I ever gave it credit for, but still not a very good or interesting looking Pokemon in general. 3 stars, which hey, gives it a pretty decent 3.5 stars overall. It's crazy how much better Woobat is than Zubat, but how much worse Swoobat is than Golbat. We're rating them all, and sadly, it just doesn't get much better upon evolution. Woobat is shockingly strong for how early you can get it, and with Swoobat being a friendship evolution, you could easily get it evolved before the 2nd gym. So it had the potential to be like Alakazam, Nidoking, Gen 5 sequels Lucario style busted that early in the game, but it's just not. Like sure, 114 speed is great, and 77 special attack is pretty good for the early game, but it's just not even as strong as like Tranquil or Herdier. And this is the final evolution. So we do have to judge these stats through the end game, where especially those 55s in defense are just horrible. Though its move pool is pretty good, to be fair. Early Confusion, Gust, and Air Cutter, Amnesia, Calm Mind, Air Slash, and Psychic later on, and some very useful TMs. That's not even mentioning its actual detrimental abilities, but it's just too weak for it to matter past the mid-game. 2.5 stars. Availability was already 5 stars from Woobat, and its friendship evolution would only make it better, so yeah, 5 stars. And conceptually, again, it's more or less just a mix of different bat species, though now thankfully it kind of explains the psychic typing, with its ultrasonic waves causing mood shifts. Kinda weak, but still, 3 stars. But design is definitely a downgrade from Woobat, who is actually kind of cute. Swoobat is just weird. I definitely preferred the fur-covered eyes over these stage 5 clinger eyes, and same goes for the baby buck tooth over the creepy underbite. Its wings look cool, even if they're pretty basic bat wings, but why does it have a weird pink pig-like spiral tail now? I get what they were going for with the friendship and mood bat Pokemon, but it's just so off-putting. 2 stars. Landing Swoobat, the final score, 3.125 stars overall, and a spot on the bottom 5. Drillbur is everything that Diglett wishes it was. We're rating them all, and firstly, in battle, Drillbur is just so much better in every way but speed. Though it is still fast enough and bulky enough with 60 HP, but 85 attack is fantastic at that point in the game. Now its move pool is pretty lackluster to start, but then all in a row you get Dig, Hone Claws, Slash, and Rock Slide, all incredible moves. Its defenses do hold it back a little, but it's still really good for that second half of the early game. 4 stars. It's also available super early. You can get it before the 2nd gym in Unova, the 3rd in the sequels, and before the 1st in Galar, so that averages out to 5 stars. Now for concepts, Drillbur at least adds some things to a mole. Its claws are based off of either shovels or a burr tool, going all in on the digging idea. Still not amazing, but better than nothing. 2.5 stars. And for design, even though Excadrill is one of mine and most of your favorite Unova Pokemon, Drillbur really isn't all that great. It is fairly cute, and the almost slashed patterns on the torso are a nice detail. Even the claws look pretty cool, especially in the Gen 5 sprites where they move, but I really don't like its face. I don't know why, it just seems off, and the polls aren't too high on it either, so I guess I'm not alone there. 3 stars, which does dig up Drillbur a decent final score of 3.625 stars overall. Excadrill is easily one of the best Pokemon for a Unova playthrough. We're rating them all, and it's just so good in battle. Firstly, Ground Steel is an incredible typing with 2 immunities, 8 resistances, and 4 weaknesses. But its stats are also fantastic. 135 attack is nuts, and 110 HP is really good. But you could argue that its speed isn't quite good enough, and its defenses aren't great either. However, its ability Sand Rush does help with the former by doubling its speed in Sandstorm, and Sand Force just makes its attack even more broken. Its move pool, even just by level up in Gen 5, is great. Hone Claw's Dig, Rock Slide, Horn Drill Shenanigans, Earthquake, Swords Dance, and in Gen 8 it gets even better and adds great TMs. Monster for a playthrough. 5 stars. Drillbur's availability was 5 stars, and it evolves into Excadrill level 31, which is fine, so it'll stay 5 stars. However, concept so far is the main weak point of these Unova Pokemon, which to be fair makes sense as it is an intentional reboot of Gen 1, which also struggled in concept. Excadrill is clearly a mole, with added inspiration from different digging tools such as drills, shovels, and mining vehicles. Not a very deep cut or anything, but it makes sense. 3 stars. Its design, though, does rise above that simple idea. Thankfully, it fixes Drillbur's kind of dumb face by pretty simply adding the red cut patterns and a meaner look. But those simple details add to it for sure, as that matches the rest of the Pokemon, with the giant red slashing patterns on its torso and the huge sharp claws and head spike, turning a cute little mole into a pretty terrifying battle mole. Excadrill is awesome, but a bit too goofy for 5 stars here. 4.5 stars in design, which will bring Excadrill's final score of 4.375 stars to the surface and gives it a spot in the top 5. Wait, is Audino better than Chansey? Orbiting them all, and obviously Audino was meant to fill that same role of like the bulky healer Pokemon Center assistant, but it took a much more balanced approach. Sure, its HP and special defense aren't as crazy, but it makes up for that with way better defense and attacks. Its level up move pool though is basically useless outside of Attract and Secret Power, but fitting with most normal types, it can learn an absurd amount of TMs. And not even to mention its Regenerator ability, making it a huge pain to take down. And with that being said, yeah, it's definitely better than Chansey for a playthrough, but still not great. 3 stars. It's also everywhere in Unova as early as like the second gym, which is also when you can get it in Kalos. 5 stars availability. And like I said at the start, conceptually, straight from Ken Sugimori himself, it's the Chansey replacement as the whole Nurse Joy's assistant thing. But instead of the whole super rare luck goblin and healing egg thing Chansey had going on, it's kind of its own new type of creature, not really resembling anything or even an animal, but more so like a physical embodiment of healthcare and medicine, which hey, is very unique. 4 stars. Design-wise though, even if I don't really like it at all, it is very well done, with its general soft pink caring look to it, the almost white coat of a doctor pattern but pink, and the almost angelic ears extending into an actual literal stethoscope, like for real, look at this text entry. For once, I actually think the polls undersold this thing. I also don't like this Pokemon, but it does perfectly execute the healer look and is fairly cute. It's a good design. 4 stars, which shockingly gives Audino the final score of 4 stars overall. Hey, did you know that Mega Audino exists? We're rating them all, and out of all of the cool Unova Pokemon, this is the only one you gave a Mega? I guess, I mean, in battle, it's okay. If we're comparing it to other Megas, it would be horrible, but we're not, and in that case, its 126 in defenses and 103 HP are really good. Its move pool is still not good, especially in X and Y, where it doesn't even get the new fairy moves that it does in ORAS, and yes, it does get the same absurd TMs, but it doesn't even have Regenerator anymore, and that alone kinda makes it not worse than regular Audino, but not really any better either. Even like 2 years ago, I put it at the bottom of my Megas tier list, 3 stars, which I'm pretty sure is the lowest Mega battle prowess so far. But for availability, you can't even get its Mega Stone in X and Y, where Audino is easily available, and it's post-game in ORAS. This is why I said take the Mega videos with a grain of salt, because I don't know what to do here other than give it a half a star in availability. For concept though, it's still the kind of unique and original creature that Audino was, taking heavy inspiration from healthcare and medicine, but now adding the fairy type and even the magical girl motif associated with it. 4 stars. However, it didn't really change much in design. Its pink nurse outfit now turns into like the doctor's white coat. It moves one of its stethoscope things down to its chest along with a puffball and some little fairy shoes. It's just kind of a regular Audino with a new outfit that arguably looks a bit worse. 3.5 stars. So that lands Mega Audino an atrocious 2.75 stars overall, landing on both the regular Unova bottom 5 and the Mega's bottom 5. The Timber Evolution line is so weird. We're rating them all, and it's even weird stat-wise. It's slow with bad defenses, yet it has great HP and attack, which is difficult to make use of. But to be fair, both of its abilities are pretty amazing in their own way. And Little Timber's move pool is fine, nothing amazing, but also doesn't really get anything to take advantage of Sheer Force. Very weird one to place in battle. I'll go with 3.5 stars. You can tell we're still in the early part of the decks though, because you can get Timber before the 2nd or 3rd gym in Unova, its sequel, and Galar, but you can't get it until after the 7th gym and the Evil Team Showdown in Kalos, which will bring its availability down to 4 stars. This line sure is unique conceptually though, even if a bit odd. They seem to be people things. They're construction workers doubling as almost clowns or carnies and have way too much time on their hands for the gym. Unique enough, but again, why are we making people Pokemon? 2.5 stars. And hey, at least in design, Timber is the least disgusting out of the 3. I know it too has the giant bulging varicose veins, and I don't know if this makes any sense, but they don't come off as gross here as evolutions. And I also really don't like the idea of Pokemon coming with perfectly similar objects. It like kind of breaks the continuity or something in my brain. But with all that said, I surprisingly don't mind Timber at all. It's fine. 3 stars. Which means, oh no, another 3.125 star final score. That spot is getting very crowded. And I'm sorry, but Girder is such an off-putting Pokemon. Forwarding them all, and well, regardless, it's pretty solid in battle. It does still have the weird stat spread of focusing on HP and attack, but now at least its defenses have caught up. So as long as you avoid special attacks, it's kind of awesome. Both of its abilities are fantastic, and its move pool is also quite a bit better by adding moves like Bulk Up, Rock Slide, and Hammer Arm. Its damage output potential is nuts, but you do have to be careful. And with it being a trade evolution, we do have to judge it through the end of the game, where it is of course not nearly as good. 4 stars. Availability will stay Timber's 4 stars, and it is again fairly unique in concept, basically being an actual dude working 2 jobs like the rest of us in this economy. It's a construction worker and a muscle man carny clown on the side, which is such a weird idea for a Pokemon. 2.5 stars. But oh my god, this thing looks so bad. As I said with Timber, I'm really not a fan of Pokemon carrying objects from the world. Like, does it come with a steel beam, or did it steal one from its job? But that's more of a joke than the problem. The problem is the giant, disgusting veins all over this humanoid monstrosity with a lumpy head and a clown nose. This is one of those situations where how bad it looks completely overrules the whole portraying the concept thing. I cannot believe people even voted 3 stars on this. I can't give it anything over 1.5 stars in design, which does construct Girder the final score with 3 stars overall and a spot on the bottom 5. I think we all understand that Gen 5 was the intentional Gen 1 reboot, and sure, Machamp wasn't the best looking Pokemon, but what is this thing? We're rating them all, and it may be a monstrosity to look at, but it is equally as monstrous in battle. 140 attack, 105 HP, and even 95 in defense. Sure, it's slow, but it has more than enough bulk to make up for that, and both of its abilities are actually insane to have on a Pokemon this strong. It doesn't get too many moves to take advantage of sheer force, but still, a pretty solid move pool all around with setup and plenty of damage output. I was really on the fence here because it's kind of screwed against any special attacker, but since it's a trait evolution, you can very realistically have this thing at like level 25, which is just insane, so it'll get 5 stars. But that does have its consequences. Since so many people lack the technology or friends to make a trade, these trade evolutions get -1 star on availability. 3 stars. But as we've gone over in its pre-evolutions videos, it's a very human-like creature that really goes hard on the bit by having 2 jobs, just like the rest of us nowadays. It's a construction worker and a carnival clown that's now gotten older. So weird. I'm cool with bipedal Pokemon and even the anthropomorphic animals, but please stop making actual people Pokemon. So weird. 2.5 stars in concept. But hey, at least in design, it isn't as off-putting as Girder, but it is equally as strange. Now, the bulging varicose veins seem to have somewhat shrunk down to an almost like safety harness pattern, playing into its construction worker theme, which is a very odd way to do that. And again, does it come with its giant stone pillars upon evolution, or does it steal them from its job site? Well, apparently neither. They actually mix it themselves, according to the Pokedex. Again, this is a person, and that's really weird. You guys voted this thing 5 stars in design? What are we even doing? Why? This thing looks so bad. I cannot give this creepy buff construction worker clown Pokemon more than 2 stars in design. I'm at a loss for words with these polls, man. Conkeldurr gets, oh my god, not another 3.125 star rating. I'm legit running out of room on this bottom 5 slot. The Tympole evolution line is a pretty interesting twist on Poliwag and its evolutions. We're rating them all, and it's pretty decent in battle. It's a pretty standard early game water type with a nice 64 in speed and balanced stats otherwise. Though I do usually find its defenses to become an issue by the time it evolves level 25, but its moves are honestly really nice. Round, Bubble Beam, and Mud Shot are really strong at those levels. This is genuinely better than Oshawott, 3.5 stars. Then it is available before the second gym in Unova and Galar, but not until the post game in Unova sequels for whatever reason, but that does count here and slashes its score down to 3.5 stars. And conceptually, it's definitely the reskin of Poliwag, who was a tadpole that had a translucent belly and used its swirling intestines to hypnotize opponents. Then Tympole is also also a tadpole who is really into music. I'm kidding, but it isn't that much deeper than that. It uses vibrations to produce a high-pitched sounds to communicate, which is really more animal adjacent than all that fantastical. I don't know what I gave Poliwag, but it probably wasn't high enough. 2 stars for Timple's concept. Now, I'm just using the comparison as a reference. It doesn't actually affect the score, but with that being said, Poliwag looks way cuter. Timple isn't bad though. I like its little headphone speaker things, and the musical note eyebrows are a nice touch. The main thing that weirds me out is the human skin tone on its face, which is nowhere to be seen on Seismitoad, who honestly doesn't look even related to this thing aside from the growths. But to be fair, Timple is fairly cute. 3 stars, which will give Timple the final score of 3 stars overall and a spot on the bottom 5. Palpitoad is my favorite in its line for absolutely no reason. Warrating Amalin is also a big upgrade in battle, gaining the ground type and giving it one of the best type combos period with only one weakness. Its stats are also really well rounded with a bit higher HP and speed and a bit lower defenses. But as I said with Timpole, said defenses really start to become an issue by the time this thing evolves level 36. But really just its typing and move pool alone makes it a solid team member. Early Bubble Beam and Mudshot, Muddy Water, Surf, or Bulldoze later on, it's pretty decent for sure. 3.5 stars. Its availability will also be 3.5 stars since they got screwed over by the UNOVA sequels and is sadly pretty much a regular tadpole frog thing in concept. Sure, it takes all these different aspects from frog's behaviors, but still more or less just an amphibian. See what I did there? Like for its speaker things. It does turn up the vibrations thing in a Pokemon fashion though, giving it the power to create earthquake-like vibrations on land. It's getting a bit better. 3 stars. In design, I couldn't tell you why, but I love this little goober. It is 100% an ugly Pokemon. I see that. I accept that. However, it's goofy in the best way. Its squished little face almost makes it seem like it's going the mischief or something out of old cartoons. But okay, yeah, outside of its little face, it is not a good looking Pokemon at all. You guys voted it shockingly low, and that's probably fair for this stumpy, lumpy little potato frog at 2.5 stars. Which, wait, no.
You can't keep getting away with it!
That's another 3.125 star Pokemon. Someone please free these guys from the bottom 5. Seismitoad seems like one of those Pokemon that you either love or just can't stand. Orbiting Maul, and that kind of sums up Unova pretty well, actually. But for real, Seismitoad is pretty solid in battle. Water Ground is famously a great typing, but its stat spread leaves a lot to be desired. Sure, 105 HP is good, but then its physical attack is 95 and its special attack is 85, which isn't great on its own as almost all of its good water moves are special. And sure, it does get some great physical moves, but even its defenses and speed are kind of locked in that, like, not horrible, but not good area. Its Swift Swim ability does help with that, but even with its boosted speed, it doesn't really hit hard enough to be a sweeper anyway. This thing really screams Gen 1 stat spread of decent at best and everything. 3.5 stars. Its availability is again gonna stay Timple's 3.5 stars as its evolution levels are fine, but conceptually it does take a little step up once again. This is the Poliwrath of Gen 5, but this time it was intentionally designed as a more traditional frog-like evolution, which, yeah, it takes on all sorts of aspects from different frogs and toads, like the warts, the vibrational croaks for finding mates, and even the whole paralyzing liquid thing. But then just kind of turns all of it up a notch to fit a Pokemon, with the speaker wart things now doubling as power boosting vibrational punching bumps or something. It's come a long way from Timple. 3.5 stars. But I've never liked this thing's design at all, and before you scream Gen 1er at me, remember, I gave Poliwrath a 2.5, which I got yelled at a lot for. Seismitoad does portray its idea better this time around. This is very clearly a frog or toad with some dangerous bulbous wart things all over it. Now, I don't know if they really read as like poisonous or even as powerful vibrational things either. I don't think I really would have guessed either of those things just by looking at it, but there's just something about this Pokemon that creeps me out. It's oddly unsettling. 3 stars. So that will land Seismitoad the final score of 3.375 stars overall. Throw in Sokka those kind of Pokemon where there's just no way these are someone's favorite. Can you imagine actually buying a plushie for these guys?
Right to jail, right away.
We're writing them all. Okay. They're both actually pretty great in battle. They are pure fighting types, and to start with Throw, its 100 attack and really solid bulk, including 120 HP, is really good. Its Guts ability is also suited pretty well for that kind of stat spread. It can take some hits and the residual damage while dealing out massive damage in return, but you are on a timer. Sawk then has even better attack with a shocking 120, and shifts one of those 85s to speed actually while keeping okay enough defenses. Fun fact, it's also the only fighting type with Sturdy, 40. Their stats are genuinely kind of insane since you can get them before the second gym in Unova. Their move pools are pretty limited that early on, but Vital Throw and or Low Sweep is really good enough at that point anyway. Then once you add moves like Body Slam, Retaliate, and Bulk Up along with quite a few really solid TMs, and they're both shockingly good in battle. 4.5 stars. And as I said, they are available before the second gym in Unova and Kalos, which is just nuts. But then they are locked until basically Victory Road in the sequels, then after the third gym in Galara's version exclusives, which will average out to 3.5 stars. And in concept, these two act as the Gen 5 Hitmon duo, but outside of the most basic aspects of them being a male-only fighting duo, they're fairly different. Or at least they were supposed to be. They were originally designed as Horned Oni or Namahage, but were scrapped and remade back into basically a continuation of It's a Person thing, each embodying a different specific martial art. Judo in Throw's case and Karate in Socks. I give Hitmon Channel 1 here, which seems a bit harsh, but I don't see any reason these should get a different score. 1 star. Please stop making people Pokemon. But both Hitmons also got awful scores in design. I want to say that those look better than these two, but that's probably just a preferential thing. But let me be clear, none of them look good at all. And you can't just call me a Gen 5 hater here. Even the same people who voted Conkeldurr 5 stars voted these things into the dirt. But the only way that I do think the Gen 1 duo has a slighter better design is the fact that the creatures themselves are actually designed to show that said martial art is like their entire being. Their bodies are formed specifically for it, where these two are just Burden Ernie style Muppet dudes in actual gis. Which apparently, according to the Pokedex, these Pokemon are actually wearing clothes as they can tighten the belts. This is so weird. The only thing showing said different martial arts is their stance. Otherwise, they're basically identical humanoid things. One is just taller, skinnier, and a different color. They're not like offensively ugly or anything. They're just incredibly boring and not even very effective designs that honestly feel out of place as a Pokemon. 1.5 stars. Man, I can't wait for the good part of the Unova Dex, but that lands Throw and Sock an honestly shockingly low final score of 2.65 stars overall, and finally freeing the 3.125 star Horde from the bottom 5. Sewaddle is easily the best first stage regional bug Pokemon. Awarding them all, and okay, I'm less sure of that in terms of battle prowess, but it is still shockingly good. Its main downside is of course its bug grass typing, which is just sadly not good, but it is oddly one of my favorite typings and has its uses offensively in a playthrough. But Sewaddle has a defensive stat spread of 70 and 60 in defenses, which is great for the early game and more typical of like a middle stage. And to be fair, 53 attack is plenty good enough for that point as well. And having Stab, Bug Bite, and Razor Leaf at level 15 is really good and hits pretty hard. You're really not gonna have to worry about fire types in the early game anyway, so just avoid the birds and it's a lot better than you'd think. But 3.5 is probably fair. As for availability, you can of course get it before the second gym in both Unova and its sequels, but that's actually it as far as we count it here, so that's 5 stars. It is for sure better than most of the regional bugs when it comes to concept. It's still of course a bug, seemingly a mix of caterpillars and weaver and larva, which use silk to make shelters and nests. But then it takes that part of it and turns it into a little fashion designer Pokemon who makes its own clothes. Not the craziest or most interesting idea, but fitting and pretty darn cute. 3 stars. But design is where Sewaddle absolutely clears its competition. I genuinely think this is the perfect first stage design for what's supposed to be a weak common bug. It's still super simple as it should be, but the yellow and white color scheme of its face and body pair really well with its leafy clothes and unique little hood that it made for itself. And it's also just adorable. The tiny little nubbin caterpillar feet and the tiny little teeth. You guys were surprisingly low on this, but I think it's a perfect early route bug design. 5 stars. Which will show little Sewaddle the final score of 4.125 stars overall, just shy of the top 5. Swadloon is sadly kind of a letdown in what's otherwise an amazing bug-type line. Orbiting them all, and that is less true in battle, where it is pretty solid. 90 defense and 80 special defense is genuinely incredible for evolving so early, and its 63 attack is less impressive, but still fairly standard. Obviously, its bug grass typing with its 2 quad weaknesses kind of put a cap on how good this Pokemon can be, but thankfully you don't have to use it at all as it evolves through friendship. In fact, I think it's pretty intentionally not really meant to be used much at all, as unlike Sewaddle and Leavanny, it doesn't learn any moves while it's a Swadloon. Still, it's a decent bulky Pokemon, but not as good anymore. 3 stars in battle prowess. Its availability though will stay 5 stars, and conceptually it's much more interesting than your standard cocoon middle stage evolution. Instead of being a full pupa or chrysalis stage, it's based on caterpillar-like animals who wrap and fold leaves over themselves for camouflage and shelter, while doubling as your stereotypical mopey or standoffish teenager in a hoodie. 3.5 stars. But design, I feel like it could have been done a lot better, mostly because it just feels too plain and loses most of its personality. Both Sewaddle and Leavanny's leaves appear chewed on, which shows their concept of making their own leaf clothing very well. But Swadloon lacks any of that detail. It barely even looks like a bug anymore. If it wasn't for the little leaf hat that ties into Leavanny, it would look more like a Smoliv evolution than Sewaddle's. It doesn't look bad. I like the whole it's shutting itself away behind its leaves thing. It just could have been much better. 3 stars, which will reveal Swadloon's final score as 3.625 stars overall. Sewaddle is far better than most other first stage regional bugs, but Leavanny has some much tougher competition. We're rating them all, and I love using it in UNOVA playthroughs. It's a friendship evolution, so you can very realistically have this fully evolved Pokemon before the 3rd gym, where its 103 attack and 92 speed and even 80s in defenses are very good. It gets Bug Bite and Razor Leaf early, then Slash, Leaf Blade, X-Scissor, and Swords Dance later on. Some great TMs with some setup and coverage. What's not to like? Well, its 2 quad weaknesses, thanks to its Bug Grass typing, is what's not to like. It's a fun typing to use offensively, but a liability defensively. 4 stars. Availability starts at Sewaddle's 5 stars, and since you can absolutely get Leavanny by like level 21, if anything it should go up. So yeah, 5 stars. And it's also easily the most interesting regional bug that we've covered so far. It's based on a mix of a few different bugs like leaf bugs, weaver ants, and praying mantis, taking deeper inspiration from said weaver ants and leafcutter ants, since it now uses leaves to craft clothing for itself and baby Sewaddle, or any other small Pokemon that it finds, actually also showing a nurturing and maternal inspiration. Best regional bug type idea so far, 4 stars. It also has a fantastic design. Its leaf blade arms look sharp and dangerous without being as in your face as like Scyther, who is one of my favorites of all time, but still. And you can really see the fashion inspiration here with the large collar and tailcoat leaves, down to the overlapping almost laminar armor looking leg pieces. This is one of my favorite Gen 5 Pokemon easily, but I don't know if it's quite a 5-star design. I can't put my finger on it, it just feels kind of off. Maybe it's the almost too simple face or the paper thin waist that takes away from it a little bit, but it's still incredible and awesome. 4.5 stars, which does mean that Leavanny gets the final score of 4.375 stars overall and could potentially stay on the top 5 if UNOVA doesn't get a perfect 5. Mega Dragonite exists now, that's cool, but anyway, we're rating them all and I can't believe that UNOVA has easily the best and the 2nd best regional bug types to its name. Venipede may not be as great as Sewaddle, but it's still really awesome. In battle, it has quite a bit lower stats actually, but still pretty solid attack, defense, and speed. Poison Point is a pretty nice ability though, and sure, this is the millionth bug poison type Pokemon, but that's not a bad typing. Its move pool is kind of awesome though. Defense Curl rollout shenanigans straight off the bat, and then Poison Tail level 12. Its downfall is having to get the little guy to level 22 to evolve. Otherwise, it's pretty good. 3 stars. Though, as you guys corrected me with Sewaddle, it's not actually available until right after the 2nd gym in UNOVA, but still before it in the sequels into Kalos, so still 5 stars. And well, pretty simply put, it's a brutally aggressive, poisonous roly-poly. Love this thing, but that's 2 stars. However, this is another case of why concept and design are separate categories. Sure, this thing is pretty simple, boring bug in concept, but it looks great. The color scheme is unique and eye-catching while delivering on the fact that it's a dangerous and poisonous bug. Its feelers on its head and tail look like they're meant for stabbing, even if the little guy actually bites instead. Unlike most early route bugs, it completely abandons the looking cute idea, and it works. 4 stars, which will land Venipede a decent 3.5 stars overall. I want you guys to know I'm completely serious when I say this. I may be a Gen 5 hater, but Whirlipede, yes, Whirlipede is a top 10 favorite Pokemon for me. We're rating them all, and honestly though, in battle it's odd. It only gains 10 attack upon evolution and actually gets 10 points slower, but its defense is obviously skyrocket. With its fitting 360 base stat total, I feel like this Pokemon was made almost in its entirety just to abuse the defense curl rollout combo, which to be fair, on a defensive Pokemon like this, that can get scary fast. Thankfully it does evolve only 8 levels in, because otherwise it would fall off really hard. It's pretty good, but sadly not that great regardless. 3.5 stars. Though it will keep Venipede's 5 stars in availability, but for concept, all they really added was the whole spinning and rolling around like a wheel crashing into its enemies thing, but that is just enough to turn it from a normal bug into a fantastical creature or a Pokemon. It's still not some amazing idea, but it is much cooler. 3.5 stars. But I will be totally transparent here. I want to give this thing a 5-star design so bad. I can't even explain why I love this Pokemon so much. It just looks so unique, yet still works perfectly as a Wrecking Ball, Roly-Poly, Centipede Pokemon. But I know that's probably not the most reasonable thing, as not only is Bug my favorite type, but this bug specifically is one of my favorites. So I will lean on the polls here who gave it a 4, and we'll meet in the middle at 4.5, which does mean that Whirlipede's final score is 4.125 stars overall, just short of the top 5. Scolipede is definitely a fan favorite bug Pokemon, even if it is a bit overshadowed by the GOAT middle stage. We're rating them all, and it is shockingly good in battle, actually. 100 attack, 112 speed, and even 89 in defense is very good for an earlier out bug type. And bug poison is a fine typing. Speed boost would be awesome if it wasn't a hidden ability, but even poison point has its uses. I'm pretty sure Steamroller was its signature move at the time, and it is pretty strong, and the rest of its move pool with Mega Horn, Poison Tail, genuinely great TM options, but also having Iron Defense, Agility, Double Team, and Swords Dance to then be able to baton pass out is kind of amazing. And that support potential, along with its own prowess, is what brings it up to 4.5 stars in battle prowess. And its availability is going to be 5 stars thanks to Venipede's early appearances and its pretty normal evolution levels. But I'm really not sure how to feel about its concept. It goes from pretty basic Centipede to a wrecking ball tire roly-poly who rolls and slams into enemies, then back to a Centipede, who, as far as I'm aware and can find in the Pokedex, completely abandons that idea. Sure, you could just point at the fact that it's based on a prehistoric giant centipede and venomous millipedes and maybe even some equine inspirations, but it just feels less than 3 stars. Then in design, as you can probably guess, I think Whirlipede looks way cooler, but that doesn't mean I think Scolipede looks bad by any means. Bug is still my favorite type, and this one is awesome. It's an 8-foot tall, 442-pound absolute unit of a horse-like centipede, keeping the bright colors to show off its dangerous and venomous nature. And I never even thought about the eyes being posed that way until I saw this comment. Why is the internet like this? Stop ruining Pokemon. But kind of the inverse of Whirlipede here. I probably would have given it a 4, but you guys gave it a pretty heavy 5. So we'll again meet in the middle with 4.5 stars, which actually will land Scolipede the final score of 4.25 stars overall and a spot on the top 5 for now. Cottonee is pretty interesting, but completely overshadowed by its evolution. We're rating them all, and it's pretty good in battle, with it being very clearly and successfully focused on a support role with its really good 60 defense and 66 speed for the early game. Even its special attack is awful, which shows that you should be focused on setting up Leech Seed, Stun Spores, and maybe some Growths or Cotton Spores while staying healthy with Mega Drain. Even more evidenced by its incredible Prankster ability, which really won't be useful all that often as Cottonee will outspeed most things early on anyway, but on the occasions that it doesn't, Priority Stun Spore is really nice. Amazing support, meh otherwise. 3 stars. You can get it after the second gym in UNOVA and its sequels, as well as on the first island in Alola, but a version exclusive in all of them except for in the sequels, where there's an in-game trade that basically nullifies the version exclusive penalty. So it comes out at 4.5 stars in availability. But it is actually a really cute combination of ideas for concept. It's based on both a cotton ball and sheep or their wool, which becomes much more obvious with its evolution's horns, as well as its new fairy typing also making much more sense for said evolution. But Cottonee itself also takes bits from lamb's ear plants and dandelion seeds by the way they let the wind carry them. It's a simple but cute idea for sure. 3 stars. And as I hinted at there in concept, it's just not quite as interesting as its design either. It's more or less a living cotton ball with leaf ear wings. There's sadly just not much else to even really go off of here. It doesn't look bad, but it doesn't really do anything interesting or appealing either. It's about as basic of a grass type design as it gets. 2.5 stars, so that will give Cottonee the final score of 3.25 stars overall. Whimsicott is a drastically underrated Pokemon. From battle prowess to its origin story, it's misunderstood. We're rating them all, and in battle, it absolutely carried my fairy-only Nuzlocke of Sun. It is an incredible support Pokemon while also being able to hold its own otherwise. When I got the fairy type in Gen 6, it instantly got so much better, even with the new quad weakness. Sure, its stats aren't amazing, around 70s and 80s for defense and special attack, but its 116 speed is really good, especially with its Prankster ability, which will give you priority status moves on the rare occasion that you don't outspeed. Like most Stone evolutions, it doesn't get many new moves after evolving, but in Gen 5, it really gets everything it needs for great support and staying power by level 26. Then in the newer games, you could stretch it to 35 or 37 if you want for Energy Ball and Cotton Guard, and then you get Dazzling Gleam by TM, which is great. Its stats may not be the most impressive, and this old video may not be either, but it does a great job at showing how great this Pokemon is. 4.5 stars. Its availability starts at Cottonee's 4.5, since the Sunstone is usually found like early to mid game, so it'll stay 4.5 stars. And Whimsicott's concept is so unbelievably better and more deep than Cottonee's that it's a shock they're even related. Where it is similar is the Cotton Ball or Sheep's Wool fluff, but that's really where it ends. Whimsicott being much heavier in the actual sheep inspiration to the point of being the ram in Unova's horoscope, but it seems to all come from the story of the mythical vegetable lamb of Tartary from the Middle Ages. But that's not even it. It also correctly received the fairy type in Gen 6 with inspiration from Brazilian folklore and its dex entries talking about its mischievous deeds of infiltrating into homes and playing pranks. Easily a 5-star concept. And its design, I'll admit, I was never a big fan of it at first glance. It's a fairly simple little cotton creature, but once you you start to pay attention and hear of its origins, the little green ram horns make perfect sense and look enough like plants to feed its grass typing, especially along with its little brown woodland fairy or tree spirit body. It's also just genuinely adorable. I was really on the fence here, but you guys voted it about where I was thinking too, so I'll go with 4.5 stars in design, which does give it a very nice 4.625 stars overall and a spot high up on the top 5. Petalil is just Cottonee, but better. We're rating them all, and its stats, however, are pretty good. 50s in defense is decent, and 70 in special attack is very good early on. It has almost the exact same move pool with very important Leech Seed, as well as Growth, Sleep Powder, Mega Drain, Synthesis, and the list goes on, depending on how long you want to wait to evolve it. Sure, it doesn't have the speed or prankster like Cottonee, but it's still bulky enough and way stronger to make better use of setup and recovery. It's a great early game grass type, it just falls off a bit before you get the Sunstone, 3.5 stars. But its availability is actually the exact same as Cottonee, since on this series we don't count DLC or the open world of Hisui or Paldea yet, 4.5 stars. However, in concept, it's okay. It's almost literally just a flower bulb, but I could possibly see it taking inspiration from princesses, which is more clear in its evolution, so 2 stars. And design-wise, well, it's basically the Gen 5 Oddish, but prettier and less interesting. There's really not a whole lot going on here that's noteworthy, but it's not a bad design. It's a pretty cute little flower girl that's kind of maybe dressed like a princess. I don't dislike it, it's fine. 3 stars. Okay, so maybe it's not better than Cottonee. It got the exact same 3.25 final score, just in a different way. Apparently, according to Ken Sugimori, Petalil and Lilligant were gonna have a 3rd evolution. We're rating them all, and that would have been awesome, albeit very broken, as Lilligant is already ridiculous in battle. It has okay bulk, but very good 110 special attack and 90 speed, which can get doubled in the sun with its chlorophyll ability. So then you pair that with great moves like Leech Seed, Sleep Powder, Synthesis, Giga Drain, etc. that it learned as a Petalil, and add, oh, I don't know, Quiver Dance. Probably the most broken move in all of Pokemon. This thing's potential for setup, recovery, and sweeps is absolutely out of hand. However, it doesn't get any coverage, like, at all, and that is sadly enough to keep it from getting 5 stars. 4.5 stars in battle prowess. Availability, though, will be the same as Whimsicott, as their pre-evolutions are found in the same places as version exclusives, as well as in the in-game trades that overrule said penalty. However, conceptually, it is a bit of a step up from Petalil, but nowhere near Whimsicott. Lilligant is based on a lily, while taking inspiration from extravagant princesses and their fashion from the 1700s. You could also throw in some ball gown or dancer aspects, but most of its dex entries pretty simply describe a pretty flower that smells good. Though I do have to point out this one from Moon. As soon as it finds a male to be its partner, the beautiful flower on its head darkens, droops, and withers away, which, I mean, make of that what you will, but it's pretty dark and hilarious. 3.5 stars. I do think that it has a very good design, though. Sure, it's a pretty simple flower girl at first glance, but its details are very well done. The pretty flower atop its head doubling as a fancy hat or even a princess's crown, then the longer leaves for hair and the big leaf ball gown. Even something I forgot to mention in the Petalil is the white face matching typical royal white makeup. It's a very pretty and well done design that thankfully stays more flower than humanoid. 4.5 stars, which will crown Lilligant the final score of 4.25 stars overall, and wow, UNOVA's grass types are doing great so far. Hold up, wait a minute, we might have actually found the worst UNOVA Pokemon overall. We're rating them all, and okay, at least in battle, UNOVA seems to be where power creep starts to, well, creep in. Even this dex filler fish is a lot better than I thought. Now, that's not to say they're amazing or anything, but in UNOVA, where good water types are kinda scarce, I mean, 98 speed, 92 attack, and even 80 in special attack isn't bad at all. Their move pool is also pretty good. You got Bite, Aqua Jet, Crunch, Aqua Tail, pretty solid with some coverage. Yet, funnily enough, in UNOVA, their abilities did differ between forms. Blue Stripe had Reckless, boosting its recoil moves, so Takedown, by 20%, and Red Stripe had Adaptability, boosting all of its water type moves same type attack bonus up to 2 times instead of 1.5, so it was much better. However, that was only in base Black and White. In every game since then, they've both had the chance to have either ability, so they'll get the same 3.5 stars in battle prowess. Their availability, though, is kind of all over the place. In Black and White, it's locked behind Surf, but there is one available for an in-game trade a bit earlier. But again, behind Surf in the sequels and around the same time in Kalos. In Alola, you can get it pretty early on the second island, then in Galar, you can get it before the first gym, but as a version exclusive in all of them, as far as I can find. And I think that counts here as they are separate Pokemon, but it still rounds to 3.5 stars. And conceptually, it sure is a fish. It's based on a few different fish, sure, but even Ken Sugimori said they made Basculin because there weren't enough fish in Unova, even to the point of giving it 2 forms to fill the decks. And yeah, that's 1 star. And well, sadly for design, they don't really do anything to rise above that shallow concept either. These don't even look like Pokemon, they're just fish. Aggressive fish with spiky fins and slightly different color palettes. I wonder if this is gonna be like Sock and Throw and people prefer the blue one. But for real, it's actually impressive how these things manage to both be kind of repulsive and extremely boring. 1 star. Which, oh hey, yeah, that's 2.25 stars overall, and indeed the lowest Unova score so far. Finally, one of the best evolution lines in Unova. We're rating them all, and little Sandile here is definitely high risk, high reward. It has a glass cannon stat spread of 72 attack, 65 speed, and 35 in its defenses. Its typing is also kind of a double-edged sword. It's great offensively, hitting 7 types for super effective damage, and defensively it has 2 really useful immunities, but 6 common weaknesses. Then it has 2 incredible abilities, both of which are among the best, but its move pool is bad. In Gen 5 at least, your strongest options as a Sandile are Assurance, Sand Tomb, and maybe Dig, depending on the game, until right before it evolves, which sadly really holds it back. If you're a glass cannon that can't even one-shot because you have no good moves, you're just a liability and wasted potential. 3 stars at best, sadly. By the way, make sure you don't miss the Crocodile episode, I have a very special guest coming on. But as for availability, you can get it before the 3rd gym in Unova and its sequels, then before the 2nd in Kalos on Ula Ula in Alola, and we don't count Galar's DLC or Paldea's open world yet, so it rounds up to 4.5 stars. And conceptually, it's pretty clear this is based on a baby Crocodilian with some burglar or gang underlings idea. Yet surprisingly, there isn't really anything in its dex entries to explain its dark typing. It's not evil at all, it just hides under the desert sands. I guess it's an ambush predator, but that doesn't sound very evil type to me at all. 2.5 stars. Design-wise though, it absolutely does fit the dark type, which is odd. I feel like it's usually the other way around. But its dark stripes reminiscent of old burglar outfits, as well as the dark goggles or burglar's mask, absolutely does a great job at showing its dark typing. Not to mention the little guy is just adorable, almost even having an excited little happy smile. This may be my leftover inner Florida man coming out, but I want it as a pet as long as it doesn't evolve. It's a simple design for sure, but that's not always a bad thing. 4 stars. So that will give Sandile a decent 3.5 stars overall. Krokorok is a very well done middle stage Pokemon. We're rating them all, and in battle it is basically the exact same conversation as Sandile. It of course has the same ground dark typing and again has glass cannon stats with great attack and speed, but really bad defenses. But where it does take a big step up is its move pool. Instead of being stuck with Sand Tomb and Assurance, you get Crunch, Dig, and probably Bulldoze along with a few other great TMs. So sure, it has the same relative stat situation, but now it has the tools to make use of said stats and either one of its top tier abilities. Its defenses do become an issue by level 40 though, so I think 4 stars is fair. Again, don't miss the next episode, I'm super excited about the special guest, and you will be too. But the only question for its availability is its evolution level, and to be fair, level 29 for a first evolution is very late, but you don't normally find Sandile until almost level 20 if not higher anyway, so it'll stay the same 4.5 stars. And for concept, it again doesn't really do anything to explain its dark typing. Sure, it moves in groups to fill in its gang member inspiration maybe, but there's nothing inherently evil about this Pokemon. In fact, it's usually stationary at night, so you can't even go the nocturnal route. But regardless, Crocodile Burglar gang member is a fairly unique concept, 2.5 stars. But I do think that this is just about the perfect middle stage design to bridge the gap between the eager and happy little Sandile and the intimidating and imposing Crocodile. Krokorok seems to portray more of the still confident but aloof young adult or troublesome goon. With its crossed arms and unimpressed look on its face, again, the black stripes and mask over its eyes do a great job at tying in the burglar parts of its inspiration. This is a very good design. I like it a lot. 4.5 stars. Which will dig up Krokorok's final score of 3.875 stars overall. I don't know if Crocodile has what it takes to be Unova's first perfect 5-star Pokemon, but it definitely is a contender for a top spot. We're rating them all, and I have a huge surprise guest for you guys in this video, but first, Crocodile is really interesting in battle. Ground Dark is a very cool typing, but it has its pros and cons. It's pretty awesome offensively, hitting a bunch of different types super effectively, and even defensively it has 2 immunities, but also 6 weaknesses. But thankfully, unlike its pre-evolutions, it sheds the glass cannon stat spread. It still has great 117 attack and 92 speed, but now also has 95 HP and decent enough defenses. Its move pool is also just incredible. Crunch, Earthquake, Brick Attack, Break, Dragon Claw, Shadow Claw, Rock Slide, Hone Claws, and Bulk Up. Fantastic. And then you throw on either one of its abilities, arguably 2 of the best possible, and that's definitely enough to give it 5 stars. But this is where we do kind of start to see the late evolutions in Unova, but really 40 isn't that bad considering it's only 11 levels after Krokorok, so it'll stay 4.5 stars. Okay, so it may not be a perfect 5, but now I'm really excited to hand over the concept and design section to the person whose own series about these very same topics was genuinely like 60 to 70% of the inspiration for me to do this series.
Thank you, and hey, it's nice that when my heart is being weighed on the scales against the feather by Anubis, I can point to this series and say, hey look, some good came of my actions. And what I'll say about Crocodile is the concept makes perfect sense. It starts as a small-time criminal, graduates to a slick, confident, full-on felon, and now here it takes on the form of the big bad boss of the gang. This is a very natural progression, a very logical one, but that's kind of the problem. This is the most obvious, logical, middle-of-the-road progression possible from this idea, so there's no surprise or innovation here. There's nothing bad about it, but there's really also nothing exceptional to praise about it either, which to me is the very definition of a 3-star idea. In design execution, on the other hand, it fares somewhat better, with a red and rageful primary color, and its eye mask elongating into angry eyes, flirting with the shape of straight-up devil horns on the silhouette. It's a big step up in intensity and visual feeling of power from the laid-back chill vibes of Krokorok. It loses the stereotypical convict suit markings in favor of sharp, fang-like stripes, and its head and jaws get much bigger proportionally to its body, again emphasizing the power of its bite, its ability to harm. In this way, it visually almost abandons the ground type to go all in on dark type instead, which does work pretty well with the idea of it now being the crime boss rather than the grunt who does the groundwork. So it doesn't have an exciting concept, but it does execute on it very cleanly. So I guess that would be a 4.5 stars in the ratings, although I feel really weird giving fractions to one of these things. I am so used to letter grades.
Man, you put us in the same video and I realize how much room I still have to improve in the emphasis, details, and breakdowns of these Pokemon. I appreciate you coming on, truly a literal inspiration. But anyway, that grants Crocodile the 4.25 star final score and a spot on the top 5, though it may be short-lived. 2 heavy-hitting Unova lines in a row, yes please. Overrating them all, and I know that I called Sandile high risk, high reward, but Darumaka makes that seem like a joke. This little guy takes it to the next level. Firstly, its hustle ability literally makes its attacks a lot stronger, but riskier to use. Its stats also tell a similar story. 90 attack for a first stage is insane, but it's balanced by the fact that it is both slow and pretty bad defenses. Its HP makes up for it a bit, but not really enough. Its moves are also pretty nuts. Fire Fang, Headbutt, Fire Punch, Work Up, and Thrash before it evolves is ridiculously strong for that point in the game. This one is tough to judge, as you're all but guaranteed at least 1 KO with this thing, but that might be as long as it lasts. We'll go with 4 stars in Battle Prowess. Yet for availability, the only place you can get Darumaka as far as we count in this series is Unova and its sequel, in both of which it is found before the 3rd gym, so that's 4.5 stars. Its concept is really interesting, but also like a direct copy and paste. It is pretty much literally a Daruma doll, but alive and gets its fire type from the traditional Daruma burning ceremony. The fact that it can't be tipped over when it's sleeping is also directly taken from a specific Daruma doll, so very cool and obviously makes perfect sense, but I feel like that's too literal for 5 stars. I think 4 stars is fair for concept. But design, I will be totally honest here, I've never thought the little dude looked good at all. But to be fair, I never knew what it was. I just thought it was an ugly little pig monkey baby thing. It is much better now that I know what it is, but again, look at this. This is like literally this exact Daruma doll. I'll go with 3 stars in design. But still, Darumaka gets a solid final score of 3.875 stars overall. Darmanitan might actually be the most broken Pokemon for our playthrough in its home region. Overrating them all, and let me lay out for you how ridiculous this Pokemon's power balance is. Firstly, it has 140 base attack, 105 HP, and even 95 speed. Sure, its defenses are bad, but considering you get this monstrosity at level 35, and it has the Sheer Force ability, boosting its moves like Fire Punch and Flare Blitz by 30% on top of its stab bonus, meaning it is very rarely not going to just outright one-shot its opponent. Oh, and it even has Belly Drum and plenty of other great moves to add insult to injury if you're brave enough. One of the easiest 5 stars of the series. Though availability, as we know with Darumaka, is weird. As far as we count in this series, it's only available in Unova, where you can get it before the 3rd gym, so 4.5 stars. Though Darumaka got 4 stars in concept for being a very literal interpretation of the Daruma dolls at said burning ceremony, Darmanitan adds just enough to take it to the next level. It of course is still based on said burning Daruma dolls, but now leaning more into the gorilla-like appearance of some of them. And its Zen mode specifically, which will get its own video explaining it, leans leans even further into the Buddhist monk who popularized Zen practices, and even possibly the three wise monkeys, which I guess this is still the same Pokemon, so it all counts here. 5 stars. However, as much as I've always loved Darmanitan, that was kind of in spite of its design. It is just such a monster that I didn't care how it looked. Now, it's not a bad design at all, especially now that I've learned more of its inspiration. It's grown on me a lot. I do think that the gorilla aspects add a lot to it and give it much more character, helping portray how powerful this thing really is, even more so with the flaming eyebrows and exhaust fumes coming from its burning interior. It's definitely unique, you can't deny that, even if its face and body shape are odd. They do fit the purpose extremely well. 4.5 stars, which will rise Darmanitan up to 4.75 stars overall, tying for the top spot in Unova so far. Darmanitan is one of the best Unova Pokemon, period, but its Zen mode specifically is almost an entirely different Pokemon. We're running them all, and that is especially true in battle, turning the somewhat frail and speedy monster of a physical attacker into a slow but incredibly bulky special attacker. 105s in HP and both defenses is fantastic, and it shifts that ridiculous 140 to special attack, which obviously pairs greatly with its new psychic typing. Sure, it doesn't really get any special moves by level up, but it gets all of the good ones you would need by TM anyway. But the way Zen mode itself works changes things a bit. The only way to access this mode is by having your Darmanitan drop below 50%. Now, I'll admit I've never actually used this since it's a hidden ability that is so difficult to find, but as far as I can see, it looks kind of amazing. I don't see any reason why it should dip below 5 stars. Availability kind of shows why this episode is more so just for fun, since it's technically the same Pokemon with 4.5 star availability, but in order to get one with Zen mode in Unova, you need a Rage Candy Bar, which you can receive after getting the 6th gym, which I'll admit I didn't know that that's how you got it, so we'll just use that as its encounter time and it'll get 2.5 stars. And in concept, it obviously leans fully into the Zen aspects and inspirations behind the Daruma dolls themselves, which were originally modeled after the Buddhist monk who founded the Zen traditions itself within Buddhism. I think. I'm obviously not a Buddhism expert here, so I'm sorry if I got that wrong. It also takes bits from the Daruma dolls who can't be toppled over, and even then the 3 wise monkey thing, which we'll get into in design. 5 stars. Zen mode itself appears more like a statue, of course, quite literally in the overworld of Unova, but that is very fitting, as when Darmanitan is harmed in battle, it hardens into a Zen-like meditation, sharpening its mind and spirit. The 3 wise monkey part might be a bit of a stretch here, but I could see it, as it is covering its ears and closing its eyes and mouth, as to not see, hear, or speak evil. This may not be the most visually exciting Pokemon, but it is a very effective and interesting design. 4.5 stars. And hey, even Zen mode gets 4.25 stars overall and a spot on the suddenly crowded Unova top 5. Maractus is one of the most forgettable Pokemon ever. We're rating them all, and firstly, well, 2 things. 1, I want to fix Zen mode Darmanitan, as basically every single comment on all 3 platforms told me how wrong I was there, which, to be fair, I did admit that I've never used it before, so I appreciate the input, and I'll bring it down to 3.5, which will bring its final score to 3.875. And 2, well, sorry, but in an attempt at avoiding demonetization, you have to look at my ugly mug now. Anyway, in typical Gen 5 fashion, Maractus is much better than you'd think. Sure, it's slow, and its defenses aren't good, but 106 special attack is pretty solid, and its chlorophyll ability does help patch up its slow speed. Its move pool, though, is not good in Gen 5. It doesn't really get any support that you would typically want from a grass type. Thankfully, in Gen 8, they fixed that and give it the nasty combo of Spiky Shield and Leech Seed. It can hit pretty hard, but I think 3.5 stars is probably fair. Then it is available after the 3rd gym in Unova, its sequels, and Galar actually, so it's 4 stars in availability. It is a fun idea, though, mixing Prickly Pear or Bunny Ear Cactus visually, with the fact that it shakes and dances rhythmically and sounds like a maraca to fend off predators. Nice try, Maractus, but Ludicolo is the far superior Mexican dance Pokemon. Still a pretty cute idea though, 3 stars. And design-wise, it's probably around the same idea. It's a pretty unique looking Pokemon, but even in its moving sprites, you would never have any idea this was supposed to be some dancing musical cactus. If anything, it's more like a Cacnea style, just little cactus guy. Not a bad design, but not great. 2.5 stars, which will give Maractus the final score of 3.25 stars overall. Gen 5 is where we almost officially have no more, like, bad Pokemon in battle. We're rating them all, and of course I mean for playthroughs, but even this unassuming rock bug has 85 defense, 65 attack, and pretty solid HP and speed. Both of its abilities are pretty useful too. Its move pool is okay early on with Withdraw, Smackdown, and Bug Bite, but adding Slash, Rock Slide, and Stealth Rocks later on is really nice. Its main drawback is its later evolution, where Dwebble will drop off pretty hard. 3 stars in battle prowess. You can get it after the 3rd gym in Unova and its sequels, then before the 2nd in Kalos, and then after you unlock Sandstorm and Galar, so after the 3rd gym. And and Dweble's availability still averages to 4.5 stars, which I feel like every single UNOVA Pokemon has gotten. But as for concept, I have a special guest coming on the Crustle episode to explain it much better than I can. But simply put, it's a hermit crab that uses rocks as shells. But instead of finding said rocks, it melts a hole in them using the liquid that it secretes from its mouth. Okay, first triple type confirmed, I guess. Still though, I think about 3 stars is fair. And you guys know I'm a sucker for bug types, but Dwebble is kind of adorable. It is very simple. There's not a lot going on in this design to make it very interesting or unique at all. However, it still looks really good. You can tell it packs a punch with those
Big, meaty claws!
and his little eye things are cute. It's a good design, 3.5 stars, which will bury little Dwebble in the middle ground of 3.5 stars overall. Crustle is, I guess, an interesting Pokemon that some love way more than others. We're rating them all, and I have another special guest for you guys on this episode, but for now, this thing is kind of a monster in battle, actually. Bug Rock is not a bad typing at all, with very few weaknesses, which pairs nicely with either one of its defensive abilities and its 125 defense. 105 attack is nothing to scoff at either, and its move pool is kind of amazing. Stealth Rock, Rock Slide, X-Scissor, Shell Smash, TMs like Earthquake, Rock Polish, and Swords Dance. I feel like I'm going crazy for saying this, but that's at least 4.5 stars in battle prowess. Availability is right on the cusp of whether or not I would give it a penalty, but I don't think I will here, so it'll stay Dweble's 4.5 stars. So now I'll hand it off to someone who can explain its concept far better than I can.
Crustle's concept seems relatively straightforward at first glance. The typing may seem arbitrary until you realize that hermit crabs are actually not born with their own shells. They take the discarded shells from sea snails. Sea snails, by contrast, actually do grow their own shells. They excrete a combination of calcium carbonate as well as other organic proteins that build up in layers to create the strength that they need for their shell. But you might be thinking, Finn, you're talking about sea snails, this is a tangent, what are you talking about? Stay with me. I've been known to drop a rock fact every once in a while, and did you know that the sedimentary rock limestone is primarily made of calcium carbonate? Now, with sedimentary rocks, you'll typically see them with a lot of banding as they like to layer on top of each other, but they're not very sturdy until they are put under high pressure over a long period of time, closer to the Earth's crust. That pressure over a long period of time lets them take on some metamorphic properties as it turns into what's called a gneiss. A paragneiss to be exact, which tends to look like this. That looks pretty familiar, doesn't it? All of this context coming together in what would otherwise be a really simple design makes the Crustle Lion a paragneiss Pokemon, if I do say so myself. Overall, I would give Crustle's concept a 4.5 stars because although that's really interesting to me, it does make the concept rather unapproachable to get to the core of what makes Crustle a really cool Pokemon. Crustle's design is really solid overall. It's not super flashy, which I do think that leads it to be forgotten by a lot of the fans sometimes. I really do think that its simplicity lends itself well to what the Pokemon is trying to accomplish. It has a very unified, almost monochromatic color palette that I think feels very chic, as well as a very shapy design presence that lends itself well to really any art style, which makes it a very versatile Pokemon for Pokemon card art. Crustle also has a very clear and distinguishable silhouette, which is a design principle drilled into the head of every illustrator studying character design. I would give the overall design 5 stars.
And this is the fun part of this series and Pokemon as a whole. We all have very different favorites and opinions. I personally would have given it like a 3.5 in concept and about a 3 in design. So for now, I'll meet in the middle and go with 4 stars in both, but let me know which one you agree with as I am open to change. Oh, and Crustle's final score is 4.25 stars, so it's in the top 5 for now. Okay, I'll admit it. I am constantly blown away by how good so many of these UNOVA Pokemon are. We're rating them all, and of course I mean in battle, where Scraggy is no different. Dark Fighting is also a really cool type, which in Gen 5 only had 2 weaknesses, until Gen 6 of course gave it the quad weakness to Fairy. And its stats are shockingly good for how early you can get it. 75 attack and 70s in defenses are really good, until you realize you have to evolve at level 39, where it will be heavily outclassed. But Moxie is an incredible ability, which along with its very good move pool does help a lot. But having to wait that far into game to evolve it does hold it back. It's probably a 4 or so early on and probably about a 3 later, so we'll give it a 3.5 in battle prowess. And you can get Scraggy before the 3rd gym in UNOVA and its sequels, before the 2nd in Kalos, at the end of Ula Ula and Alola, and before the 3rd gym in Galar, so that will average out to 4 stars. And Scraggy as a whole really just embodies the punk hoodlum teenager stereotype. It's based on a lizard and uses its molted, stretchy skin as saggy pants, which, yeah, plays straight into that stereotype. And so do its dex entries. It immediately headbutts anybody who makes eye contact with it, and they walk around slowly in groups waiting for people to engage. What this Pokemon is based off of may be obnoxious, but it's a pretty hilarious idea for a Pokemon. 4 stars. But I don't think its design really reads that way at all. To me, it always seemed like a toddler trying to hike up its footy pajamas though it doesn't trip and fall. Yes, this is clearly some sort of lizard, but in no way does it come off as a hoodlum or either one of its types really at all. If you told me this was a pure normal type or even normal dragon, I would have 100% believed believed you. It's a fairly cool looking and unique Pokemon, but it just doesn't live up to its potential, 3 stars, which will end up giving Scraggy the final score of 3.625 stars overall. Scrafty is one of the more interesting Gen 5 Pokemon. Orbiting them all in, firstly, it is very good in battle. 90 attack is pretty nice, and 115 in both defenses is even better. Sure, it's slow, but it does have the incredible Moxie ability and a great level of move pool in Gen 5. Brick Break, Crunch, and even Payback to take advantage of its lower speed, not to mention its great TMs like Dragon Claw and Bulk Up. But holy crap, the TMs and TRs that it gets in Gen 8 are actually insane. Dark Fighting is also just an awesome type combination. I think it's probably about a 4 in Gen 5 and pushing a 5 in Gen 8, so I'll go with 4.5 stars in battle prowess. Sadly though, its availability has to take a bit of a hit. You get Scraggy at a very low level in most games, so that grind to level 39 is pretty painful. 3.5 stars. But as I also said with Scraggy, it's basically the little lizard hoodlum punk Pokemon, with its molted skin and saggy pants diving even further into those very questionable stereotypes to be in a Pokemon game. It's a dark fighting type, and groups of them beat up anybody who comes into their territory. And they take great care of their friends, family, and turf. Well, I mean, it's definitely an interesting choice for a Pokemon if you take away the very questionable cultural ramifications. I guess it's a 4-star Pokemon concept? Though I do think that Scrafty portrays that idea better than Scraggy, however, still not, like, well. The saggy pants skin thing is definitely its most notable feature, and its color scheme this time does do a much better job at helping its dark and fighting typing, with its darker underbelly and bright red mohawk showing its punk side. Much better looking than Scraggy, a pretty cool looking Pokemon, but still not amazing. 4 stars. So that will bring Scrafty to the final score of 4 stars overall. Sigilyph fits much better as a Johto Pokemon than Unova. Orbiting them all, and it just kind of sticks out like a sore thumb in Unova, but it is unironically probably your best flying type option for a black and white playthrough. Its stats aren't amazing by any means, but 103 special attack, 97 speed, and 80s in defense are very solid. Psychic flying is an okay typing, but it does have more weaknesses than you'd expect. And both of its abilities are really nice defensively, though Magic Guard is obviously superior. But its move pool is definitely its shining asset. You have Tailwind, Psybeam, and Air Cutter early on, then the Screens, Psychic, and Air Slash later. Not to mention its plethora of good TMs for offense, support, and setup. 4 stars in battle prowess. You can get it fairly early on too, actually right before or after the 3rd gym. In Unova, it sequels Kalos and Galar, so it just barely averages out to 4.5 stars. It has a very cool concept too. It's pretty directly based on the avian-style Nazca lines, which are giant geoglyphs found scattered across the southern deserts of Peru, as well as taking inspiration from Native American totems, and the Pokemon itself is a guardian of an ancient ruined city that never strays from its post. Obviously 5 stars. And design-wise, it's very unique. As I said at the start, I do feel like it fits the vibe and art style of Johto better, but that's not a knock on it or anything, it's just an observation. It's a very eye-catching Pokemon regardless, but what came first, the chicken or the egg? No, for real though, it looks pretty cool. I really like the color scheme of the wings and tails contrasting against the black parts of its design. It's definitely an odd one, but it has grown on me quite a bit. 4 stars, which will give Sigilyph a very surprising 4.375 stars overall. Oh, and a spot on the ever-growing top 5. Ghost-type Pokemon may not be my favorite, but they have a case for being the coolest. Orbiting them all, and Yamask is pretty much your basic ghost type in battle, with the typical Nightshade and status stuff, but now that Hex is a thing, that archetype is immediately so much better. Its stats do help with that as well, having pretty nice defenses and decent enough special attack for that point in the game. I'm gonna go with 3 stars in battle prowess, even though I feel like the 3s and the 3.5s are starting to get super repetitive in Unova, but I mean, I guess that's just a testament to how well balanced this region is. But unless I'm missing something, the only place you can find Yamask anywhere is in Relic Castle in both Unova games, which I guess is fitting, and it gives it 4 stars in availability. And conceptually, Yamask is about as creepy as it is interesting. It's based on Egyptian depictions of different kinds of disembodied souls carrying death masks, which is all but confirmed in its dex entries talking about how it is the spirit of a long past human carrying a mask that is its old face. Ghost types really do just crush concepts. 5 stars. Though its design is simple for such a cool concept, it still pulls it off very well. Its dark spirit body resembling the Eye of Horus is just one of those things that just like clicks the first time that you hear it. The vaguely beak shape of its face also ties in further to the Egyptian spirits I mentioned earlier, as they are normally depicted as bird-like. This is a very good first stage ghost design. 4 stars, which will summon Yamask the final score of 4 stars overall. Coffagrigus might actually be one of the best Unova Pokemon overall. We're rating them all, and firstly, it is very good in battle. Okay, yes, obviously it's slow, but it makes up for that with its 145 defense, 105 special defense, and 95 special attack. Its mummy ability is really cool stylistically, but realistically only has like niche uses. Its move pool though is great: Shadow Ball, Hex, and Will-O-Wisp by level up, Calm Mind for setup, and plenty of support and coverage options to go with it. This one is like right on the fence, but I feel like its great stats plus its diversity of uses in battle is gonna give it that 5 stars. Availability though will stay the same 4 stars as Yamask, since its evolution level really isn't bad at all, especially for Unova. And upon evolution, it strays away from the wandering spirit, carrying its mass to an almost D&D style mimic with its propensity to eat gold and trick grave robbers into teaching them a lesson. While visually, it very clearly takes inspiration from an Egyptian sarcophagus, both of which tied to its mummy ability, as said sarcophagi were said to leave curses on anybody who came into contact with them. Another easy ghost type 5-star concept. Its design may not be flashy, you could even argue that it's simple, but as I said many times throughout the land that is simple that I love, Kanto, that's not a bad thing at all if it's done right. And Cofagrigus does. The golden sarcophagus with King Tut's headdress hiding those almost piercing or evil red eyes and that sharp smile. All of which distract you from the giant spectral hands that are there to drag you to your doom and turn you into a mummy. Ghost types aren't even my favorite, but they are a downright cheat code when it comes to concept of design, and it seems like you guys are with me on this one. I'm gonna give that 5 stars, which solidifies Cofagrigus' final score as 4.75 stars overall, leaving 2 whole scores still untouched above these. Tirtouga and Caracosta, or however you say it, might be the most forgettable fossil Pokemon. We're rating them all, and it is very odd in battle. Most notably is its solid rock ability, which paired with its water rock typing is really nice to chop down that quad weakness to a 3 times, but its stats just leave a lot to be desired. 78 attack and 103 defense is really nice and all, but 45 special defense and 22 speed, you have to be very careful. Its move pool is decent though: Roll Out, Aqua Jet, and Crunch early on, then you get Curse later on for setup. Mind your matchups and it's pretty solid, but its later evolution level will hold it back a bit, 3.5 stars. Its availability though is all over the place. You can get it as early as the 4th gym in Unova, but not until the post-game in the sequels, then pretty late into Akala as a version exclusive in Alola, which does mean it averages out to 2.5 stars. Though conceptually, this is pretty clearly just a baby turtle. Granted, it is based on a giant prehistoric baby sea turtle, and the baseline idea for a revived fossil Pokemon is cool enough, so 3 stars. Though I do actually prefer this little guy's design over its evolutions. It is obviously very simple. This is a blue turtle, and nothing about it really screams revived fossil either, but it is pretty cute. 3 stars, which does actually just round out its final score to 3 stars overall. Is it Caracosta or Caracosta? Either way, it's a story of wasted potential. We're rating them all, and it is obviously a very similar story to Tirtouga in battle. Its water rock typing isn't great, but its solid rock ability does help chop down those weaknesses. And again, it has great physical defense, pretty good attack, and even usable special attack. But it's still far too slow considering its low special defense. Now it does have Aqua Jet to get around that offensively, as well as plenty of other really good moves that it can use, including Shell Smash, which is very risky for a Pokemon that's this slow and not that bulky. This one is really hard to narrow down, but I think 4 stars is fair. But for availability, getting it from level 25 to 37 in Unova isn't that bad, but getting it from 15 to 37 in Alola is. So it'll get a penalty to Alola's score specifically, which still just averages out to 2.5 stars. And conceptually, it seems to be a mix of a revived ancient giant sea turtle and a modern day leatherback sea turtle. But its dex entries are so brutal, they sound more like a giant crocodile or shark than a turtle. Overall, it's a very basic but pretty cool idea for a fossil Pokemon, 3.5 stars. But its design is the reason why I say this is wasted potential or a missed opportunity. You take this giant and absolutely brutal ancient extinct sea turtle and you turn it into this? Like, this is what you land on? This is just a normal sea turtle. Even with its admittedly pretty cool looking little helmet, it doesn't really do much at all to stand out or look that interesting. So here's your next installment of I can't believe this Pokemon got voted 5 stars.
What do you think?
I like turtles.
All right.
And I get that, turtles are cool, and this isn't a bad design, but I think 3 stars is more fair, which will revive Caracosta's final score to 3.25 stars overall. The Archeops line is where the idea of every fossil Pokemon needing to be a rock type really kind of falls apart. We're rating them all, and Archon, whatever, is honestly kind of ridiculous in battle. 112 attack and 70 speed for a first stage Pokemon is insane. And sure, rock flying isn't the best type, but it's not bad at all. Its move pool is decent and has some options, but all you really need to know know is acrobatics and agility to sweep and just stomp everything that doesn't resist it in the early to mid game. But its later evolution level and awful ability, which we'll talk more about with said evolution, does hold it back, 3.5 stars. Its availability is actually the same as Tirtouga's at a sad 2.5 stars, and really, so is its concept. Tirtouga is based on a proto-turtle, and Archon is based on an Archaeopteryx, one of the earliest species of bird, which is also almost exactly said in the dex entries. I personally think it's cooler, but that doesn't mean it deserves a higher score, 3 stars. But again, why is this a rock type? Makes no sense here. Its design, though, I have very mixed feelings about. Looking at it as a whole, it's super goofy and honestly kind of ugly. But I love the details, and the color scheme is really pleasing. I like how the feathers at the end have that vibrant blue contrasting against the other yellow feathers and its red skin. I really didn't know where to go with this one, so I'll lean on the same area you guys voted it at, and I'll go at 3.5 stars, which will land Archon the final score of 3.125 stars overall and a spot alongside the turtles on the fossil bottom 5. Archeops is just a story of what could have been. Orbiting them all, and though that may be the consensus on this Pokemon in the community, I feel like I'm higher on it than most. Let's get right to the ugly part, its ability, Defeatist. When this Pokemon's HP falls below 50%, both of its attack stats are cut in half, which is obviously a huge detriment, but you cannot overestimate the amount of destruction this Pokemon can dish out in the meantime. 140 base attack, 110 speed, and even 112 special attack. Acrobatics is an absolute cheat code with this Pokemon, but it does get plenty of other great options like U-Turn, Rock Slide, Dragon Claw, and Earthquake. This rating isn't just based on how much of the game can this Pokemon sweep by itself, but more so how much does this Pokemon contribute to your team throughout a playthrough? And the answer to that question is a lot, with however many KOs it can get before it gets brought too low, and then you can just U-Turn out and do the exact same thing in the next battle. It may not be your workhorse 3 down back, but it is one fantastic leadoff hitter. Not quite a 5, as said downside still exists, but an easy 4.5 stars in battle prowess. I can't believe I forgot to record this part, but its availability is the same as Archon's 2.5 stars. But conceptually, it does take a bit of a step up from the others. It is of course based on the Archaeopteryx, one of the earliest species of bird to split off from dinosaurs. But behaviorally, they seem to take more inspiration from other types of raptors who are intelligent and hunt in packs, usually from the ground. There could also be some Mesoamerican feathered serpent aspects, which comes off pretty well in its design. 4 stars. And I personally love this thing's design. It's shocking how many messages I got from people who absolutely despise this thing, even though it still got pulled 5 stars like everything else. I think it looks awesome. Sure, its color scheme may be a lot, but I think that's actually its strong suit. I like how the color of feathers change the longer they get, showing an almost layering of different length feathers, with the thicker woolly yellow feathers closer to the body and the longer, thinner blue ones for the wings. And I do like how they strayed further away from the weird little bird look that Archon had, more towards the feathered dino raptor look here. And its face along with the color scheme really help show that Mesoamerican feathered serpent look, along with how many dragon moves it learns. One of the coolest fossil designs, 5 stars, which does actually land Archeops 4 stars overall, and right next to Aerodactyl on the fossil's top 5. Oh, it's the trash bag Pokemon, easily in my bottom 5 least favorite Pokemon of all time. But we're rating them all, and I will do my best to be fair. It has that weird Snivy stat spread of being fast and bulky, but mid attacks. Of course, it doesn't get Leech Seed to make it immediately better, but to be fair, early Toxic Spikes and Acid Spray, which harshly lowers special defense, is really nice, and then you get Sludge Bomb later on. Stench is a niche but fun ability, but it will barely come up since most of its attacks are special. This would be a pretty decent early game Pokemon, but you get it a bit later and it's just awful by the time it evolves. 2.5 stars in battle prowess. Oh yeah, and I want to update Archon's battle prowess to 4 instead of 3.5, I was just a bit too low on it. But Trubbish's availability is weird in Unova. In the originals, you can get it around the 4th gym, but then in the sequels, you can get it before the 3rd in Black 2, but again, around the 4th in White 2 for some reason. Then it's on Ula Ula in Alola and right away in Galar, so it does average out to 4 stars. But concept is where this is very clearly just the Gen 5 reskin of Grimer, both of which are the city pollution Pokemon. But instead of a horror movie or RPG style slime monster, it's a trash bag. 2 stars. And design-wise, I mean, what am I supposed to say positively about this pile of garbage? I've never been a big fan of the zero brain cell looking Pokemon at all, but then you triple down by making it a reskin and completely repulsive. And sure, I may be lower on it than most, but even the everything gets a 5 polls gave it like a 2 or a 3. The main argument is, oh, it's supposed to be an ugly pile of garbage. That means it's a 5-star design. No. It looks terrible, and I don't care if that's the point. I don't want this thing anywhere near me or my team of Pokemon. Pokemon. The only positive that I can say is at least it looks better than its evolution. 1.5 stars. Which dumps this trash bag down to 2.5 stars overall and tying my other least favorite Pokemon in the bottom 5. How is this disgusting trash heap the only Gen 5 Pokemon to get a G-Max form? What? We're running them all, and it isn't even very good in battle. Stench is an okay but very niche ability, and weak armor is just not good on this Pokemon. Lowering defense and raising speed on a not very bulky Pokemon that isn't really even going to be capable of sweeping afterwards is just not a good idea. Its moves are pretty good though. Toxic Spikes, Acid Spray, Amnesia, Body Slam, Gunk Shot, and a stupid amount of TMs that it has no business learning. It's not terrible in battle, but it's not very good either. 3 stars. Its availability though is decent, as we saw with Trubbish, so it'll stay 4 stars. But again, this is just the less interesting version of Gen 1's city pollution Pokemon, Muck, who sure isn't the coolest Pokemon either, but an RPG-style horror movie slime monster is cooler than a pile of garbage. 2 stars. Oh, but its design. Its design is just disgusting. Oh, but it's supposed to be disgusting. That means it's a good design. Okay, maybe, sure, I'm not denying the artistic talent of the Pokemon Company of making effective designs, but that doesn't mean this isn't one of the worst looking and most repulsive Pokemon in the entire franchise. But that difference in how we judge design between either just the eye test or like how effective of a design it is really on display here, as this is one of the largest discrepancies between the polls on 2 different platforms that I've ever seen. But no, I don't hate object Pokemon. Some of them, including the ones in Gen 5, are really cool, but not this one. 1 star. Which piles up into the final score of 2.5 stars overall, tying Trubbish in the bottom 5. Hot take, but I actually like Zorua a lot more than Zoroark. We're rating them all, and really, they are both very unique and interesting Pokemon. Starting with their signature ability, Illusion, which, if used correctly, in certain battles can give you basically a free first turn, which is really nice since Zorua is very frail with like 40 in HP and defenses. Now, 80 special attack and 65 in speed and attack would be really nice for an early game Pokemon, but its move pool is really bad. It doesn't get a single special move by level up, and you're basically stuck with just feint attack up until right before you evolve. It's very disappointing. 2.5 stars. And I'm honestly shocked at how bad its availability is. In its debut games, it's just not available at all, unless you have a Celebi from a 15-year-old event. So stupid. But you do get one as a gift around the 5th gym in the sequels, then on the first route in Alola, but not until around the 8th gym in Kalos. And we don't count DLC or the open worlds of Hisui or Paldea yet, so thanks to Alola, it still manages to get 2.5 stars. But concept and design is where this line shines bright. You could argue that this is the Gen 5 reskin of Eevee, but instead of a mutating fox-like creature, it's a shape-shifting fox-like creature. Zorua's concept may not be as, original or creative, I guess, but it is much deeper, taking inspiration from folklore all over the world, ranging from things like the Kitsune from Japan, changelings from Europe, and tricksters, etc., of which a lot of them are depicted as tricksy fox-like creatures. Then Zorua uses said illusions to escape and be safe. 5 stars. And like I said at the start, I actually prefer Zorua over Zoroark's design quite a bit. Little Zorua manages to merge so many different appeals into one Pokemon. It's absolutely adorable, clearly devious, and you could argue it's one of the prettier Pokemon, especially that shiny, one of the best, for sure. The color scheme is fantastic, it's cool, it's unique, it very clearly shows the idea. That's an easy 5-star design, which will give Zorua a pretty decent 3.75 stars overall. Zoroark is one of, if not the most popular Gen 5 Pokemon, but how will it do as we rate them all? It's a bit tricky to use in battle, but it can be really awesome. Partly thanks to its signature ability Illusion, which if planned for and used correctly can basically give you a free first turn, but it is admittedly pretty inconsistent in a playthrough. Then it has the prototypical frail, fast sweeper stat spread with 120 special attack Shining, which is kind of wasted on the fact that most of its good moves are physical. Foul Play, Night Slash, U-Turn, it even gets Swords Dance by TM. Now it does get Calm Mind, Nasty Paw, and at least Shadow Ball, but the best special dark move that it gets in Gen 5 is Snarl until it learns Night Daze at level 64. But to be fair, this is a good problem to have. It can be a very effective sweeper in either direction. 4.5 stars in battle prowess. But Zorua's availability was just awful as we saw, only getting a 2.5 thanks to Alola saving it, so Zoroark will of course get 2.5. Then upon evolution, it takes a much darker and almost storybook style folk turn conceptually. They're both based on fox-like trickster folklore across different cultures like the Kitsune, changelings, werewolves, and tricksters. But now instead of using its illusions to run away, Zoroark Zoroark uses them to trap and punish people who dare venture into its lair. 5 stars. But design-wise, I think it's a tad overrated. Now, it's still awesome, I get that. The color scheme is fantastic. You cannot go wrong with black and red. And then you throw on that like green-blue hair tie thing that matches its eyes. Nice touch. Like Zoroark, it does a fantastic job showing the trickster fox-like Pokemon idea, and I do like how its general spikiness shows its more mature and dangerous nature. But it's just always seemed a bit off to me. Maybe it's the proportions of the toothpick-style arms and waist in contrast to the giant ponytail in replacement of a fox's tail. Also, not that it matters, but it doesn't look anywhere near as good as its Hisuian form, which is one of the coolest Pokemon ever. But still, Zoroark is a very cool-looking Pokemon. I just can't quite put my finger on it. Something feels off. 4.5 stars, which will give Zoroark the final score of 4.125 stars overall, just short of the top 5. Hey, if nothing else, at least Minccino is really cute. Or rating them all, and it actually does have Technician, which is an incredible ability which will help boost its moves like Tail Slap, Tail Whip, Swift, etc. But that's really not gonna do much coming off of 50 base attack. Sure, it's on the faster side, but it's also very frail. It's just sadly weak and doesn't really offer much else. 2 stars in battle prowess. Which is made worse by the fact that it isn't even an early game Pokemon. At least in Unova, you can't get it until after the 4th gym, other than in White 2 specifically, where you can get it before the 3rd. Then it's on Ula Ula in Alola and Galar to the rescue again, where it's available in the opening wild area, so that does help bring its average up to 4 stars. And this little fluff should be on the top of everyone's Pokemon I want in real life list. It's basically a clean freak chinchilla who uses its tail as like a duster, a broom, a mop, whatever you need. Sure, it's not the coolest or the best concept, but it's pretty cute. 3 stars. And for design, I mean, I feel like I've used the word cute too many times in this video already, but look at the little guy. To be honest, it's kind of on my list of Pokemon that I just forget about until I see them, but it is undeniably adorable. The big round eyes, even bigger ears, and teeny little mouth, nose, hands, and feet. It is, of course, a very basic and arguably boring design, but it is up there for one of the cuter Pokemon. 4 stars. Which does mean little Minccino gets the final score of 3.25 stars overall. Minccino is a direct downgrade from its cute little fluff pre-evolution. We're rating them all, and we'll see if it ends up doing better, but in battle, well, yeah, it obviously will. It still has the very good Technician ability, but now with its shockingly high 95 attack and 115 speed, it can actually make use of those moves. Like Tail Slap from Minccino and then Bullet Seed and Rock Blast from, I think, the Move Relearner, and some pretty good utility from TMs. But it's still very squishy with 60s in defenses, though it is a lot better than I gave it credit for. 3.5 stars in battle prowess. And for availability, it is a Shiny Stone evolution, which is usually found in the later mid-game. But in the time it takes you to get it, Minccino is basically useless, so it will get a small penalty down to 3.5 stars. But I really don't like its concept at all. And to be fair, it's not that it's like a bad one. I just really don't like it when they try to make Pokemon have like human-style beauty. That's very weird. But the way they do it, with its looks being tied to old school fashion and possibly the fact that chinchillas used to be hunted for their fur, makes sense, I guess. Also, they completely lose the helpful clean freak thing, and now they're just a fluffy, oily rodent. 2.5 stars. In design, as I mostly laid out in concept, I don't like how they made an attempt at almost human-style beauty at all. Minccino is one of the cutest little things out there, but instead of going for cute, they changed it to attractive? Why? But its design is probably better. The scarf and hair and tail do flow nicely together to make a pretty looking chinchilla, as weird as that is. I'm again on the fence with this one, but I'm leaning in the same area you guys are. I'll go with 3.5 stars. So Minccino somehow manages to get the exact same 3.25 stars as Minccino, just in a different way. Gothita is like a Jinx level of awful, truly one of the worst Unova Pokemon. We're rating them all, and we'll get to why that is, but first, its battle prowess. Its stats aren't bad, it's pretty bulky and has decent special attack, and the competitive ability is amazing for a playthrough with the AI's propensity to just throw tail whips and growls around. And it does get decent enough moves to take advantage of that, but this is another one of those Pokemon that would be really good as an early game encounter, but it's actually more like a mid to late game encounter, where it will obviously be very outclassed until it evolves at level 32. 2.5 stars in battle prowess. As you'll see by the fact that it can't be found until after the 4th gym in Unova and its sequel, and as a version exclusive in both. Then you can't get it until right before the 8th gym in Kalos, which will bring its score down to 2.5 stars. Concept is definitely this whole line's strong suit though, as they're pretty directly based on Gothic Gothic Lolita fashion, which I just now learned about, but there's also the whole goth girl magic witchcraft idea too. Gothita specifically seems to be much more of an actual baby, with fixation being its whole thing, as babies do that a lot. They do be staring. But the way that they explain it here is that Gothita is staring at something that only it can see, which is nice foreshadowing for its future-telling divining evolutions. Pretty cool idea. 4 stars. But design, holy crap, they dropped the ball. The main problem, of course, is that it is directly stated to be an actual baby, yet they gave it a kissy face and that like leaning forward with your hands behind your back flirtatious pose that you see in anime. But even if you can look past that, it's not a good looking design anyway. The black and white patterns clash a bit harshly, and there's just the whole thing that most people don't like superhuman-like Pokemon, which you guys seem to agree with as you voted it into the dirt. It's an unappealing design, and it has the stark negative of being gross on top of it. 0 stars. Which does give Gothita the final score of 2.25 stars overall, tying for the worst Unova score so far. Gothita's evolutions are thankfully nowhere near as bad as it is. Rating them all, and Gothorita is surprisingly decent. Firstly, competitive is an amazing ability for a playthrough, giving you that potential for bulky sweeps with its, again, surprisingly decent stats. 85 special defense and 75 special attack is pretty solid, and 70 in defense gives it more physical bulk than most psychic types. So pair that with good moves like Psybeam, Psyshock, and Psychic by level up, and a lot of really good TMs that I'm not sure when you can get them, but still, it can be awesome. Its main downside, of course, is having to use it until level 41, where it's going to be heavily outclassed. 3.5 stars. But of course, its availability is going to stay the same, as Gothita's pretty bad, 2.5 stars. Its concept also has the same baseline of being a young girl with Gothic Lolita fashion, as well as the connection and perception between goth girls and witchcraft. But instead of being a little staring baby, it's a creep. It hypnotizes and carries away sleeping children on starry nights. Meh. That's definitely a downgrade from Gothita, 3.5 stars. But thankfully its design is far better. Now, it's still not great at all. It's far too human-like for my liking, and again, the dark black bodysuit with the white ribbons clash a bit harshly. But my main issue with Gothita was the posing and kissy face on a freaking baby, where Gothorita is still a small child, but now more like a ballerina and less purposefully provocative. Still, definitely not great, but nowhere near as gross. 2 stars. So that will give Gothorita the final score of 2.875 stars overall, and a spot on the bottom 5. Gothitelle is so much better than I ever realized. We're rating them all, and this is just one of those Pokemon that I never wanted to use because of its design, but I mean, look at these stats. 110 special defense, then 95 in defense and special attack. That is very good, especially paired with its competitive ability in a playthrough where grunts love to sling around growls and tail whips. In Gen 5, it gets great moves like Psyshock and Psychic by level up, as well as plenty of TMs for setup, coverage, and support. I don't know if it's quite 5 stars in battle prowess, but it is very close, 4.5 stars. However, its availability starts at the poor 2.5 stars of Gothita for being found mid-game in Unova and end-game in Kalos. Though I think having to drag those little weaklings all the way to level 41 is going to warrant a small penalty down to 2 stars, though inversely, Concept has been this line's shining star. They're all based on Gothic Lolita fashion, as well as the trope of goth girls being inclined to witchcraft. Gothitelle, however, takes it a step further, with inspirations from American cryptids, diviniers, and even astrology, with its ability to see the future using the stars. 5-star concept. Design, though, I am very confused. I get that final evolutions always get voted higher than the others, but I don't understand how Gothita can be voted into the dirt, Gothorita can be voted as kind of mid, and then Gothitelle's like, yeah, 4 or 5 stars for sure. Yes, thankfully it strays away from the grossness of Gothita, but it barely changes at all from Gothorita. It's just taller with a longer dress and a very weird headdress. I don't dislike Gothitelle's design at all, outside of just not really liking human Pokemon. It's fine, albeit very odd. But I don't see it anywhere near a 4 or a 5. I will bump it up a little bit since I'm lower on it than most, and I'll give it 3 stars. Did you foresee Gothitelle's final score being 3.625 stars? Much better than its pre-evolutions, at least. Solosis has 105 special attack. That's awesome. We're rating them all, and this is going to be an interesting one to figure out for battle prowess. As I said, it has 105 special attack, but 20 speed and not great defenses or HP. Magic Guard is an amazing ability that helps a little. Now, until you get Psyshock at level 25, its move pool is very limited, but it does have its uses. Though, to be fair, the earliest you're going to get it is like level 19 anyway, so it's not that bad. This is a tough one. It's all but guaranteed that first KO, but not really much at all after that, especially considering its later evolution. I think 3 stars of battle prowess is fair, though its availability is better than its version exclusive counterpart. In Gen 5, it's the same, but in Kalos it can be found much earlier than Gothita, in fact, before the 3rd gym, which will help bring its average up to 3.5 stars. And you kind of have to look at the whole evolution line for its concept, which is very unique and interesting. They are, of course, based on cells, or more specifically, cellular division, with the head being the nucleus and the green fluid surrounding it being either cytoplasm, or you could argue amniotic fluid, fluid once we get to Reuniclus. They do also take it a step further with its dex entries and abilities, showcasing its environmental resilience, which could further hint at the famous tardigrade or other microorganisms. I may be a bit high on it, but that's really cool. 5 stars. And for design, I feel like somebody who's more knowledgeable in like microbiology might appreciate the finer details more than most, with the organelles and cleavage furrows and I don't know. But it's still a very cool and interesting Pokemon without that knowledge. This is very clearly a cell-style Pokemon. You guys voted this one around 3 stars, but I actually think that's a little bit low. Solosis and its color scheme and just overall look is very visually appealing and a nice design. 4 stars. Which actually gives Solosis 3.875 stars overall, higher than Gothita. Oof. Duosion is the perfect link between Solosis and Reuniclus. We're rating them all, and in terms of battle, it has a very similar conversation as Solosis. It has an insane 125 special attack stat, which I think is actually the highest of a not fully evolved Pokemon. But again, it is very frail and painfully slow. Magic Guard is a very cool ability, but isn't really consistently in play, and its move pool really doesn't get that much better. Sure, you are going to be able to find some of these great TMs before it evolves at level 41, but in that time, it's going to be very risky to use. 3.5 stars. And availability is gonna stay the same as Solosis's 3.5 stars. And its concept is also pretty obviously more of the same. It is the next step in the cellular division story of this line, Duosion being the mitosis stage, I think. I haven't been in school since like 2012, give me a break. But again, their abilities also hint at tardigrades and other microorganisms for their famous environmental resilience. But I do really like how Duosion specifically divides its brain into 2, maximizing its psychic powers. 5 stars. But as I said at the start, I think Duosion bridges the gap for this evolution line perfectly, showing the growth of the little body and arms and the floating bit at the top, which is that the second brain? I don't know. But it very clearly shows that this Pokemon is based on cellular division, and the green cytoplasm floating around it gives this Pokemon so much more character and visual appeal. Another very rare occasion where I'm higher on a Gen 5 design than most of you guys, but I think this is a 4.5 star design. So that all merges into the final score of a very nice 4.125 stars overall. Reuniclus is one of the cooler and more unique Gen 5 Pokemon, but can outperform its version's counterpart. We're rating them all, and in battle, it's fairly similar actually, but Reuniclus has a crazy high attack stat of 125, which, fun fact, is actually the same as Duosion. Its HP and defenses are also pretty decent, but its speed is very clearly its glaring weakness. The main argument there is, of course, Trick Room, which would make Reuniclus an absolute problem in battle, and you can get it pretty early on in Kalos, but not until post-game in Unova. Sure, Reuniclus still has a great move pool without it, even by level up with screens, recovery, and solid damage, not to mention its great TMs. This is tough. It is very clearly a 5 in Kalos, but in Unova and its sequels, it's probably a 4 or a 4.5, so I'll go with 4.5 stars in battle prowess. Availability though, as we saw with Gothita, it has to take a bit of a hit from Solosis' 3.5 stars down to 3 for that late evolution. And this is one of the more unique and interesting yet straight line and makes sense concepts of Gen 5. This whole line is based on the story of cellular division, with lots of evidence and inspirations to show that fact, all of which make me feel really dumb. But it also seems to be based partially on a fetus surrounded by amniotic fluid, which I am well versed in, as I'm about to have my 3rd kid, thank you. There's also the whole water bear or tardigrade inspiration with its environmental resistance shown off in its abilities. Again, I may be higher on it than most, but that is so interesting. 5 stars. Its design is also really good. In my opinion, this is one of the more memorable Gen 5 Pokemon. It's so unique in the fact that it looks like a fetus, which most people probably would not like for a Pokemon, but it's still this cool and arguably cute, is a testament to how great of a design it actually is. As per usual, the final evolution pulled much higher than its pre-evolutions, but I'm inclined to agree for Reuniclus. The little alien-looking fetus body psychically controlling its separating cells, which form powerful arms wrapped in cytoplasm or amniotic fluid, really give this thing a look of almost extraterrestrial. It's just so cool and so unique. 5 stars. Which means Reuniclus shows up with 4.375 stars overall, and our first new addition to the top 5 in a while. Ducklett is remarkably unremarkable. We're rating them all, and that is especially true in battle. It has a very balanced stat spread across the board. It's not bad, but unremarkable, especially considering it's not even an early game Pokemon, and it evolves at level 35 for some reason. Its moves, though, are the exception. They're kind of amazing. Bubble Beam, Aerial Ace, Feather Dance, Air Slash, Roost, and Surf to boot. But sadly, even with said moves, it's just not strong enough. 2.5 stars. And as I hinted at, you can't even get it in Unova until right before the 5th gym, but Kalos to the rescue again, where you can find it before the 2nd, which helps bring its score all the way up to 4.5 stars, just barely. And conceptually, it's a duck. Bulbapedia has it linked to the Ugly Duckling story, but I don't think that's correct. For one, none of its dex entries even hint at it being ugly or shunned or anything like that, and as we'll get into a design, it's not ugly at all. It's just a duck. 1 star. Its design doesn't really stray from that, of course. The only really notable aspect is the underbelly feathers, which kind of look like either an inner tube or maybe some swim trunks. But outside of that, it is a very plain and boring filler Pokemon, though at least it is fairly cute. 2.5 stars, which will land Ducklett the final score of 2.625 stars overall and a spot on the bottom 5. I wish Swanna was better because Unova is really lacking a good water type option. Orbiting them all, and Water Flying is a famously great typing, with Electric being really the only thing you need to worry about. And Swanna gets an amazing move pool even by level up, with offensive options, support, and recovery. Not to mention the old reliable water type combo of Surf and Ice Beam, but it just doesn't have the stats to back it up. 98 speed is good for sure, but 87 in both attacks and 63 in both defenses is impressively underwhelming. It's still usable for sure, but not great. 3.5 stars. Availability though will stay the same, 4.5 stars as Ducklett, thanks to Kalos saving the day again, and conceptually, thankfully, this time it isn't just a duck like Ducklett. And as I said before, outside of the fact that it's a duck and a swan, I don't think the ugly duckling story works here at all, as Ducklett isn't ugly in the slightest or shunned or anything along those lines, nor is Swanna really all that beautiful at all. Sure, Swanna is more or less still just a swan, but it does at least add inspiration from the Swan Lake Ballet, which is shown by Swanna liking to dance at dusk. Nice upgrade, 2.5 stars. But again, it doesn't really do anything in its design to stand out or impress. It does tie into the inspiration a little bit by giving it the same, top as the main character of the play. But outside of that, it's just an oddly proportioned swan. I think they should have leaned further into the beautiful, majestic dancing swan idea, but instead it's just a dex filler bird and a pretty mid one at that. 3 stars, which does end up giving Swanna the final score of 3.375 stars overall. The ice cream cones of Unova are among the most controversial Pokemon of all time. We're rating them all, and you may be surprised, as I've admitted to not really liking Gen 5, but I don't mind these guys at all. But Vanillite still isn't great, sadly. It just takes a lot to make an ice type good. Its stats aren't bad, 65 special attack, 60 special defense, but it's just slow and not that bulky. In Gen 5, its best move is Icy Wind until it gets Ice Beam at level 35, but in Gen 8, it doesn't get it until level 40, which is so much worse because you can actually get the little guy pretty early in Galar, and that's after it evolves. It's just too weak for the time that you have to use it. 2 stars of battle prowess. It would have been great as an early game Pokemon, but it's just not. You can't get it until right before the 5th gym in Unova, then post-game in its sequels, the 7th gym in Kalos on Ulula and Alola, and Galar stays saving ice types where it's available right away, so that gives it 2.5 stars. And you would think that a floating ice cream cone would have some cool lore or backstory to it, but no. It's just an ice cream cone Pokemon that was born from icicles. 1.5 stars. Okay, I know, I said I don't mind these guys, and I don't. Yes, the concept is not good, but it is a cute little guy. I like its happy little face and its icy ice cream cone body, even if that does raise questions to the whole icicle bit. It's not a bad design. I don't know how much cuter you can make an ice cream cone Pokemon. 2.5 stars, which melts Vanillite down to 2.125 stars overall and the worst Unova score so far. Sorry, but there's no shot at me thinking of an interesting hook for a Vanillish video, so hey, if you want to support the series, make sure you watch to the end and comment. We're rating them all, and in battle, it's okay. 80 special attack is pretty good, and its defenses are okay, but its speed and HP hold it back. Ice Body is a really nice ability though, especially paired with Acid Armor, and even though I don't count it here, Eviolite, which does give it some staying power. But it doesn't get Ice Beam until right before it evolves, and it's not gonna do much else otherwise. 2.5 stars of battle prowess. And for availability, it's close to getting the late evolution penalty, but not quite, so it'll stay Vanillite's 2.5 stars. And again, it's just a living icicle with snow piled up to make it look like an ice cream cone. 1.5 stars. But design, Vanillite was actually pretty cute, where Vanillish is a big floating ice cream cone with a dumb looking face. I don't dislike this line nearly as much as most Gen 5 haters do, but it's definitely not great. There's not much positive to talk about. 2 stars. So that gives Vanillish 2 scoops of oof with 2.125 stars overall and a spot on the bottom of the bottom 5. This video needs to be a minute long, so hey, while you're here, drop your favorite, unsung Pokemon that nobody else likes. Mine's Delmise. Vanilluxe and its line definitely aren't the best Pokemon out there, but I don't like how they're used as evidence of Unova having a bad dex. We're rating them all, and that's not because I think this thing is cool or that I think Unova has a good Pokedex, but more so the fact that every single dex has some of those boring, plain, meh Pokemon. Anyway, in battle, Vanillux has some pretty solid stats actually, with 110 special attack, 95 special defense, and even physical attack, and its other stats aren't bad at all. But boy, it needs all of that just to overcome the fact that it's a pure ice type. You can pair its Ice Body ability really nicely with moves like Hail, Blizzard, and Acid Armor to set up to become a really kind of dangerous tank, but it's risky to set up. Its pre-evolution suffered for how weak they are and how late you have to use them, but Vanillux is a perfectly reasonable Pokemon to bring into the end game and is pretty solid. 4 stars. But dragging the Kitty Cup and the Single Scoop all the way to level 47 is gonna warrant a half-star penalty to availability, bringing it down to 2 stars. And as we went over with the first two, it's sadly pretty much a literal ice cream cone. Sure, it's actually an icicle with a snowy head, but still. Though thankfully Vanillite actually has some cultural references with this very specific ice cream cone and a handful of American food mascots. Better, but not much. 2.5 stars. And I'm not gonna lie, I was planning on leading on the polls for this one because I just have no idea what to think about this Pokemon, but this might be the most evenly spread poll I've ever seen. You all know Gen 5 is a bottom 3 dex for me, but I don't actually dislike Vanillite. Sure, its concept is blah, but it doesn't look bad. It's a bit goofy, sure, and not cool or cute or any of those positive things, but there's really nothing negative to say either. It's fine. 2.5 stars. Which probably rightfully so gives it 2.625 stars overall and a spot atop the UNOVA bottom 5. Deerling sadly seems like it was just an afterthought of Sawsbuck. Forwarding them all, and they are the first of their kind as normal grass-type Pokemon, which is very cool stylistically, but not very good, especially defensively. And Deerling's stats are also not great. 75 speed is nice, but 60s in attack and 50s in defense is just not enough. All 3 of its abilities are nice though, and you can actually get one with its hidden ability Serene Grace in Gen 5 as a gift. But not only does it not get any moves to take advantage of said ability, but its move pool in general is not very good at all outside of Leech Seed. And its evolution level isn't helping either. I think this is probably about a 2.5 in battle prowess at best. And as far as we count it in this series, the only place you can find it is UNOVA and its sequels, where it is available after the 5th gym in both, so that gives it 3 stars in availability. Its concept though is kind of hard to figure out a score for. At base value it is of course a deer, but it has plants growing on it. And the whole changing with the seasons thing on its own is really cool, but then you add the context of that being Gen 5's new gimmick, and that's a pretty cool concept. That's fairly interesting and creative. 3.5 stars. But I do think that its design could have been a bit better. Sawsbuck does a great job showcasing the changing of the seasons, but Deerling just changes colors. Fun fact, it actually was designed backwards from Sawsbuck, but still. They could have at least changed the flower, like whether or not it was in bloom with that season, or given it like a thicker coat in the winter, something. Sure, Deerling is very cute on its own, but it could have been so much better even with just some subtle changes. 3 stars. So that will give Deerling an even 3 stars overall. Sawsbuck is one of my favorite, like under the radar or underappreciated Pokemon. Forwarding them all, and it can be pretty awesome in battle. 100 attack and 95 speed is nothing to scoff at, but its HP and defenses aren't great. You'd think that any of these 3 pretty awesome abilities would be great, but it doesn't really need Chlorophyll's speed boost, and gaining a grass immunity doesn't do much for its unique normal grass typing. And even though you can get one with Serene Grace in Gen 5, it doesn't really have any moves to take advantage of that, but that's not to say that its move pool is bad, it's still pretty good regardless. Combining Leech Seed and Horn Leech for recovery, then hitting hard with moves like Return, Jump Kick, and Mega Horn, even some setup and utility with Charm, Swords Dance, and Thunder Wave. It has some nice potential in battle. 4 stars. Its availability though will sadly stay the same as Deerling's 3 stars for only really being available after the 5th gym in UNOVA. However, it does take a significant step up in concept. At first glance it's a deer, of course, but in keeping with Gen 5's new seasons mechanic, it changes its appearance with the seasons, which is pretty cool on its own, but it also has several cultural references like Yggdrasil from Norse mythology, and or the tale of St. Hubert's stag who grows a cherry tree from its head. This is the perfect formula for Pokemon concept. A normal but cool animal plus a fantastical trait plus some cultural reference or inspiration, and even tie it into the game really creatively, and that's a 5-star concept. And its design, or designs, are of course very simple but done very well. They also fix all of my complaints with Deerling, who quite literally just changed colors. No change of state of blooming of its flowers, no thicker fur in the winter, nothing. And Sawsbuck not only fixes that, but ramps it up. Personally, the spring form is my favorite, with the subtle touches of pink in the fur and the what I think are cherry blossoms in the antlers are such a nice touch without going too extreme. I think it's perfect, but I also really like how the summer form adds that scruffy bit at the back of the head and the tail. And the winter form, who of course adds the fluffy white legs and mane and the white antlers, looks fantastic. The fall form is my least favorite. It doesn't look bad by any means, I just think it's the least creative. I think they're all amazing looking Pokemon and perfect for the first normal grass type Pokemon. I know I'm higher on it than most, so I'll meet in the middle with you guys and give it 4.5 stars in design, which will plant it the final score of 4.125 stars overall, just short of the top 5. I wish they would have gone with the different typed Pika clones in each new region, like good old Peekaboo. Forwarding them all, and hey, at least in Gen 5 with Emolga, they started giving them unique secondary typings, and in this case, Electric Flying is great with only 2 weaknesses. Now, Emolga's stats are of course not amazing. 103 speed is good, but 75 in both attacks is okay, and its defenses and HP are just bad. Its move pool does help a bit though, with fast Electro Balls, acrobatics, and Volt Switches, along with some nice utility and some solid TMs. Emolga is usable for sure, but not great. 3 stars. When I missed on Deerling and Sawsbuck a little bit, it is available before the 5th gym, not after, so that'll bump up its score and actually put Sawsbuck in the top 5. But Emolga is available before the 4th gym in UNOVA and its sequels and before the 3rd in Kalos, so that helps bring its availability up to 4.5 stars. But alas, it is yet another Pika clone. But this time, instead of being an electric mouse or an electric squirrel, it's an electric flying squirrel. So creative, 2.5 stars, the same as Pachirisu. But uncreative concept aside, its design is pretty cute and effective. The color scheme is really nice and it helps portray its typing along with its lightning bolt tail and little flying squirrel cape. Otherwise, it's of course a pretty simple design, but its big ol' ears and eyes are pretty cute. 3.5 stars, which does land Emolga the final score of 3.375 stars. Hey, not quite the worst Pika clone. Interestingly enough, Karrablast, Shelmet, and their evolutions are not even close to each other in the UNOVA Pokedex. We're rating them all, and these two lines together are actually really cool. In battle though, Karrablast is anything but special. Firstly, bug type is just not great. Second, its stats like 75 in attack, 60 in speed, and 45 in defenses is not great. And its move pool not getting anything useful until Slash at 32 and X's are at 44 is also not great. Sure, its offensive stats are okay, but I just don't see the use case here. 2 stars in battle prowess. As for availability, you can't get it until after the 5th gym in UNOVA and its sequels. I think the mid-game there really confuses me. Then again, after the 5th in Kalos and even earlier in Galar, which will help bring its average up to 3.5 stars. However, concept is definitely this line's strong suit. Karrablast itself is based on a snail-eating ground snail, which explains its drive to hunt Shelmet. It eats them and then takes their shell to use for itself as a suit of armor. Sure, we're kind of bleeding into its evolutions conversation here, but it's all linked and very cool. 4 stars. Its design, though, is very underwhelming. I do like the detail of its horn being similar to an escargot fork, that's pretty cute. But in general, there's not a lot appealing about this little blue and yellow grub with an aggressive face. It's not a bad design, I think it's fine, and you guys aren't too much higher on it, so I'll go with 2.5 stars in design. So that does end up giving Karrablast an even 3 stars overall. I love that they took the fan theory of Golem and Machamp swapping attributes or DNA through trade and made it into a real thing with Escavalier and Excelgor. Orbiting them all, and World Champ Escavalier here is going to be a tough one to judge for a playthrough. Bugsteel is an incredible and arguably my favorite type in the game with a whopping 9 resistances, 1 weakness, and 1 immunity. Its stats are also kind of insane. 135 attack is great, and 105 in both defenses is very good. But its 20 speed is the question. However, even if we ignore Trick Room's existence, I don't think it's that much of an issue. Sure, it's going to be outsped by everything, but it has access to both Iron Defense, Swords Dance, and a plethora of great offensive moves. I don't know how it won Worlds, I don't watch competitive, but even in a playthrough, this thing is an absolute tank. 4.5 stars in battle prowess. But it is a trade evolution, so that means it does take a penalty from Karrablast 3.5 down to 2.5 stars in availability. And as I've said at the start, I've always loved the DNA mixing for a trade evolution idea, and these Pokemon kind of do that, but in their own unique way. Instead of mixing DNA to mix attributes, Karrablast, the snail-eating beetle, hunts down the snails, Shelmet, and takes their heavy shell to turn it into a suit of armor. And the Shelmet, without its heavy shell, turns into the fast and nimble Excelgor. Very cool concept. 4 stars. Its design, though, I'm really on the fence about. Bug is my favorite type in the game, and Unova is arguably the best region for bugs, but Escavalier has never really done much for me. I see the appeal, though, for sure. The suit of armor, the giant jousting lances, the Roman-style helmet. It's cool, for sure. It's just kind of always seemed odd to me that it's quite literally just a Karrablast like piloting this mecha suit instead of actually transforming and evolving like most Pokemon do. But you guys are very high on this one, voting at 5 stars, and like I said, I absolutely do see the appeal here, so I'll meet in the middle and go at 4 stars. Which actually gives Escavalier a shockingly low 3.75 stars overall.
Honestly, Unova really kind of crushed it with its grass-type Pokemon. Orbiting them all, and sorry you gotta listen to my sick voice today, but little Foongus here just gets the major short end of the stick in battle. It doesn't evolve until level 39, where I'm sorry, but these stats are beyond outclassed. It would be a pretty useful early game Pokemon, especially with moves like, oh, okay, all of its moves are locked to the 30s and 40s too. What do they expect you to be able to do with Foongus, with 50s in most stats, not to mention 15 speed, and just rocking with Mega Drain until that high of a level? Such a shame. 1 star in battle prowess. It is then available before the 5th gym in Unova and its sequels, but not until the 6th gym in Kalos, and we don't count DLC or Paldea's open world yet, so that comes out to 3 stars. I do like its concept though, even if it's fairly on the nose. It's obviously a mushroom, but it plays the Voltorb role of being a fake item in the overworld, which ties into RPG style mimics, and even takes it a bit further with the whole is it a poisonous mushroom or an edible one thing. Cool concept. 4 stars. There's really not a whole lot to say about its design though. It's a pretty cute little mushroom guy, and the cap of the mushroom is a very clear and literal Pokeball pattern, which works, of course. Then the actual body and face, like I said, are pretty cute, I'll admit, but there's nothing special here. 3 stars. Which actually plants Foongus the final score of 2.75 stars overall and into the bottom 5. Amoonguss is one of the best competitive Pokemon ever, but how will it do as we rate them all? Sorry, I had to listen to my sick voice again, but its use in battle in-game is very different than in a competitive doubles format, where its main use is controlling your opponent with moves like Rage Powder and Spore, I think. But in-game, it doesn't get those moves until basically the end game. Now, it still gets decent moves outside of that, like Giga Drain, Toxic, Synthesis, and Sludge Bomb, but its stats are just not good. Sure, 114 HP is nice, and 85s in attacks are okay, but not great, and that speed without a Trick Room setter is just awful. How awesome it is at control in a doubles competitive format just doesn't matter here. It's good, but not great at all for a playthrough. 3.5 stars in battle prowess. But its availability also has to take a bit of a hit for dragging that weak little Foongus all the way to that level 39 evolution. 2.5 stars. But its concept as an RPG style mimic, in the Pokemon world, a poisonous mushroom disguised as a Pokeball is simple, but really good. 4 stars. I do think that its design is a step up from Foongus, however, it just has more character. Though that might actually take away from its concept a bit, especially with the extra mini Pokeballs as arms, it wouldn't be as effective of a mimic. But it looks cool and makes the Pokemon look better and more interesting, so hey, if it works, it works. I do really like the annoyed look on its face, like really? You fell for that? 4 stars. So that will end up giving Amoonguss a pretty decent 3.5 stars overall. Frillish might have gotten the worst case of screwed over in the entirety of Unova. Orbiting Mall and at least Water Ghost is a very cool typing, and with its water absorbability, it gets 3 immunities. But its stats are pretty mid. Sure, 85 special defense is nice, and its move pool is also pretty good with some recovery, some coverage, and some status. But you can't even encounter this thing until after the 6th gym in Unova, and it doesn't evolve until level 40. Oh, but wait, you're gonna catch this thing around the levels of 5 to 15. So not only is it useless at that point in the game, but it's useless for like 30 levels until it catches up. Thankfully, they fixed this issue in the later games, but still, it's just not good enough until it evolves. 1.5 stars in battle prowess, and that might be generous. As you could guess, its availability is also not good. It's locked until after the 6th gym in Unova, then after the 5th in the sequels, around Ula in Alola, and again around the 6th in Galar. So it just barely averages out to 3 stars. However, I gotta say, this line is pretty awesome in both concept and design. Frillish seems to be pretty directly based on a jellyfish-style demonized yokai, or even a jellyfish like Will-o'-the-Wisp, which ties even further into its ghost typing with its phantom jelly inspiration. But wait, there's more. They also seem to be portrayed on princes or princesses as a link to the crown jellyfish. 5 stars. Frillish definitely doesn't have as much character as Jellicent, but it still looks pretty decent. It's very clearly a spooky, ghostly style jellyfish, even taking the fabric-like arms from the phantom jellyfish. Then the little crown-looking thing in the Elizabethan ruffle color also portrays the royalty thing pretty well. 3.5 stars for design, which will inflate Frillish's final score to 3.25 stars overall. Is Jellicent the best Unova water type? It doesn't have much competition, honestly. Orbiting Mall, and I've used it in some Nuzlocke before, and it is surprisingly good. 100 HP and 105 special defense is really nice, and its 85 special attack is decent. But that bulky stat spread goes great with its water ghost typing. If you get the water absorbability, you have almost as many immunities as weaknesses. Its level up moves are fine, most notably you get Recover, Ominous Wind, and Hex, but its TMs are fantastic. Of course you get the Surf and Ice Beam combo, but you also get Psychic, Shadow Ball, Sludge Bomb, and Wave, Energy Ball, and Will-o'-Wisp. Jellicent is a fantastic addition to your team, but its stats just aren't quite good enough to really shine. 4 stars in battle prowess. Oh, but its availability is just a nightmare in black and white. As I said with Frillish, you can't find one until after the 6th gym, but it's only going to be level 5 to 15. Then it doesn't evolve until level 40. That has to take a huge hit from its Unova score specifically, but its other regions really don't have anywhere near that big of a problem, as you do find it closer to its evolution level. So its score only goes down to 2.5 stars. But Jellicent's concept is honestly fantastic. It's based on a lot of things, actually. Most clearly being the demonized jellyfish-like man yokai creature thing that wears regal clothing. Its ghost typing works there too, but is even more supported by its connection to the jellyfish-like Will-o'-the-Wisp and even real-life phantom jellies. You can even throw in the crown jellyfish to support the royalty thing. Oh, and it's also basically the Kraken legend of the Unova region. That's 5 stars. Now design, this is where it gets interesting. So in the poll that I put up, the blue one was the only one that I showed, so I wonder if I'm alone in the fact that I think the blue one looks way better than the pink one. And no, not just because it's pink and girly, but because the face looks stupid. But to be fair, the fluffy Elizabethan frill collar thing plus the crown does do a good job of portraying the royalty thing, and in general, I think the giant floating jellyfish with like squid-like arms is really cool and interesting outside of that face. But the blue one fixes that by covering the dumb face with a giant regal magnificent moustache. I think gender difference in Pokemon is cool, but I do think these ones took it a bit too far. They're both still very cool looking though, so I'll go with 4 stars, which does Anoint Jellicent a very respectable 3.875 stars overall. I know this is as cold of a take as it gets, but why is Alomomola not a Luvdisc evolution? We're rating them all, and look at this new camera. It'll definitely help us see clearly how to rate this thing's battle prowess. Jumping right off the screen is its 165 HP stat, which is crazy, of course, and it's up there with the best. And its physical stats are okay, but its special defense and speed are not good. Both of its abilities are super niche and not that useful, and its move pool is okay. It just doesn't have great physical options outside of Aqua Jet and Waterfall. Now, nothing with that much HP is bad, but Alomomola is definitely not great. 3 stars. Oh, and I did miss the fact that you can straight up catch a Jellicent in the same place you find Frillish in Unova, so that not only removes the penalty to its Unova score specifically, but actually gives it a bit of a boost up to 3 stars, which will change Jellicent's overall score to 4 stars. Anyway, Alomomola, just like Jellicent, is locked behind Surf in both Unova and its sequels, but it is also available after the 6th gym in Kalos and very early on in Alola, so it also gets 3 stars. But conceptually, what is Alomomola other than not a Luvdisc evolution? Well, it takes traits from all sorts of different types of fish. Visually, it's most similar to the sunfish, but it also takes the play on words and healing tendencies of the doctor fish. I do like the tidbit of it being found in the same place as Jellicent, as sunfish eats jellyfish. That's pretty cool. 3.5 stars. And for design, this is the last time I say it, I swear, but this would have been a great design for a Luvdisc evolution. Too bad it's just not, and otherwise it's just a bigger Luvdisc with larger fins. It's the exact same thing. It's a ripoff. It's a heart-shaped, flat-looking pink fish. There's nothing even remotely exciting or unique about this thing for it to be a standalone Pokemon. It doesn't look bad or anything, but it's far from good either. 2.5 stars, which does mean that Alomomola's final score is 3 stars overall. Joltik may have a full-blown cult following, but let's see how it does as we rate them all. In battle, it's sadly very underwhelming, as is the case with most of these mid-game Unova Pokemon, and its stats are very Gen 1-esque, with it being pretty mid across the board, but very balanced. Bug Electric is a pretty nice typing though, and its move pool is also pretty decent. But those mid stats are just not gonna cut it with this thing not evolving until level 36. 2.5 stars in battle prowess. But it's pretty scarcely available actually. You can't get it until after the 5th gym in Unova and its sequels, but basically right away in Galar, and that's it. So it averages out to 3.5 stars. The idea for Joltik is pretty simple, but also really cool and creative. It's an electric bug type tick that attaches itself to larger Pokemon to absorb their static electricity. Simple, but makes perfect sense. 3.5 stars. Its design, however, is somewhat surprisingly, vastly adored. And to be fair, it is very cute. Bug is my favorite type, so I do get it, even if I don't like it as much as most of you guys who are voting it around 5 stars. But I mean, its little legs and little spider-like mouth and general fluffiness is definitely cute. I would probably give it 4 stars, so I'll meet in the middle and go with 4.5. So that does attach Joltik to the final score of 3.5 stars overall. Unova really did have fantastic bug types. We're rating them all, and Galvantula is up next, but I always found it a bit underwhelming. Electric Bug is a really cool typing with only 2 weaknesses and can hit a lot of really common types super effectively. But its stats aren't great. Its speed and special attack are pretty solid for sure, but not amazing, and its other stats really don't help matters, especially defensively. Its move pool is really nice though, with some support from T-Wave and plenty of strong offensive options, of which it gets even more and better from its TMs. Galvantula is a very solid member of your team, but not amazing or anything. 4 stars. And its availability will stay the same as Joltik's 3.5 stars, as its evolution level is a little bit later, but not too far after you would find it, so it's fine. But honestly, I think it takes a bit of a step back conceptually from Joltik, who is a pretty cool and interesting electric type tick that attaches itself to larger Pokemon to drain its static electricity. But then Galvantula is just kind of an electric type spider, which is cool for sure. It uses its electric spider webs to immobilize its opponents. That's cool, but definitely less interesting. 3 stars. And I also don't think its design is as good as Joltik's. It's still cool though, don't get me wrong. It's a giant electric type tarantula style spider. The color scheme looks good and helps portray its typing, and its little face is menacing enough, but it never really jumped off the page as special to me. It looks cool for sure, but I definitely wouldn't go anywhere near the 5 stars that most of you overwhelmingly voted. Very cool Pokemon, but definitely not top tier. I'll go with 4 stars, which will give Galvantula a final score of 3.625 stars overall. Ferroseed and Ferrothorn are some of the coolest Unova Pokemon, so how will they do as we rate them all? You have to start with their incredible and unique Grass Steel typing, which has 9 resistances, 1 immunity, and only 2 weaknesses. And honestly, even Little Ferroseed can hold its own with its unique Iron Barb's ability and its 91 defense and 86 special defense. It really is a shame that they lock Leech Seed to egg moves, which I don't count here, because that plus Iron Defense, Curse, and Gyro Ball would be incredible. But to be fair, even without it, it's still pretty awesome early on, but you do have to bring it all the way to level 40, where it will be pretty heavily outclassed. So it'll get 3 stars in battle prowess, which may seem seem generous, but it'll make sense once you do availability. And you can't find Ferroseed until after the 5th gym in Unova, but before the 2nd in both Cows and Galar, which will surprisingly average it out to 4 stars. Then they're based on many different types of plant seeds, which are hard and spiky and the bane of my childhood existence. And the steel typing is there because it absorbs the iron in the cave walls. And I could see Ferroseed doubling as some sort of mysterious egg found deep in a cave, which is a very good way to blend the ideas of seeds and eggs. 3.5 stars. Yet even with that okay concept, I think it looks fantastic. I would argue even a bit better than Ferrothorn. This is a fantastic first stage design that very clearly portrays the idea of a mysterious monster egg with something big yet to come. The green spikes protruding from its metal shell both look really cool and do a great job portraying its iron barb's ability and how dangerous it is to attack. This is probably a hot take, but that's a 5-star design, which will help Ferroseed's final score up to 3.875 stars overall. Ferrothorn is up there for one of the most fun defensive Pokemon to use. We're rating them all, and it can just become an absolute nuisance in battle. 131 defense, 116 special defense, and even 94 physical attack is insane on its own. But then you give it the incredibly defensive grass steel typing with the Iron Barb's ability, and its move pool is incredible too. Curse, Gyro Ball, Iron Defense, Ingrain if you're feeling brave, Power Whip, Iron Head, Payback, and even Swords Dance along with some other great TMs on top of it. Just don't let this thing anywhere near a candle, and that's 5 stars in battle prowess. And Ferroseed's availability was shockingly 4 stars. But having to grind that little guy all the way from like the low teens or even the mid-20s all the way to level 40 is going to warrant a penalty down to 3.5 stars. And Ferrothorn being this giant spiky metal vine monster crawling along the ceilings of a cave which hatched or grew from this mysterious seed or egg is an awesome idea. 4 stars. But I gotta admit, I think Ferroseed's design is a bit better. Now, that does not mean Ferrothorn's is bad by any means. This is such a unique and awesome design, it's impressive that I could genuinely see this being the middle stage for some pseudo-legendary line while also looking great as its own final stage metal vine monster. The iron barbs around its body and its mace-like grippers do a great job portraying a defensive monster that you don't dare attack. Even though this is not one of my favorites, it absolutely does deserve a 5-star design, which does mean that Ferrothorn gets the final score of 4.375 stars overall and the first new addition to the top 5 in a while. Clink and its evolution line are the main example most Gen 5 haters point to, but even though it is my least favorite Gen 2, I really like these guys. We're rating them all, and sadly Clink itself is not very good in battle. You usually find it around the levels of the mid-20s, but it doesn't evolve until level 38. And in that time frame, its 55 attack and 70 defense isn't terrible, but it's definitely not good. But being a pure steel type on its own is worth something with its 11 resistances and an immunity, and its move pool is also pretty decent. So I don't think that it can really be any lower than 3 stars in battle prowess. And as for availability, the only places you can get it that we count are around the 5th gym in Unova and its sequels, and like right away in Galar. So that does average it out to 3.5 stars. However, even if I like this line personally, I understand the dislike for sure. At least conceptually, they're very simply just a set of gears. There's really not a whole lot else to say about them, and sadly, I think that's 1 star. Yet even with that bare bones concept, I like its design. It's fairly unique looking, and the face packs a surprising amount of character with the little green nose, the one eye wide open, the other one patched shut, and the little wide open mouth. I would even argue that it's fairly cute. You guys voted it around 3 stars, and I agree, so we'll go with that. Which does round Clink's final score to 2.625 stars overall and a spot on the bottom 5. Clang sure is a Pokemon. We're rating them all, and I kid, I do actually kind of like it, and it's surprisingly solid in battle. Of course, being a pure steel type is great on its own, but its stats are also pretty good. They're fairly well rounded, with both of its defenses and both of its attacks being pretty solid, which it can take advantage of with moves like Gear Grind, Charge Beam, Autotomize, and plenty of great TM options. The later evolution level does hold it back a bit, but its crazy amount of resistances, good stats, and good move pool I think give it around 4 stars in battle prowess. But again, here in Unova, its evolution level is just ridiculous for a 2nd stage Pokemon. Sure, if you catch one in Unova, you only need about 10 levels to evolve, but in Galar, you need about 30. So its Galar score specifically will take a hit, but its score still ends up being 3.5 stars. However, I do think that it takes a bit of a step up conceptually. Clink was a very literal set of gears, but Clang at least has the ability to fire off the smaller one repeatedly in attack, and what happens if it doesn't return? It's gotta be worth something. 1.5 stars. And design-wise, I sadly just don't think there's really much to say here. It does, of course, carry over the character of Clink's face, literally, but the larger gear isn't even like a gear Pokemon, it's just a literal gear. It looks cooler for sure, but I think it's a bit of a downgrade in design. 2.5 stars. So that does give Clang the final score of 2.875 stars overall, just barely avoiding the bottom 5.
Gen 5 may have my least or second least favorite decks, but Klinklang, contrary to popular opinion, is not one of the reasons. We're rating them all, and outside of that, it's even pretty awesome in battle. 100 attack, 115 defense, 85 special defense, and 90 speed? Sure, those aren't amazing stats, but they are very good and well-rounded, which works great with its steel typing's host of great resistances. And it has the move pool to take advantage, with the effectively 100 base power gear grind and ways to set up with Charge Beam, Autotomize, and the broken shift gear. It also gets plenty of awesome TMs. Sure, its special attack is only 70, but that's good enough to make good use of Volt Switch at least. I just wish it had something even remotely useful for an ability. But even without one, I think that's around a 4.5 in battle prowess. And like Klang before, its evolution level is ridiculous, but I do think that Klang gets more of the penalty here, as it only takes like 11 more levels to get to the final stage. So it'll stay 3.5 stars. Concept, however, has been this line's downfall, as they are all just more or less literal sets of gears. I do like how Klang at least grabs a bunch of different types of gears and merges them into its own mechanical contraption of a Pokemon, but it's still more or less just gears. 1.5 stars. But this Pokemon is one of the reasons why concept and design are separate in this series. Sure, this is not a very interesting Pokemon at all conceptually, but it looks awesome. I like how the Klink and the Klang don't actually fundamentally change, they just add more moving parts to the design as it grows. I like the red power core jewel bearing and the mechanical spiky ring that's actually inanimate. Its static official art really doesn't do it justice here, and for once I think both the 2D and 3D sprites come together to showcase the life of this Pokemon, especially with the angle that the 2D sprite is at, where you can see all of the different gears moving. The votes were surprisingly evenly spread with this one, but I'm going to agree with the higher ones and give it 4 stars, which in turn does give Klinklang the final score of 3.375 stars overall. Tynamo might unironically look better than both of its evolutions. We're rating them all, and before we get there, its use in battle is okay. Like most of these mid-game UNOVA Pokemon, its 60 speed and 55 attack would be pretty good in the early game despite its very low HP and defenses. But it's not mid-game at all, you wouldn't even catch it until mid-game, and it doesn't evolve until level 39. Why? Yes, thanks to Levitate, it has no weaknesses, and the only 4 moves that it gets are pretty good. But 35 HP and 40s in defenses are not going to cut it at all at that point in the game. 1.5 stars. And the only place you can get it that we count here is around the 5th gym in UNOVA and its sequels. That's it. 3 stars. And you'd think that these levitating electric eel Pokemon would have some really cool concepts, but not really. They're more or less just mixes of electric eels and lamprey. Tynamo, of course, being the larval stage. Cool animals to turn into Pokemon, sure, but they don't do much at all outside of that. 2.5 stars. But as I previously alluded to, Tynamo looks great. Definitely better than electric, and very differently just as good as Electros. The little guy is unique and adorable. The way the electrical yellow line makes it look kind of like a light bulb as a call to the glass eel is pretty cool. I think you guys are a bit low on it here. Sure, it isn't some top tier design, but it is really good for what it is. 4 stars. Which still isn't quite enough to save it from getting 2.75 stars overall and a spot on the bottom 5. I get that electric was needed to bridge the gap here, but otherwise it is totally forgettable. We're rating them all, and to be fair, it is surprisingly solid in battle. It is for some reason slower than Tynamo, but it gains quite a bit in, well, everything else. Its stats are pretty good. Its move pool is kind of amazing actually. You can pretty successfully run it as either a physical or a special attacker, including some support from Volt Switch, Acid Spray, and T-Wave. Not that you would ever actually use this thing anyway, but man, how the Tiny have risen. 3.5 stars just because of how late you get it. And by that I mean you can't even get Tynamo until the mid-game of UNOVA, and then you have to grind that useless little thing all the way to level 39, which will get a small penalty down to 2.5 stars. And again, conceptually, it takes inspiration from all sorts of different types of eels, lampreys, and other sort of slithery aquatic creatures. Cool, but nothing special. 2.5 stars. But design is where this is very clearly and easily the worst in its line. It doesn't exactly look bad, and I get that it was fairly necessary to bridge the very large gap between Tynamo and Electros, but that just ends up leaving it entirely unimpressive and forgettable on its own. It also just kind of dances the line of creepy a bit too closely. Like Tynamo nails cute and Electros nails cool until 3D, but this one just ends up looking fine. 3 stars, which does give it the final score of 2.875 stars overall. Maybe we will get a Mega Electros here soon, and hopefully it will look better in 3D this time. We're running a model, and Electros itself is genuinely really awesome to use in battle. Obviously, it has the whole 0 weaknesses thanks to Levitate, just avoid the moles. But even outside of that, it's very versatile. 115 attack and 105 special attack is very good, and 80s in HP and defenses is pretty solid. It is very slow for some reason, but its move pool does play very well into that mixed attacker role. You can absolutely run this thing physically with moves like Coil, Crunch, Wild Charge, Acrobatics, Dragon Claw, U-turn, and more. Or you could absolutely run it specially with sure less coverage, but more overall damage and even some support with T-Wave, Acid Spray, and the Volt Switch. If it had like 20 to 30 more speed, this would easily be 5 stars, but it doesn't. It's very slow. 4.5 stars in battle prowess. And I think this might be a first for the series. Tynamo's availability was a 3, and then Electric's evolution level brought it down to 2.5, but then the fact that you can evolve it pretty much immediately into Electros will bring it back up to 3. And it also takes a step up conceptually. Yes, it's still based on a mixture of different slithery aquatic creatures like lampreys and eels, but now it's actually more than that. They leave the ocean to attack their prey and drag them back into the ocean with their fancy new arms and claws. Which sure isn't a huge change, but it is more than enough to make it feel so much more like a Pokemon or a terrifying fantastical creature instead of just an animal. 4 stars, but design is where it does get very interesting. In the Gen 5 sprites, the way that you can see those little fins almost working as feet and the yellow bits glowing gives it so much more depth and character, one of the more unique looking Gen 5 Pokemon. But then 3D rolled around and absolutely ruined our boy. I get that it's an eel or lamprey style Pokemon, but the way that it's posed here takes all of that aforementioned depth and character away, and now it just looks like one of those animals. I was honestly shocked with how heavily 5 stars went out here. I would probably give it around a 4, so I'll meet in the middle and go with 4.5 stars, which does give it a vastly improved 4 stars overall. The Little Green Man, or LGM, really stands out as a unique Pokemon. We're running them all, and its stat spread is kind of unfortunate. 85 special attack is amazing for a first stage Pokemon, but you pair that with 30 speed and 55 in defenses for a Pokemon that doesn't evolve until level 42. Again, another mid-game UNOVA Pokemon that would have been fantastic as an early game Pokemon. Its move pool is solid for sure, but there's nothing special enough for it to overcome its aforementioned shortcomings. 2 stars in battle prowess. Then you can't get LGM until mid-game in UNOVA, its sequels, and Alola. Only saved a bit by being a tad earlier in Galar, but that will bring its average up to 3.5 stars. But concept is definitely this line's strong suit. They're very clearly based on aliens, or Little Green Men, LGM, where it does draw its inspiration along with plenty of different historical and pop culture references to aliens. Which is awesome for sure, but a little on the nose, so I'll go with 4 stars. But I personally like its design a lot more than its evolutions. This is very clearly a little green alien. With the different colored finger lights found in plenty of different alien depictions, the glyphs or symbols on the big oval head, and the glowing green eyes. And on top of that, it's actually a fairly cute little guy with the stumpy little legs and tail. Underrated design for a fairly forgettable Pokemon, 4 stars, which will give LGM the final score of 3.375 stars overall. Bahiam, the bug-eyed monster, and LGM, the Little Green Man, are such clever names for a Pokemon. We're running them all, and thankfully Bahiam takes a huge step up in battle. 125 special attack is awesome, and 95 special defense is really good, and its physical side is even respectable, but that speed is awful. Thankfully its move pool does make up for that. Even just getting Psychic, Calm Mind, and Recover by level up is amazing, and then you add on plenty of coverage and even some support through TMs. But sadly, Trick Room, which would absolutely push it up to the next level, is locked behind the post-game in Gen 5. Now thankfully you can get it a bit earlier in the other regions, but I think that'll end up being 4.5 stars in battle prowess. And even though you'll only have to raise LGM around 15 or so levels to evolve it, bringing that little weakling anywhere near level 42 is awful. So Bahiam's availability will take a small hit down to 3 stars. But as we talked about with LGM, Bahiam is very clearly based on an alien, with all sorts of different historical and pop culture references to aliens. But it does take it a tad further with its in-game lore of stealing Dubwool and floating around wheat fields, which is a really fun way to implement a cool idea. 4.5 stars. But design is where it gets a bit tricky. I personally think LGM looks a bit better. It's cuter and generally more appealing. But Bahiam might actually be like a better design. I like how its head shape doubles as kind of a UFO shape while also being the very clear top hat to the trench coat idea for its body, which is a pretty funny way to portray an alien coming to Earth and trying to blend in. This part is probably just a preference thing, but I do think that the green LGM looks a bit better. I think a green alien just fits better. So I think I'll lean on the polls with this one and give it that same 4 stars, which beams up Bahiam to an even 4 stars overall. Ghost type is inching closer and closer to becoming my new favorite type as we work through the Pokedex. We're rating them all, and Little Litwick is so awesome. Ghost Fire is a really fun type stylistically and to use, and thanks to its ability, it effectively has 3 immunities. But here we go again, it's another mid-game Unova that's ruined by the fact that it's a mid-game Pokemon. 65 special attack and 55s in defense would be pretty decent for like the first or second gym, but no, you don't even get it until like the 6th, and it doesn't evolve for the first time until level 41. I'm sorry, even if its move pool is pretty decent, that's 1 star in battle prowess. So yeah, you can't find it until after the 5th gym in Unova and its sequel, then after the 6th in Kalos, and ooh, before the 4th in Galar. But still, that ends up being 3 stars in availability. However, at least through the first 4 gyms, Ghost type is averaging almost 5 stars in concept and the 2nd best overall scores, and I don't think Litwick is going to disappoint. It seems to blend the ideas of, well, Disney's Lumiere and the Will-o'-the-Wisps or Hitodama. Most especially from this Japanese fire ghost that sucks the life force of those who come near, which is exactly what Litwick's dex entries describe. Just don't read its shield entry. Another awesome 5-star ghost concept. And honestly, Litwick is absolutely adorable and a wonderful first stage ghost design. The stumpy little candle body and arms are so cute, and this comment nailed it. The way the purple flames melt the candle down into an almost fringe hairdo is such a nice touch. Purple Fire is also just always a great design choice, and hot take, this might actually be my favorite in its line. This is a perfect first stage ghost design. 5 stars. But still, its battle prowess holds it back and melts it down to 3.5 stars overall. Lampent is totally overshadowed by its evolution line, but I actually really like it. We're rating them all, and this one's battle prowess is a bit tough to figure out since you don't ever actually have to use it. Litwick doesn't evolve into Lampent until level 41, and at that point in the game you either already have a Duskstone or you're getting one very shortly after. But if you do use it, its 95 special attack is of course very good, but its defenses and speed are obviously very outclassed at that point in the game. And again, its move pool is really good actually, but it just doesn't really matter, it's not good enough. 2.5 stars in battle prowess. And for availability, yes, you only have to raise your Litwick around 15 or so levels, but in that time frame it's basically useless, so Lampent will take a small penalty down at 2.5 stars. And it continues the concept of being based on different ghostly legends surrounding draining the souls of the living. But now it's an oil lamp instead of a candle, and instead of targeting children like Litwick, it targets those close to death. Another creepy 5 stars. But as I said at the start, the public perception is that its design is not as good as Litwick or Chandelier, and the polls do back that up, as it's the only one that did not pull 5 stars. But I think that its design is great. Yes, it's simple, but it still looks really good. It keeps the fairly cute little yellow eyes, and the lid to the oil lamp almost doubles as like a witch's hat. I think it's a really good design. 4.5 stars, so that will rise up its final score to 3.625 stars overall. It's honestly insane how much better Chandelure becomes upon evolution. We're rating them all, and I mostly mean in battle. Lampent's stats are certifiably mid in everything other than special attack. But 1 Duskstone later, and Chandelure's special attack shoots all the way up to 145, its defenses go to 90, and even its speed is a respectable 80. And its Ghost Fire typing is also pretty awesome. It's fun to use offensively, and thanks to its Flash Fire ability, it effectively has 3 immunities. Then with moves like Confuse Ray, Will-O-Wisp, Flame Burst, Hex, and Shadow Ball from Lampent, along with quite a few awesome TM options, and yeah, I'd say that's a pretty easy 5 stars in battle prowess. But its availability has a similar conundrum to Electros. Litwick started at 3 stars, but Lampent's later evolution level brought it down to 2.5. Chandelure, however, can be obtained almost instantly with a Duskstone, which will bring it back up to 3 stars. And conceptually, it is of course the conclusion of the line of different lighting fixtures based on multiple different ghostly inspirations, all of which are most directly influenced by the, excuse me here, Onibi? It's a Japanese fire ghost demon light that sucks the life force out of those who come near. Chandelure, though, actively lures and hypnotizes its foes to then burn up their spirits. Ghost types stay getting 5-star concepts. Its design, though, maybe it hasn't quite fallen out of graces with me, but more so its pre-evolutions I've gained some appreciation for. Either way, though, Chandelure still has an incredible design, one of, if not the best object Pokemon. Again, you really can't go wrong with Purple Fire, and turning the Shiny's fire back to orange is just perfect. But I don't understand why they insist on 3D being a downgrade for almost every Pokemon. The model itself, I would argue, might actually be a bit better, but why did they remove the translucence of the glass body? Being able to see the flame of burning souls rise up through the Pokemon was iconic. But you guys absolutely ran up the 5-star votes with this one, and I was on the fence between that and 4.5 anyway, so I'll go with you guys as 5 stars. Which means Chandelure's flames rise all the way to 4.5 stars overall, and finally another high placement on the top 5. Little Axew is a baby dragon done very well. We're rating them all, and sadly it's not better in battle. 87 attack is awesome, of course, but its stats otherwise are really not good, especially for Pokemon you have to use until the late 30s. 30s. But having both Dragon Claw and Dragon Dance at level 32 makes all the difference in the world. Really, even if you just get one of those off, and this little guy is a handful. But keyword if. 3 stars in battle prowess. And you can get it really early on for a dragon. Sure, it's after the 5th gym in Unova and its sequel, but before the 2nd gym in Kalos and even before the 4th in Galar, so that just barely rounds it up to 4 stars. At first glance, Axew seems to be a pretty straightforward baby dragon Pokemon, but fun fact, it was designed backwards from Haxorus, and the whole line is based on dinosaurs, like the Heterodontosaurus's protruding teeth and the Saurolophus's head crest. And said teeth or tusks go from little knife or chisel to pickaxe all the way to battle axe. Fairly simple, but a pretty awesome idea for a pure dragon type. 4 stars. And I think the design is well done too. Sure, it's not amazing on its own, but it does a great job showing the strong beginnings of Haxorus while still maintaining that cute little friend aspect of a first stage Pokemon. Again, simple but very good design. 4 stars, which will end up giving Axew the final score of 3.75 stars overall. Fracture is an absolute double-edged sword, pun intended. Orbiting a mall, and that is especially true in battle, even just by looking at its stats. 117 attack is amazing, but its defenses and speed are okay at best. You can then double down on that risk by using Dragon Dance to set up turn 1, and if you manage to do that safely, you're probably sweeping most battles, save some gym leaders. A tricky 4 stars in battle prowess. But for availability, I don't think that level 38 for Fracture warrants a penalty. Unlike other Pokemon like Litwick and Tynamo, Axew isn't totally useless at that point in the game. Sure, it's kinda rough, but you don't need to use it for too long anyway, so it'll stay 4 stars. And also, just like Axew and Haxorus actually, they're all inspired by different dinosaurs, most notably the Heterodontosaurus, who is aptly named for its protruding teeth on each side. It's then turned into a dragon Pokemon whose teeth go from little chisel to pickaxe to battle axe. Pretty awesome. 4 stars. But I do think its design is really good, honestly a great middle stage Pokemon. The new darker coloring on the body and armor plating accented by the red markings looks awesome. It looks much stronger than Axew and clearly capable, yet still with much room to grow. But I do think that how perfectly unnaturally straight the tusks look do take a bit away from the design, even though I do see the purpose of them. Still an awesome middle stage Pokemon. 4.5 stars. Sorry to ruin your bingo there, but that gives Fracture the final score of 4.125 stars overall. If there's one thing that the internet and Pokemon fans can agree on, it's that Haxorus should have been a pseudo-legend. We're running them all, and to be fair, looking at this stat spread, adding 60 base stats anywhere in this spread would be absolutely broken. 147 attack, 90 defense, and 97 speed is already insane, especially considering this monster gets not only Dragon Dance, but also Swords Dance by level up, and plenty of great offensive moves to take advantage and just destroy anything in its path. This is a very easy 5 stars in battle prowess. And I could see the argument for its level 48 evolution warranting a penalty, but I don't think that's really necessary here. Fracture is great on its own. Sure, it's not amazing by level 48, but it's not like it's anywhere near useless or needing to be dragged there. Also, 48 is totally reasonable for a dragon of this stature, so it'll stay 4 stars. But I do think that conceptually, Haxorus has a tiny leg up on its pre-evolutions. They're all based on dinosaurs and take the protruding teeth or tusks from the Heterodontosaurus, but the way that Haxorus battles by swinging its battle axe-like head around violently instead of biting is not only awesome, but is also something that is a very real tactic even in modern animals. Fun fact, it was also one of the first designed Pokemon for Unova, but I also really like the growth from Axew's not that strong but quickly regrowing tusks to Fracture's very strong, sharp, and well-maintained tusks that, if broken, do not grow back, to Haxorus, whose incredibly destructive tusks stay sharp even if used to cut steel beams. I don't know if that's quite 5 stars in concept, but it's at least 4.5. Its design, though, is one of the most widely loved Unova Pokemon, as shown here by the overwhelming 5-star votes, and I get it, to an extent. This is one of the very rare occurrences where 3D was a very clear and sizable upgrade. It looks like an intimidating, strong armored dragon with a battle axe head and a big, powerful tail. But in the normally goated Gen 5 sprites, it kinda looks goofy. The neck looks long and skinny, more like the giraffe side of the concept than a scary dino, and the tail looks puny, and in general, it looks kind of hunched over and unimpressive. I love Haxorus, it's an awesome Pokemon, but I don't think that I can give it a 5-star design. 4.5 stars in design, which still gives Haxorus an awesome 4.5 stars overall and a spot on the Unova top 5. On your next installment of Ice-type Pokemon that would be awesome in the early game, but aren't, Cubchoo, we're running them all, and yeah, again, 70 attack and 60 special attack, with its other stats being middling at best on a pure Ice type, would be really fun, and pretty balanced for like the second gym or so. But other than Galar, every other region shoves their Ice types to the mid game at the earliest, where especially the first stages are just not good enough. enough. Oh, and its move pool is actually terrible other than Icy Wind and Charm. 1.5 stars in battle prowess. But like I said, Cubchoo is locked behind the 5th gym in Unova and its sequel, then after the 6th in Kalos and after the 3rd in Galar. But that won't save it from 3 stars in availability. And conceptually, well, it's a polar bear cub who takes having a cold very literally. Get it? Because it's an ice type, it's cold, and its nose is running. 2 stars. However, I do think that it's actually pretty darn cute and definitely looks better than Beartic. I think the small detail of its head being light blue instead of white does give it a bit more character. Otherwise, just the posing of it plus those big pitiful eyes do successfully paint a very cute little bear cub. 3.5 stars, which lands Cubchoo the final score of 2.5 stars overall and a spot on the crowded Unova bottom 5. Beartic seems like it would be awesome, it just never is. We're running them all, and I mostly mean in battle thanks to its whopping 130 attack and even pretty solid HP and defenses. But that 50 speed along with pure ice type just being bad usually equals Beartic being sadly underwhelming. Though to be fair, both of its abilities can help with that issue for sure. Its level up move pool is fairly underwhelming as well, but it does get some amazing TM options like Swords Dance and plenty of coverage. I'm on the fence with this one, but I think that it's around 4 stars in battle prowess. And though you do have to wait until level 37 to evolve Cubchoo, you usually don't catch it until pretty late anyway, so Beartic's availability will stay the same 3 stars. But it's also sadly about the same in concept. It's a polar bear, and instead of dripping snot from its cold, it has frozen drool? I don't know, I might be missing something, but 2 stars. Its design, however, is very easily a downgrade from Cubchoo, who was pretty boring for sure, but actually really darn cute. Beartic is a polar bear. Outside of the obvious icy drool beard, this is barely even a Pokemon. How this thing pulled higher than Cubchoo, I do not know. This is just an animal. 2.5 stars. But that does give it the final score of 2.875 stars overall, and it does avoid the bottom 5. How does a Pokemon as forgettable as Shelmet have an evolution as cool as Excelgor? We're running them all, and it is very strange in battle. Its defenses are really solid for a first stage Pokemon, but all of its other stats are awful. And being a pure bug type isn't exactly ideal for a defensive Pokemon anyway. It doesn't have a bad move pool, but why would you ever choose to use this when you can just evolve it immediately? 1.5 stars in battle prowess. Even worse is the fact that you can't even find one until after the 7th gym in Unova, then before the 5th in the sequels, after the 5th in Kalos, and after the 3rd in Galar, which does manage to give it 3 stars in availability. But as we talked about with Carablast and Escavalier, these 4 Pokemon concepts are of course tied in with each other and awesome. Shelmet itself is based on a snail, of course, but a pretty cool scaly foot snail whose outer shell is made of iron-like compounds. Then it is hunted by Carablast for said shell, which then causes it to evolve into the light and nimble Excelgor. The way both of these lines are implemented is very cool. 4 stars. However, design-wise, I don't really see the draw of Shelmet at all. The shell is fairly well done. I really like how it clearly looks like a soldier's helmet with the dark eye hole designs and everything. But the Shelmet itself with the duck face, kissy face, mewing, Rizzler? I don't know, I'm too old for this. It looks dumb, let's be honest here. Overall, not a terrible design, but not great. 2.5 stars. So that does give Shelmet the final score of 2.75 stars overall, narrowly avoiding the bottom 5. The Excelgor and Escavalier evolution method and explanation is one of the coolest in the entire series. We're running them all, and I'll be honest here, I've never even actually used Excelgor, but it is still one of my favorites. It's just awesome, including in battle with its 145 speed and 100 special attack. Even its HP and physical attack are at least respectable. Its move pool could be better though, for sure. Yes, Giga Drain, Bug Buzz, Recover, and U-turns that no one can avoid is pretty nice on its own. But outside of a few TMs, at least in Gen 5, there's not a whole lot else there. Even in Gen 8 it adds Water Shuriken, but not much else. I'm on the fence between 4 and 4.5, but I'll go with 4 stars in battle prowess. As for availability, it starts at Shelmet's 3 stars, but after the trait evolution penalty, it brings it down to 2.5 stars. And this whole group of Pokemon's concepts are really cool and of course very intertwined. Carablast hunts Shelmet and steals its shell, evolving into Escavalier, and leaving Shelmet without armor, evolving it into Excelgor, which without its weight of its shell is light and nimble, fighting like a ninja. Awesome concept once again. 4 stars. Bug is my favorite type in the game, and Excelgor is one of the reasons why. It's such a simple design, but looks so cool. The fact that it has to wrap itself in thin membranes to avoid drying out comes off as making it look even more like a ninja, especially with the pieces flowing behind it like it's Piccolo or a farming. And they also managed to take a very odd and frankly ugly little Shelmet face and turn it into a mysterious, dark, and intimidating face instead. Also incredible shiny, but yeah, absolutely awesome bug design. 5 stars. But sadly, that still gives a disappointing 3.875 stars overall. Stunfisk is a great example of why not to judge a book by its cover. Forwarding them all, and it's shockingly decent in battle. Firstly, Ground Electric is just a cool and unique typing, but its stats are solid. 109 HP, 99 special defense, and 84 defense means it's genuinely pretty bulky. And its 81 special attack is usable for sure. But its move pool is where it really shines. Mud Bomb and Discharge early, Thunderbolt later, and then you get Surf, Earthquake, Sludge Bomb, Scald, and then even Thunder Wave and Bulldoze for support. It's still not amazing, of course, but it's a lot better than I thought. 3.5 stars in battle prowess. But you can't find it until after the 7th gym in UNOVA, post-game in the sequels, and then after the 5th gym in Kalos, which only averages out to 1.5 stars in availability. Oh, and also I screwed up Cryogonal as it's also post-game there, so its availability is actually 1.5 stars, bringing its total down to 2.25. But conceptually, according to Stunfisk's White Dex entry, it conceals itself in the mud and shocks prey that touch it, which is also just an exact description of the electric ray. Oh, but this one's a Flounder instead. Cool animal to make into a Pokemon, sure, but still just an animal. 2 stars. But its design, I'm sorry, I just can't stand it. I know there's a huge subculture of Pokemon fans that just absolutely adore the Pokemon who look stupid and derpy, or at least they pretend to, but I don't get it at all. Sure, there are some details that I like. The Thunderbolt style fins and the exclamation mark on its tail are nice touches, but it's still just a horribly ugly Pokemon to look at, and the polls are shockingly with me on this one. 1.5 stars in design, so that will bury Stunfisk with 2.125 stars overall and a spot in the bottom 5. Mienfoo is another example of how UNOVA ruins first stage Pokemon. Orbiting them all, and I mean in battle of course, where normally its 85 attack and 65 speed would make for a pretty fun, fast, and frail-ish fighting type in the early to mid-game. But it doesn't evolve until level 50, and you find it anywhere from level 15 to almost 40. But in 2 out of 3 games it's in, you won't find it until far after it will be useful. 2.5 stars in battle prowess. And in case that didn't give it away, it's found very late game in both UNOVA sets and before the 2nd gym in Kalos, which still only brings it up to 2.5 stars in availability. But funnily enough, this whole line is made specifically to fill a niche of a fighting type based on animals. And to be fair, even though I've never heard of these little guys, they're pretty darn cute. But that's pretty much it. It's a little kung fu weasel thing. Could be worse. 2.5 stars. But no stars bingo here, because in design it is definitely better than 2.5. Surprisingly, it avoids the easy path of being an adorable first stage rodent thing learning how to fight. Instead, they go for a pretty confident and capable looking fighter while giving it more of that feisty energy. And it works, but honestly the loose skin, fur, stuff does look a bit odd the more that you look at it, yet somehow it also fits perfectly. This is a good design. 3.5 stars, which is around where you guys had it too, so oh no, that gives it 2.75 stars overall and puts it in the very crowded bottom 5. Okay, I have no idea how to pronounce this thing's name, but here we go. Orbiting them all in Minccino is very interesting in battle. It is a fairly prototypical fast mixed attacker with very impressive stats there while leaving its defenses pretty frail. But it's a pure fighting type, which is definitely unique for that archetype. Its regenerator ability is pretty awesome, especially paired with U-turn as well as some other great moves like Fake Out, Drain Punch, and plenty of TM options as well. But surprisingly little special attacks. I've never ended up using one of these, so let me know if it's too far off, but I think it's about a 4.5 in battle prowess considering you don't even get it until level 50. Speaking of which, that has to give it a penalty in availability, especially considering you find Mienfoo at level 15 in Kalos. 2 stars. Though thankfully it does have more going for it in concept. It is of course also a kung fu wielding stoat, adorable by the way, but now it seems to draw further from Shaolin Kung Fu, Chinese operas, and Chinese martial arts stereotypes in general, all surrounding the flowing sleeves idea, which they now use to whip their enemies. Better for sure. 3.5 stars. And design-wise, it's never necessarily been my cup of tea, but I do think that it's a very good design. It very successfully mixes the inspirations of a kung fu monk style fighting rodent with the majestic or elegant side of the operas. I feel like they were going for like an almost femme fatale style fighting type here, and they did it very well. You guys voted this around 4 stars, and I agree. So that does end up giving Minccino a pretty decent 3.5 stars overall. I used to absolutely hate Druddigon, so let's see how much it's grown on me. Forwarding them all, and to be fair, it is very strong in battle. 120 attack, 90 in both defenses, and rough skin to help. Wait, it has sheer force? Which it doesn't really have any moves to take advantage of that by level up, or TMs really, but said moves are still really good regardless. It is very slow and frail, especially of course, but it's pretty awesome regardless. I'd say it's probably around a 4 in battle prowess, maybe 4.5. But its availability is obviously its weak point. Base Black and White is its best case where you can get it before the 7th gym, but in the sequels and Kalos, it's locked to Victory Road, which only gives it 1.5 stars in availability. But its concept, while simple, is very cool and cohesive. It seems to blend the ideas of European dragons, gargoyles, and, well, lizards. It's a cave-dwelling European dragon who becomes immobile when it's cold, like lizards, but so immobile and rock-like, like a gargoyle. I think that's a 5-star concept, or at least close to it. However, for design, I have to admit, when Gen 5 first came out, I thought this was by far the worst-looking dragon we've ever gotten. Now, my negative feelings towards it have definitely lightened up in recent years, but I still don't think it's a good-looking Pokemon Pokemon at all. It's too busy. Individually, the rigid plates on the underbelly, the spikes on its arms, legs, and tail, and the hard spiky red head are fairly cool, or at least interesting. But altogether, it's just too much, and it looks messy and kinda dumb if we're being honest. Especially the wings. They don't even look like real wings, and definitely not functional ones. I get the dragons are cool in general and always pull high, but I don't think this is anywhere near a 5-star design. More like 3.5 at best. Which does end up giving Druddigon a decent 3.625 stars overall. Here we have another fantastic Ghost-type line. We're them all, and Gothita sadly falls into the same trap as nearly every other UNOVA first stage Pokemon. It would be awesome in the early game with 74 base attack and okay bulk, along with its really cool type combination and the Iron Fist ability, but considering you don't catch it until later and it doesn't evolve until level 43, it's just sadly not good enough, which is a shame. 2.5 stars of battle prowess. But again, you can't get it until right before the 7th gym in UNOVA, Victory Road in the sequels, and then hey, before the 3rd gym in Kalos, on Ula Ula as a version exclusive in Alola, and before the 4th gym in Galar, so it actually does end up getting 3 stars in availability. And ghost types as a whole have had incredible concepts, and Gothita is not amazing, but still good. It's based off of golems of Hebrew legend, which is almost exactly what it is described in its dex entries, but its ghost typing seems to come from the story of the golem of Prague who summons spirits of the dead. Another great concept, 4 stars. Its design, however, I think is very well done. It has so much character to it outside of just being a simple golem. The oddly shaped geometric eyes and the pattern on its chest glowing with the mysterious power source from within, all being held back by the ties that bind it. Not to mention it's a pretty cute little knot rock guy with adorable little legs and fists. I'm a bit higher on it than you guys, but this is a perfect first stage design, 5 stars, which will summon Gothita the final score of 3.625 stars overall. Golurk is one of those Pokemon that's so awesome, but I wish was better. Orbiting them all, and of course I mean in battle, where at first you might think that its Iron Fist ability coupled with its 124 attack would be amazing. And to be fair, that part is, but it's so slow and not bad defensively, but not great. Ground Ghost is an awesome typing though, even if it could have been the first Rock Ghost type. Even its move pool is pretty great. Shadow Punch early, Heavy Slam, Earthquake, and Hammer Arm later, and some solid TM options. So overall, it is an awesome Pokemon, but its stats aren't quite there. 4.5 stars in battle prowess. Its availability is another installment of a later evolution in UNOVA, but at least this one is only level 43, and that's really only an issue in Kalos where it will get a penalty, but it still averages out to 3 stars. But conversely, it's a step up in concept. Like Gothita before, it is based very directly on Hebrew golems, and probably gets its ghost typing from the specific golem of Prague who raises the spirits of the dead. But Golurk is also very clearly more, with its ability to transform into a rocket-style mecha suit or a robot and fly across the sky at Mach speeds. And its greenish, almost oxidized copper look could also be a call to the Statue of Liberty considering the region that it's in, but even without that, this is a 5-star concept. I also think that its design is very, very good. I like the addition of the armor and spikes and I don't know what it's called, the little like gladiator skirt thing. That really helps portray the idea that this is some ancient automaton warrior or guardian. As well as, of course, the mysterious glowing energy pouring out from within, barely being held back by the repair on its chest. Incredible design. 5 stars. And oh hey, that actually gives it 4.375 stars overall and a spot on the UNOVA top 5. Pawniard is sadly another totally unnecessary UNOVA first stage Pokemon. Orbiting them all, and again, this little guy would be really fun to use in the early to mid game with its awesome Dark Steel typing along with its 85 attack, 70 defense, and even 60 speed, but with bad HP and special defense to balance it out. Even with just Faint Attack and Metal Claw early on, it would be pretty awesome, not to mention its incredible ability Defiance. But you can't even catch this thing until it is far outclassed, and it doesn't evolve until level 52? So stupid. It should be like 35 at most. 2.5 stars in battle prowess. But yeah, you can't even get Pawniard until right before the 8th gym in UNOVA, the 7th in the sequels and Kalos, and the end of Ula Ula in Alola, and Galar to the rescue again, where you can get it before the 3rd, which just barely rounds down to 2.5 stars. This whole line is really cool conceptually though. They are roughly based on Japanese bandits or gang members. Pawniard specifically would be the pawns in the organization, but they do also have quite a few other inspirations, which I hope I pronounced correctly: Ashigaru, Samurai, and Kaijin. They're also supposed to be slightly insectoid, which is cool. Very cool idea. 4.5 stars. But I do think that its design is another category where Pawniard is really outshined by its evolution. Bisharp is awesome, but Pawniard is a bit unimpressive. In the Gen 5 sprites specifically, it does look pretty good. They portray the metallic armor very well, and the knife points on the arms and torso do look very dangerous. But then there's this guy in 3D who is there, I guess. They just sucked all of the life out of its design, and I'm honestly not a huge fan of its official art either. 3 stars, which does move Pawniard to the final score of 3.125 stars overall. Bisharp is one of the best and most popular of the edgy Pokemon, so how will it do as we rate them all? Well, in battle, it is definitely pretty awesome. Firstly, Dark Steel is an amazing type combination with 9 resistances and almost as many immunities as weaknesses. It also has the Defiant ability, which is amazing for obvious reasons, especially paired with its already high 125 base attack. 100 defense is also very good here, but admittedly its other stats do leave a lot to be desired. This guy could really use an evolution. Its move pool is also pretty good with Iron Defense, Assurance, Night Slash, Iron Head, and even Swords Dance for the endgame, as well as more than enough great TMs to boot. It has a lot going for it for sure, and it is very good, but I don't think that its stats are quite 5 stars. 4.5 stars in battle prowess. But its availability obviously has to take a hit. Pawniard doesn't evolve until level 52, and in the time it takes you to grind there from anywhere like 20s to mid 30s is awful. So it is going to take a probably generous half-star penalty down to 2 stars. But just like Pawniard before, it's based on a mix of Japanese military ideas and bandits or gang members, Bisharp having been promoted and no longer a pawn in the organization, as well as some insectoid inspiration like the Japanese rhinoceros beetle, who is tied to samurai itself in the name at least. Cool and unique idea for sure, 4.5 stars. Yet somewhat uniquely, Bisharp looks way better than either of the Pokemon in its line. It just does everything Pawniard was going for so much better. The new axe-like blade on its head getting the gold shade looks amazing, blending down into the intimidating face. Really, the color scheme as a whole looks incredible, like a bad guy Sharper Iron Man or something. The torso blades may look a bit goofy, but somehow work perfectly on Bisharp along with its now armored blade hands as well. I've never really cared for it too much personally, mostly because I never get to use it, but I have to agree with you guys on this one. This is clearly a 5-star design. So that will promote Bisharp to the final score of a nice 4 stars. Oh look, we're back to which is better, the original or the Gen 5 reskin. Boarding a Maulin in battle, it's closer than I thought, honestly. Sure, Bouffalant, I think is how you say it, will never be as broken as Tauros in red and blue, but it's still really good. 110 attack and 95 in all of its defensive stats is very strong. And its moves may not look great, but with that stat spread, moves like Revenge and Head Charge are awesome early on, and it gets some really strong TMs as well. Some of which it can boost even further with Reckless, but that's so terrifying I've always been partial to the free immunity instead. Very simple, very straightforward, very strong, but isn't gonna last very long. 4 stars in battle prowess. Oh, but what's that? You can't even find it until after the 7th gym in Unova and after the 8th in the sequels, and we don't count the DLC for this, so that's it. It just barely managed to stay at 1.5 stars in availability. And conceptually, well, it's obviously a buffalo, and it has an afro and some rings on the horns, which are normal for cattle. I mean, at least it's not just an animal, its afro helps protect it, but then why does it not have recoil negating ability? The normal type claws, it's been a while, 2 stars. Its design though isn't that bad, though it has always been one of the most glaring examples of the reskin, soft reboot, whatever idea. This is far from an exciting or interesting design. I would even argue that it's pretty dumb, but it does very successfully show a big, strong, intimidating buffalo with huge horns. The afro may be pretty dumb, but it doesn't actually take away from the design much, surprisingly. I'm a little lower on it than you guys, but not by much, 3 stars, which will shave down its final score to 2.5 stars overall and into the bottom 5. Rufflet is such an adorable first stage bird. Boarding them all, and it faces the same problem as most other first stage Unova Pokemon, its outrageous evolution level of 54, which is awful because it is really strong early on with high attack, HP, and speed, along with the amazing sheer force ability. But it is so obviously outclassed into the late 40s and 50s when going against mostly fully evolved Pokemon. This one is really tough to judge just because of the sheer difference in times that you would use it, but I'd say 2 stars. As for availability, you can't get it until the 8th gym in Unova as a version exclusive, but you get Braviary before the 4th in White 2, so that helps, and so does finding it on the first island in both Alola versions, and a bit later in Galar, so it ends up at 3.5 stars. Though conceptually, both Rufflet and Braviary are thankfully not just birds. As we all know, Unova is based on America, and these two are clearly bald eagles, our national bird. But they also take some inspiration from the Native Americans as well, with Rufflet having this single standout feather, which later becomes more clear with the full war headdress of Braviary, 4 stars. This is also a case of a simple design being very good. Like yes, this is more or less just a baby eagle, but the red, white, and blue coloration obviously plays into its concept very well, and so does the significance of the single red feather. Even outside of the references, the giant talon shows its power, the white fluffy baby feathers show its youth. You guys voted this one around 4 stars, and I agree, this is a very good first stage bird design, 4 stars. But that still only gives Rufflet 3.375 stars overall. Even though I'm not Gen 5's biggest fan, Braviary is still to this day one of my favorite Pokemon. Orbiting them all, and that is partly due to how awesome it is in battle. Sure, its 80 speed and 75 defenses aren't amazing, but they're good, especially paired with its 100 HP and 123 attack. Not to mention its amazing sheer force ability, which boosts its moves like Slash and Crush Claw, as well as some good TMs. It may not be amazing in battle, but it is very strong and probably the best flyer in Unova, 4 stars. Its availability though is a bit complicated, mostly due to its level 54 evolution, which in regions like Unova, Alola, and Galar that is horrible and will take varying penalties. However, in White 2 specifically, you get handed one to you very early on in the game, so it'll get a small boost, which will still bring it down to 3 stars. But as we said with Rufflet, it is more than meets the eye conceptually. As it is affectionately referred to as the Murica bird, it is indeed based off of the national bird of America, the bald eagle. UNOVA, of course, being based on the US, but Braviary also has Native American inspirations as well, with its feathered headdress worn by chiefs and decorated warriors. Very cool concept. 4 stars. Design-wise, as I said at the start, this is one of my favorite Pokemon ever, and definitely my favorite of the bird Pokemon. The feathered headdress both looks really awesome and adds to its intimidating predator look, as well as doing a good job of showing its Native American origins. Then obviously the red, white, and blue colorations for the Murica bird. But eagles in general, especially bald eagles, are awesome, and I really thought I was just being biased towards this one, but surprisingly, the polls are with me here. 5 stars. Which will land Braviary the final score of 4 stars overall. Vullaby is, okay, I won't lie, I forgot it exists. We're writing them all, and I sound like a broken record here, but again, a first stage UNOVA Pokemon that would be really awesome in the early game with its great defensive stats, but doesn't evolve until level 54. Sure, Dark Flying is cool, and its move pool is decent. And hey, in Alola, you can actually catch it and use it early on, but there's no way this thing should ever see battle between like levels 35 to 54. Another tough one to judge, but I'll go with 2 stars. Availability though, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's the exact same as a Rufflet, so we'll just copy and paste the 3.5 stars. But conceptually, it's not quite as good. It's a vulture chick that just hyperfixates on the existing aspects of that animal, like being a mean little scavenger and a baby. 3 stars. However, design-wise, I may not really like this Pokemon at all, honestly, but this is a quietly great design. Its face has a very clear, aggressive, or mischievous look to it, and the diaper egg thing actually being an upside-down skull is an amazing detail that I truthfully am just now noticing. I think you guys are a little low on this one. It's genuinely a great design for a dark-type baby bird. 4.5 stars. So that will hatch Vullaby the final score of 3.25 stars overall. Unfortunately, Mandibuzz is completely overshadowed by Braviary, so let's see how it stacks up as we rate them all. In battle, it has its uses, but it has a similar issue as other defensive Pokemon. Yes, it is very bulky and decently fast, but its attack stats are awful, and its move pool doesn't really reflect that. Like, sure, it has Nasty Plot, Air Slash, Dark Pulse, and Shadow Ball to use with its 55 special attack, but all it really has for support is Tailwind, but that's not really all that effective, let alone necessary for a playthrough. 3 stars. And again, this should have the exact same availability as Braviary, so we'll copy and paste the 3 stars. But sadly, it also just isn't as good conceptually. Yes, blending the idea of a scavenger like a vulture and a caveman or barbarians is cool and cohesive, but it's just not that special. 3.5 stars. However, similarly to Vullaby, the more that I look at its design, the better it gets. I don't even like Mandibuzz, but the fact that it decorates itself with the bones of their prey, so whose teeth is that Mandibuzz is wearing as a skirt? They are 100% female, I guess. But for real, this is a very good design for a dark type bird. I've definitely changed my mind on it. 4.5 stars. But with its final score of 3.5 stars overall, it's still picking from Braviary's scraps. My third kid is here, but we're back. Heatmore is both unique and somehow so forgettable. We're writing them all, and its slow, frail, mixed attacker stat spread makes me feel like we're back in Hoenn. I suppose both of its abilities have their niche uses, but neither are amazing, and its move pool isn't bad. There are some strong moves and some good TMs, but as a whole, Heatmore is not bad, but not great. 3 stars in battle prowess. But remember, this is UNOVA, where you can't find this mid Pokemon until Victory Road. Oh, and even post-game in its sequels, not much better in Kalos, where it's after the 7th gym, and hey, in Galar you can get it before the 4th, which does save it at least up to 2 stars. Though conceptually, at face value, blending the ideas of an anteater and an ironworking factory seems super random and out of place on its own, but when you combine that with the fact that Durant, the metal ant, is its prey, and that's a pretty awesome concept. 4 stars. And to be fair, once you realize the whole iron factory thing, it makes the design a lot more coherent. The exhaust pipe tail, the almost filter or intake style wrist guards, and of course the fire lashing tongue. Very unique looking Pokemon for sure, that does portray its concept well, but wow, is it ugly and a weird looking Pokemon that still seems out of place. Which you guys do seem to agree with based on the polls, and I'll go with 3 stars. So that does melt down Heatmore to an even 3 stars overall. Durant may be weak to Heatmore in game, but it is a much cooler and better Pokemon. We're writing them all, and firstly, it's awesome in battle. Bug Steel is arguably my favorite type combo in the game, with so many resistances and as many immunities as weaknesses. Its stats also do match up well with that, being min-maxed really nicely. Around 110 in attack, defense, and speed. Just avoid your special attacks, of course, especially fire. But its move pool is also really good. Crunch Ironhead X Scissor setup with agility, iron defense, or Hone Claws, along with some other awesome TM options for coverage and even support. Extremely underrated Pokemon, 4.5 stars. But it does, of course, have the same major downsides as its counterpart Heatmor, availability, of which the two have the same very bad 2 stars. However, conceptually, it isn't as interesting as an ironworking factory anteater. Yes, it is cool that its abilities showcase behaviors of different ants in the colony, and is an ant wearing metal armor cool? Also yes, but its failed attempt to protect it from Heatmor's fire isn't enough to give it a great concept score either, 3 stars. Now with that being said, conversely, I think that it has a much better design. Yes, it is much more simplistic, but that isn't always a bad thing. Where Heatmor was kind of busy and you had to know what was going on for it to look even remotely good, Durant is a bad steel armor-plated ant with giant mandibles and aggressive red eyes. Bug is my favorite type, so I thought that I was a bit biased, but you guys also voted this pretty high, so we'll go with 4 stars. And that does dig up Durant, the final score of 3.375 stars overall, and gives it a leg up on Heatmor. Finally, we've made it to the pseudo-legends of UNOVA. We're rating them all, and well, Little Dino and this line as a whole are just the epitome of what's wrong with UNOVA. To start with the positive, pre-Gen 6's introduction of fairies, Dark Dragon is one of the strongest and coolest type combinations, but that's kind of where that ends. Because its ability Hustle is awful to use, its stats aren't even good for if you found it in the early game, but of course you don't at all, and doesn't evolve for the first time until level 50. Hard to believe I'm giving this to a dragon type pseudo, but that's 1 star in battle prowess. And of course, as just mentioned, its availability is terrible. You can't find it until Victory Road in UNOVA, the sequels in Kalos, and a super late game in Galar as a version exclusive. That's about as bad as it gets. So yeah, that's 1 star in availability. Now, we've never counted the names into concept before, but I do still have to give a nod to the German 123 1, 2, 3. That's cool, especially for a European dragon line, which of course gets much deeper as it evolves. But for now, this is a pretty basic baby dragon dino creature outside of it being blind, so it tackles and bites its surroundings. For now, 2.5 stars. It does have a pretty good design, even if it is a bit simple. The wounds along its body are a nice touch, and I do like the singular, I don't know, hair, horn thing on its head. It's obviously a nice precursor for what's to come, while helping with the look of like a toddler with a cowlick or something. It did pull weirdly high for such an unassuming design. It's not bad by any means, but there's not a whole lot of positive to look at either. I'll meet in the middle and go with 3.5 stars. Wait, no, so that means Dino gets 2 stars overall, which is not only the worst pseudo score so far, but the worst UNOVA score so far. Will Xvilus redeem Dino's abysmal placement? We're rating them all, and let's find out. Sadly, in battle, it's really not much better. Honestly, it's a very similar discussion overall. Fantastic type combination, at least in Gen 5 before the fairies showed up. Very annoying ability and stats that aren't terrible, but are just nowhere near good enough considering you won't be using it until the end game. It doesn't evolve until level 64. Sure, Crunch and Dragon Rush will hit like a truck, but like if that truck was trying to hit a bird flying on the highway. I guess 1.5 stars, but this is a tough one to judge. Availability is interesting. You can't get Dino until basically Victory Road everywhere, and it has that high evolution level, but you can just catch a Xvilus outright in those same spots, so it'll get the same 1 star. Concept, however, it does thankfully start to hint at the Hydra inspirations, which are of course the focus of this whole line, and we'll go into more detail with Hydreigon, but I do think it's funny how the heads don't like each other and that it was originally supposed to be a tank Pokemon. 4 stars. And its design isn't bad by any means. Even if it is basically just a dino with 2 heads and little wings, that's kind of the point. You can really see the scrapped tank ideas here though, with the tread tracks on the torso and the general stockiness of it. Again, it pulled surprisingly high. I think these pre-evos are getting some holdover bias from Hydreigon for sure. It's pretty good though, 3.5 stars. Which will at least grow Xvilus' final score to 2.5 stars overall, but still in the bottom 5. Is Hydreigon the worst pseudo-legendary Pokemon or closer to the best? We're rating them all, and let's find out. In battle, it's really not a discussion. At least in Gen 5, this thing was a genuine menace. 125 special attack and at least 90 in every other stat is pretty amazing on its own. But pair that with Levitate and its awesome Dark Dragon typing, which before they let the fairies loose was even more amazing, and you have yourself a very strong Pokemon, obviously. Its move pool is also actually ridiculous, great level up moves across the board, and so many TMs that you could absolutely run this thing mixed or even physical if you want. Pretty obviously 5 stars there. However, we all know it's coming. Availability. Dino and Xvilus can both actually be found as early as Victory Road in all but one region they're in, but then you have to grind those pretty awful little dragons all the way to level 64, which is past the champion of every single region, by the way, other than Alder. Still, that's pretty obviously going to get a penalty down from Dino's 1 star to 0.5 stars, which still feels generous. Thankfully though, conceptually it again crushes it. It is of course based on the Hydra-style dragon found in many different cultures, mythologies, and religions, and that terrible evolution level might at least contain a nice reference to Ghidorah Nora's first big screen appearance. Though the tank and sock puppet stuff do feel very random, either way I think this is a safe 5 stars. Oh, but its design is going to get me yelled at. Okay, first, let me preface this with the fact that I do not dislike Hydreigon. In fact, it was battling for my favorite Unova Pokemon for a long time. But I do think that it's overrated. Again, starting with the positives, the overall color scheme is amazing. It looks really good while also doing a good job of portraying a dark or evil dragon, especially with the red eyes and black wings. And the center head looks really good and vicious and scary, and the frills or opened up hood structure from its prevos look really cool and intimidating. However, the legs look like torn off without any explanation as to why, and most obviously is the sock puppet hands for heads. I get that they're brainless now, but you could have at least given them some teeth or eyes or something. They just completely take away from the brutal terror style dragon. They're so goofy and dumb looking. But of course, to no surprise, it pulled overwhelmingly 5 stars. I would have still given it probably 4 stars, so I'll meet in the middle at 4.5, which thankfully still gives Hydreigon a respectable 3.75 stars overall, just missing out on the pseudo's top 5. It may be a hot take, but Larvesta was honestly really unnecessary. We're rating them all, and I'm normally all for more evolutions and more Pokemon. 3-stage evolution lines are normally my favorite, and I suppose that they were probably going for that 0 to Hero, Magikarp to Gyarados arc here, but having something's first and only evolution level 59 is just stupid. But hey, to be fair, its stats aren't as bad as you'd think. 85 attack is pretty solid, but its other stats are, okay, yeah, they're pretty bad. Especially for that point in the game if you're actually trying to use this thing to evolve it. 1.5 stars in battle prowess, but I do have a special guest coming in the Volcarona episode, don't miss it. But its availability isn't as bad as you'd think. Sure, it's locked behind the 6th gym in Unova, then technically it's Volcarona that's available around the 5th gym in the sequels, but I guess that counts here, and then Larvesta is found even later, late game really, in Alola. So it still isn't great at 2.5 stars. And at face value, it may seem like a pretty simple moth larva, but it does at least take some inspiration from the Japanese symbol for fire, which makes even more sense with its dex entries talking about how it was believed to be born from the sun and how it shoots fire from its 5 horns to repel enemies. So still not amazing, but pretty cool for a larva. 3 stars. Man, this is coming off a lot more negative than I wanted it to. I do like Larvesta though. I mean, Volcarona is one of my favorite Pokemon overall, and Larvesta's design is fairly interesting, albeit not that special. The blue eyes hidden on the black face surrounded by white fur and red horns is honestly pretty striking. The design as a whole is very front heavy, but I do think that it kind of is supposed to look like a burning cigar for some reason. I don't know if that's true, but once you see it, it makes total sense. It's nothing special, but serves as a decent first stage for Volcarona, 3.5 stars. So that does sadly give Larvesta 2.625 stars overall and a spot on the bottom 5. Volcarona is hands down one of the coolest Pokemon of all time, but can it crack the Unova top 5? We're rating them all, and I do mean we this time. I have a special guest for you in this one. And I don't think anyone is questioning its battle prowess, but let's lay it out. Firstly, 135 special attack and around 100s in both special defense and speed is amazing. But then you pair that with one of the most broken moves in Pokemon history, Quiver Dance, which boosts all 3 of those stats, even before it gets those other broken moves at higher levels, just running with Silverwind, Heat Wave, and whatever other awesome TMs you want, and this is probably going to be the strongest Pokemon on your team. It's pretty broken. That's 5 stars for sure, but availability is very clearly its glaring weakness. Yes, you can just catch one outright in Unova sequels, but in both Black and White and in Alola, you can't find Larvesta until later, and then you have to grind that stupid little bug all the way to level 59. So after a little boost and some penalties, it ends up being the same 2.5 stars.
Now, I'm a huge Volcarona fan, so I'm going to try to look at its design and concept a bit more objectively. It's not absolutely genius, but it's more than just a fire moth. Even the concept of taking the moth to a flame idiom and inverting it to give us a powerful moth that has mastery over fire is what I love about many Pokemon concepts. The juxtaposition between real-world moths and Volcarona is what makes you want to train one. I love when Game Freak gives regular Pokemon legendary status within the Pokemon world. It has so much lore, acting as a replacement for the sun, saving people during a cold and dark time. It was worshipped as a god, and I think its design kind of perfectly showcases its nature. Its colors are super pretty, but it still looks intimidating and regal. It's benevolent, while looking like a creepy bug that is both cuddly with soft fur, but a pretty realistic and detailed moth abdomen. It's also clearly a loyal partner, but is fairly expressionless, like a god should be. It's the ace of a champion for good reason. I'd give the concept a 4.5.
I agree with everything there, except I do want to add on the idea that it seems to be based on the Prometheum moth, which sounds very similar to Prometheus, the story behind fire in in Greek mythology, as well as other ties to solar deities from other cultures. I would personally give this a 5 in concept, but you guys let me know what you think. And now I'll hand it back off to the expert on design.
This balance of so many conflicting feelings one would have when looking at a Volcarona is what makes it look and feel divine. But even the small details help with this. The sun was pretty much worshipped throughout human history, so giving it wings that have sunspots makes sense. And the ornamental antenna that slightly resembles Hathor's headpiece, the Egyptian goddess who is very much associated with the sky and the sun, is a neat touch. And while probably unintentional, I think the fact that it has 6 fiery wings and no legs like the Seraphim, who were flaming angels, ties it all together to make a Pokemon that was thought to be a deity. A perfect 5-star design, if you ask me. I think Volcarona was done right in all the ways that I personally enjoy a Pokemon.
I could not agree more. Volcarona is awesome, and that does end up giving it the final score of 4.375 stars overall and a spot on the top 5. The Swords of Justice may not be the best legendary trio, or I guess they're quartets now? I don't know, but they're still pretty cool. We're rating them all, and well, of course, as a legendary, Cobalion is very good in battle. But admittedly, it's not amazing or anything. 129 defense is awesome though, and everything other than special defense is great. Steel Fighting is also a fantastic type combination, but its ability Justified is basically useless here, especially in Gen 5 where it quad resisted Dark. And its moves like Iron Head, Sacred Sword, Sword Stance, along with TMs for more coverage and even support, okay, maybe it isn't broken or anything, but it's still pretty clearly 5 stars in battle prowess. And remember, for availability, Legends are compared to Legends, so in that case, Cobalion being available before the 7th gym in Unova and the sequels is great, so it'll get 4.5 stars. But as the nickname Swords of Justice suggests, Cobalion and the rest of its trio are based on the 3 Musketeers, Cobalion being inspired by Athos, the leader of the group made more clear by its dex entries. Otherwise, it seems to be sort of a stag, goat, or maybe the kudu. Very cool concept for sure, 4 stars. But admittedly, it has always been my least favorite of the trio by far. It just looks kind of dumb if we're being honest. I like the color scheme a lot, and in general, I really like the deer style Pokemon, but the proportions of this one just look so out of balance. Its feet are comically large, and its body is comically short, topped off by the ungulate long neck. Not to mention the giant white chest puff and tiny little mustache, which I'm sure are tied to the novel inspiration, but that doesn't make it look any less stupid. Yes, it's still a noble-ish looking legendary Pokemon, but I genuinely don't see the draw for it at all. I haven't seen the polls yet, but I'm sure they disagree, 2.5 stars. But hey, Cobalion still gets a really solid 4 stars overall. Terrakion stands very clearly on top of its legendary trio quartet thing. Boarding them all, and I mostly mean in battle, where its 129 attack, 108 speed, and 109 defensive stats are fantastic, and definitely the best spread out of the 3. Granted, Rock Fighting isn't the best typing for sure, but it's cool stylistically and fun offensively. Again, Justified is pretty pointless here, but its move pool is incredible with Rock Slide, Sacred Sword, and Sword Stance by level up, along with moves like Earthquake, Rock Polish, and some coverage with TMs. This is the easiest 5 stars of the trio for sure. But sadly, its availability is the worst of them. It is compared to other legends, so not being able to find it until after all 8 badges in Unova and its sequels isn't as bad as usual, but still keeps it at 3 stars. And conceptually, it is of course based on one of the 3 Musketeers, this time Porthos, the heaviest and largest member, which ties in nicely with it being an ox or bull style hooved animal. Again, a solid 4 stars. And I do think it's fair to argue this as the best design in the group as well, though I am partial to Virizion. Even if you don't like it, you can't deny that this thing absolutely screams powerful brute. The sharp, almost axe-like horns that come together into an almost 3 Musketeers style hat on its head. The only knock that I have on it is that it doesn't really portray rock type like at all. Maybe that's what the polls are seeing too, as they are surprisingly low so far, but yeah, I think 4 stars is fair here. Which funnily enough actually gives it an even 4 stars overall, just like Cobalion. Virizion has always been my favorite of the Swords of Justice, so let's see if it'll do better or worse than the others. We're rating them all, and in battle, it is sadly probably the worst of the 3, mostly due to its pretty bad grass fighting type combo that has 6 weaknesses, including a very common quad weakness. But outside of that, it's still pretty awesome. 129 special defense, 108 speed, and 90s in its attack stats is very good, and its move pool is arguably the best out of the 3. Giga Drain for recovery while still hitting very hard with Sacred Sword, Sword Stance, and Leaf Blade later. Along with some good TM coverage, of course. This is borderline 5 stars in battle prowess, but I think that its move pool pushes it over the edge. 5 stars. Availability though will be the same as Cobalion since you can get Virizion immediately after finding it. 4.5 stars. And it is of course based on the 3 Musketeers, Virizion being Aramis, I think is how you say it, who was the most feminine and romantic. While physically it mostly resembles an antelope or a stag, or the tall neck from Horizon. Nothing too crazy, but it fits perfectly, 4 stars just like the others. However, I do think that Virizion has by far the best design out of the group. Its head and horns being formed like a Musketeer's tricorn hat is a really nice detail, but otherwise it's just an overall really pretty and majestic design. The slight red hue hues on the light green look great, the flowy foliage gives it a look of almost elegance, which fits with its general upturned, confident look on its face. Fantastic shiny too, by the way. Amazing design that did pull the highest out of the three, but still surprisingly low. But I think this is an easy 5-star design, which actually gives Virizion 4.625 stars overall, a much higher score than its counterparts and in the Legends top 5. Apparently both of the legendary trios of UNOVA are quartets now, for better or worse. Orating them all in Tornadus, whatever, is unsurprisingly fantastic in battle. It was the only pure flying type for a very long time, and probably still should be. It's fast, hits very hard, and isn't even bad defensively. Prankster is probably the main argument people will make, but it doesn't really get much in terms of moves to make use of that, but thankfully its move pool as a whole and its TM compatibility is just really good anyway. But I don't know if that's quite enough for 5 stars in battle prowess, honestly, but it's close, 4.5 stars. As for availability, I'll admit I've never actually caught these in game, but apparently Tornadus is available right after defeating the Elite Four, but only in black, and it's roaming, both of which cause a half-star penalty. But it's also just not available at all in the sequels, which averages its score down to just barely 1 star. Though conceptually, Tornadus and Thundurus are based on the Shinto gods, the Kami brothers Fujin and Raijin. Tornadus, of course, being Fujin, I think is how you say it, who is the Kami of the wind. Then there is, of course, the Therian forms, but they're gonna get their own videos. Tornadus could also take inspiration from the Greek god of the cold north wind, Boreas, so I think 5 stars is fair here. But this is a good reason as to why concept and design are separate. The polls aren't too bad, but a lot lower than I expected, and the comments have been brutal so far. And I do get it to an extent. The face is definitely ugly to look at and very strange looking, but to be fair, it looks almost exactly like depictions of Fujin, who carries a bag of winds that I guess translates to Tornadus's spiky purple tail thing. This is one of those cases where the Pokemon as a whole looks pretty cool, but the individual details are rough. This is also very clearly the least favorite of the three, and I agree, I'll go with 3 stars, which will ground Tornadus' final score to 3.375 stars overall and put it in the Legends bottom 5. I think it's safe to say that the Genie's Therian forms are an improvement across the board. Forwarding them all, and I mostly mean in design, but at least for Tornadus, it's true for battle prowess as well. It takes a bit from its attack stats and adds to its defense and speed, making it an overall very well balanced Pokemon, which normally isn't actually the better idea, but that's not really the point for Tornadus. It's the fact that it trades out Prankster, which it didn't really have any good moves for anyway, for Regenerator, which is an amazing ability to abuse some U-turn and Tailwind shenanigans on top of its otherwise very good move pool. Its Therian form is just better enough to get to 5 stars, but I do think that it's still very close. As for availability, I'm gonna be honest here, I'm kinda lost, so you guys let me know if I'm missing something, but as far as I can tell, the item that you need to change the Genies into their Therian forms is locked to the sequels, or even the 3DS, where you can't even catch said Genies. So they're just not available at all without cross-platform shenanigans, so 0 stars I guess? But I do like how the Therian forms of the Genies coincide with what part of the world the gods they are based on rule over. Tornadus obviously being Fujin and the sky, so it's a giant eagle-like bird, which is awesome on its own, but Bulbapedia has it linked to a few different mythological bird figures, though all of them are definitely a little loose. Regardless, 5 stars. And I honestly like its design better than its original form, even though it did pull quite a bit lower in comparison, as well as again being the least favorite. But I still think that it has a cool design as a whole, the big powerful wings, legs, talons, and tail. It looks like a legendary bird for sure, but similarly to its base form, the details are not great. The face again looks messy and unappealing, then there's the random red thing on its lower abdomen, and a bra with actual cleavage apparently? Okay, no, you were right, that's 2.5 stars at best. Which will land Tornadus' Therian form the final score of 3.125 stars overall in the spot on the Legends bottom 5. Thundurus is the coolest of the Genies for sure, and apparently it's also the fan favorite. Boarding them all, and in battle, it's basically the exact same as Tornadus, but just better. It has the exact same stats and the exact same ability, but this time Thundurus actually has some really good level up moves as well as amazing TMs, including priority thunder waves and nice coverage, as well as electric flying just being a much better typing overall. Unlike Tornadus, it will get to 5 stars in battle prowess. And of course, availability is the exact same as Tornadus, found immediately after the Elite Four, but just in white instead of black. But again, it's roaming and a version exclusive on top of just not being available at all in the sequels, which means it'll get the same 1 star. As for concept, it is the brother Raijin to Tornadus' Fujin, this one being the Kami of thunder and lightning. It could also draw inspiration from Notus, the Greek god of the south winds which brings the summer storms, again 5 stars. But this time I do think that its design is much better. Now yes, they do look extremely similar of course, but for some reason the light blue coloration with the purple accents and the spiky tail and thunderbolt higher cloud things just works better somehow. And I'm not alone in this apparently, as it did pull the highest out of its trio and as the fan favorite surprisingly. It's still not an amazing amazing design by any means. The face is still messy and pretty ugly, but it definitely looks better than Tornadus. 3.5 stars. But that is not enough to save Thundurus from a 3.625 star final score and from the Legends bottom 5. Thundurus' Therian form, in my opinion, is by far the best genie overall, but can it escape the Legends bottom 5? We're rating them all, and well, in battle, Thundurus did already get 5 stars, though it was close, but its Therian form is arguably better. It drops some speed and attack and dumps it all into that 145 special attack, but it's still plenty fast enough to take advantage of its great offensive move pool full of setup, damage, support, and plenty of TMs for coverage. It does lose Prankster, but that's not really that big of a deal, and Volt Absorb is still pretty nice even with its already great electric flying typing. There's no reason this shouldn't also get 5 stars. But for the ever so popular availability, as we went over with the previous Therian form, it's just not available in the mainline games without cross-generational, cross-console shenanigans. Again, unless I'm missing something, then please let me know, but for now, that's 0 stars. But hey, in concept I learned something. Tornadus and Landorus obviously take the forms of creatures in the domain that the Kami, the base forms, are based on, rule over, but then what creature dwells in a storm? Well, apparently a dragon, which at the very least is very cool, and of course comes with a host of other possible mythological references or inspirations. Another 5 stars. Design-wise, as I said, this is very clearly the best looking Therian form, period. But it very surprisingly didn't pull well at all on its own, and I'm not really sure why. The cloudy dragon claws look so powerful and mystical. For that matter, this whole Pokemon does. The singular lightning rod horn, the color scheme is incredible, the tail with the spikes that make it look even more imposing. I love this design, and can really only see 2 rather large flaws, admittedly. The dumb mustache that these all have, and again, why did they give them not only bras, but cleavage to go with it? Shame, because otherwise it's an awesome design. 4.5 stars. Which, hey, ties its other form with 3.625 stars overall, and it's spot in the Legends bottom 5. If Tornadus and Thundurus are the Shinto Kami brothers, Fusion and Raijin, then what does that make Landorus? We're rating them all, and I know it's not actually next in the decks, but we're gonna do it now anyway. It is pretty undeniably the best of the 3 in battle. Firstly, ground flying is just an incredible type combo, but more so its stats, which are very good. It's a bit slower than the others, but takes those points and puts them into defense, but still hits very hard. Too bad we don't count hidden abilities here, as Sheer Force is amazing, obviously, but even Sand Force has its uses for sure. Stab, Earthquake, or Earth Power in the Sandstorm is going to absolutely demolish most things that don't resist it, but it also gets Swords Dance and Stone Edge, Hammer Arm, and Outrage by level up, not to mention its plethora of great TMs. This is a very obvious 5 stars, but of course its availability is the worst of the 3. Just like the other 2, it isn't available at all in the sequels, but in regular Black and White, you have to have both of the other genies in your party and go to the Abundant Shrine in the post-game, which would be fine if the other ones weren't version exclusives, which means it technically isn't available at all by our rule set, but we'll just give it the trade evolution penalty instead to play nice, but that still only gives it a half a star in availability. But as I asked at the start, where does Landorus fit into this Kami trio? Well, apparently pretty easily, actually. Sure, it's not a third brother, but it is based on another Kami, this one being a deity of fertility and agriculture, as well as drawing inspiration from Eurus, I think is how you say it, the Greek god who brings dry winds and is associated with crops. Alright, cool, 5 stars. But how do we feel about this thing's design? Well, it seems to be the second favorite of the trio and fittingly pulled the second highest, which still wasn't very high. It has the same downsides of the others, mainly being the truthfully really ugly face and mustache, this time topped off with a hammer for a head, I guess. And I'm not even gonna guess what the tail is supposed to look like. I think people really let how strong Landorus is cloud their judgment of its design, because this looks really bad, guys. I think this is the worst of the 3, which is impressive, honestly, because the whole trio is rough. 2.5 stars. So that will bury Landorus with the final score of 3.25 stars overall and a spot in the Legends bottom 5. They really took the already powerful Landorus and said, do it again, but better in every way. We're rating them all, and Landorus' Therian form in battle is just insane. 145 attack while still having 90 in HP, defense, and speed, along with one of the best abilities in the game, Intimidate. Oh, and its ground flying type, which is absolutely incredible on its own. Then you top it off with a truly great level up move pool, and of course, plenty of TMs at its disposal. I mean, come on guys, this is far and away 5 stars in battle prowess. Yet its availability is genuinely some of the worst that I've ever seen. First, it's not available in Black and White 2 at all, and the only way to get it in base Black and White is by catching one of the genies in the post-game, then trading for the other one as it's a version exclusive, which then lets you catch Landorus, but then you have to trade it again to the sequels, but only if you have the Dream Radar on the next generation of DS to get the required item, and I don't know, dude, I never did this garbage to get one Pokemon, so let me know if I'm missing something here, but that's gotta be 0 stars in availability. But thankfully, its concept is still very good. Like the other Therian forms, it transforms into a creature who resides in said domain, this time a tiger, which again has plenty of cultural and mythological references and inspiration operations, another 5 stars. But design-wise, wow, it pulled by far the highest in its trio, surprisingly. Not to say that it looks bad at all, I just think Thundurus is cooler. Either way though, the cloudy tiger paws look very cool, and now the tail, which still looks super weird, at least looks like a tail. But I still think that its face and weird hammerhead thing look really dumb. It's a cooler Pokemon for sure, and fitting within the trio, but I don't think this is nearly a 5-star design, or even as high as Thundurus, 4 stars. So that will end up giving Landorus's Therian form 3.5 stars overall, and a spot in the bottom 5, which is now filled with the genies. The Gen 5 box art legends are undeniably some of the most legendary looking legends. Orbiting them all in Reshiram, Reshiram, or whatever is pretty obviously insane in battle, like most box arts, but hey, Dragonfire is both a really cool and really strong type combination. And its ability Turbo Blaze sounds amazing, but is this not just Mold Breaker with a fancy name? Either way, it's 150 special attack along with all of its other stats also being great, paired with moves like Fusion Flare and Dragon Pulse and all sorts of broken TM options. Obviously 5 stars in battle prowess. However, in typical Unova fashion, availability-wise, they are a bit later than most other box art legends. Most of the time, you can get them either right before or right after the 8th gym, but these two you don't get until after beating the Elite Four as a version exclusive. Then in the sequels, they're even later as post-game encounters, so even compared to other legends, that brings them down to 2 stars. But holy crap, these concepts run so deep. On the surface, Reshiram resembles a wyvern or chimera mix of creatures, but it is most obviously linked to the yin and yang of Taoism, with Reshiram being the light, majestic, or even a feminine side of the coin. Then the dark and light stone of these two could be inspired by the Jewish concepts, Reshiram being the light and perfection, commonly shown as the white or black stone, but you could even go further with the brothers in fighting being reminiscent of Cain and Abel. But wait, there's more! These two could also easily be linked to the Zoroastrian deities of light and truth, or lies and darkness, even down to their types in-game. If people ignore truth and let themselves become consumed by greed, Reshiram will arrive to burn their kingdoms down. Arguably the deepest concept we've seen in this whole series, 5 stars. And as for design, as I said at the start, Reshiram is up there for one of the most regal and legendary looking Pokemon, well, ever. The pure white all across its body and the piercing blue eyes. This one is gray, by the way. This is the true Blue Eyes White Dragon. The tail being a giant torch, though, makes sense for sure, but admittedly does look a little dumb, and 3D strikes again, taking all of the life and, impact out of the design. You guys did have to point out its, flaw, I guess, and its feet do look pretty weird, I'll admit, but somewhat impressively, even those odd little details don't take away from the presence of this Pokemon. 5 stars, which will ignite Reshiram's final score at 4.25 stars overall, missing out on the Legends top 5. Zekrom is the perfect opposite to Reshiram. I absolutely nailed this duo. Boarding them all, and in battle it is, again, incredible, of course. 150 attack, 120 defense, and special attack, and great stats otherwise is amazing. Even if physical attacking electric types are normally lackluster, they completely fix that by giving it its signature move Fusion Bolt, which alongside Dragon Claw Crunch and its abundant TM options, this is obviously going to get 5 stars as well. But for availability, as we said with Reshiram, they are found later than most box art legends. Most of them are right before or after the 8th gym, but for these two you actually have to beat the Elite Four before encountering them in the base games, then even later in the post game in the sequels, which is definitely unfortunate, and even compared to Legends, that's 2 stars. However, it is of course the equal and opposite to Reshiram in concept, who had some of the deepest lore and connections we've ever seen, like the Taoism yin and yang, with Zekrom being the darker and more masculine side, the light and dark stones from Jewish culture, biblical and historical inspirations of brothers in fighting like Romulus, Remus, Cain, and Abel, Zoroastrian beliefs of 2 powerful deities, Zekrom being the one that represents lies and darkness, and I've just gotta throw out this dex entry: if people lose the righteousness in their hearts, their kingdoms will be razed by Zekrom's lightning. I mean, come on, this is obviously 5 stars. Yet design-wise, while Reshiram for sure looks more elegant, regal, or legendary, Zekrom just exudes power. The deep black coloring with red eyes, powerful claws, and giant electric turbine for a tail, its Gen 5 sprite was a chef's kiss. And thankfully, it did take far less of a hit in 3D than Reshiram did. As you all know, I'm not Gen 5's biggest fan, but they hit perfection with this legendary duo. 5 stars. So that will give Zekrom the same final score of 4.25 stars overall, again, just short of Legends top 5. I know these Gen 5 legends have always been called the Tao trio, but with Reshiram and Zekrom being the yin and yang, I've never understood where Kyurem fits in. We're running them all, and let's find out. First though, in battle it is probably the worst of the 3, but to be fair, 130-ish in both attacks and HP is great, 90-ish otherwise is also really good. Having Ice as a secondary type as always makes it worse defensively, but pretty awesome offensively, which it can take advantage of with its great move pool even just by level up. Worst of the 3 or not, this is still an easy 5 stars. And it is available pretty much immediately after becoming champion in Black and White, unless I'm mistaken, but in the sequels it is a good way into the post-game content, but since it isn't a version exclusive, it actually gets the same 2 stars just like the others. But where does it fit into the Tau trio? You have Yin and Yang, Reshiram, and Zekrom. Then what I'm just now learning is that the absence of those is called Wuji, which is really cool on its own, but even better when you notice that its ice typing could tie into the idea of absolute zero, the absolute absence of heat or energy. All of this goes really nicely with the in-game fusion stuff, with Kyurem being the empty vessel left over from the dragon splitting. But said fusions are going to get their own video, 5 stars. However, in design, I do think that it is once again the worst of the trio. It is still a very cool legendary dragon though, for sure. The icy wing things have always looked off to me, and in general its proportions are a bit weird. But the icy jaws and horns hiding those empty, soulless eyes look incredible. And I do like the fact that its tail has this almost empty holder thing on the end, which then gets filled with its later fusions. Even if it's not as cool as the others, it's still a very good design. 4.5 stars, which does mean that it lands a solid 4.125 stars overall. Kyurem White and Black hold a special place in my heart, as the game based on their mechanic is where I had my first and still most successful video long ago. Orbiting them all, and I'm going to do them both in this one video since they are more alike than they are different. They're both Dragon Ice, which is really cool, but not that great, unlike their stats, which are insane. 125 HP, 95 speed, then 170 and 100 in their respective attack or defense preference is obviously amazing, and I actually don't remember how their move pool works, but I'm pretty sure they keep Kyurem's already really good move pool and then just add their original respective signature move and their new signature move, I think, which is really strong, obviously, and there's no reason this shouldn't both get 5 stars. But availability-wise, it's not really any extra work at all to get these in the UNOVA sequels. You have to catch whichever box art you're going to fuse with it anyway before you can catch Kyurem, and it drops the splicers that you need as you catch it. So that's easy, but it's still pretty late into the post-game, so it sadly gets 1.5 stars even compared to other legends. However, I admittedly do struggle to see where and how these fusions tie into the entire basis of this trio, Yin, Yang, and Wuji from Taoism. Separately, they all represent one of said principles. It's said that this Pokemon waits for the hero to fill its missing parts of its body with truth or ideals. As we learned before, Reshiram representing truth and Zekrom ideals, which is cool, but again, maybe I just don't know enough about it to see the connections here, but it seems loose. Either way though, these are still the first Pokemon fusions happening between already really cool and interesting legendary dragons, 5 stars regardless. Design though is where I think we have the first difference between the two. They both of course try to keep the general air of the previous dragons in their designs, with Kyurem White becoming the dignified or regal white dragon, and Kyurem Black becoming more powerful and aggressive. Kyurem White absolutely nails this fusion. The icy armor and blades from Kyurem blend so well with the flowing white from Reshiram, let alone its Gen 5 sprite where it has so much of it turned red and engulfed in flames. Amazing design, easy 5 stars. But Kyurem Black really drops the ball comparatively. Zekrom looked amazing, powerful, yet sleek and composed. Kyurem Black, however, with its hanging lumbering fists just make it look like a mindless brute. The tail glowing with electricity looks amazing though, and overall it's still a looking legendary dragon fusion. It's just nowhere near as good. 4 stars. So that all comes together to give Kyurem White 4.125 stars overall and Kyurem Black 3.875 stars overall. Is it a hot take to say that Keldeo is arguably the best out of its quartet? Or writing them all, and while I don't necessarily mean in battle, it's not too far off. Water fighting is a very cool type combination that is okay defensively, but pretty amazing offensively, which goes nicely with Keldeo's 129 special attack, 108 speed, and still really solid 90s for bulk. Its move pool is a bit unfortunate though. It has a great physical learn set with Aqua Tail, Aqua Jet, Sacred Sword, and Swords Dance by level up, but it has 72 attack. Thankfully, its TMs do save it, even if they are limited. But just with the moves Surf, Combine, Scald, and Secret Sword, that's pretty amazing on its own, so 4.5 stars of battle prowess. There's also the Resolute form, but please educate me on how these are any different at all in battle. Okay, so let's see how available it is. It's not, like, at all anymore. 0 stars it is. Though I guess I should have put this in the Swords of Justice video, as Keldeo is very clearly based on D'Artagnan, the youngster that befriends, travels with, and trains under the 3 Musketeers, just as Keldeo is taught by the 3 Swords of Justice how to fight. While physically, Keldeo is also very clearly based on the Kelpie, a supernatural water horse, and plenty of other unicorn myths, which I think brings it a pretty clear step above the other 3, which were basically just animals / 3 Musketeers. 5 stars. But I won't lie, I actually kind of love Keldeo's design, even if it is a bit too My Little Pony for my liking. It does a great job of showcasing an energetic and excited young colt, and I must say it has a great sense of color choice. But for real, the almost liquid looking light blue tail and neck piece is a really nice touch and accents well with the dark blue and orange hair that is reminiscent of a musketeer's feathered hat. Oh yeah, the Resolute form exists, which is just the same same, but better in every way. Slightly dialing up all of the aforementioned details while focusing on the bigger blue horn and the 3 feathers to represent its 3 teachers. Regular Keldeo would be close to 5, but Resolute absolutely is, so we'll go with 5 stars. Which means it still manages to get 3.625 stars overall and narrowly avoids the Legends bottom 5. I'll be honest, I totally forgot Meloetta exists. But we're rating them all, and I will do my best to give it a fair shake. At least in battle, it's pretty broken. 128 special attack and defense, 100 HP, and 90 speed is fantastic for a normal Psychic-type Pokemon with Serene Grace for its ability. Its level up move pool is surprisingly lackluster, but it doesn't really matter as it gets basically any TM a special attacker could ask for. But then there's its Pirouette form, which is now a normal fighting type and switches those 128s to attack and speed, which is arguably a lot better. It still has Serene Grace, and now it makes its level up moves look a whole lot better, and again, great TM options. The argument against 5 stars here is that you would kind of need to run it mixed if you want to change its forms, but either way, it's still good enough to get 5 stars. But as is the case with most mythicals, it's just not available anymore at all, which is incredibly stupid, but 0 stars. But what even is Meloetta? Apparently, it's supposed to be a very literal take on a muse, physically embodying their influence on music or artistic performance, which is fine, I guess, though I really don't see why or how this is some mythical Pokemon. Just make it weaker and stick it on Route 5 and it would fit better. 3 stars. Design, though, if you're expecting it to get much better, I'm sorry, I just don't get the vision. I get that its hair is a musical sheet, and its hands and bow and stuff are musical notes. And same goes for the Pirouette form, of course. It's not a bad design per se, I just can't quite put my finger on why, but I really dislike this Pokemon for some reason, even though I've never actually encountered it. Is it bland? Boring? Weird? I don't really know. It's just such a nothing Pokemon to me, I wouldn't notice it at all if it got deleted. I haven't seen the polls yet, let's hope they're not too far off, but 2.5 stars. So either way, that lands Meloetta in some trouble with 2.625 star final score and a spot in the Mythicals bottom 5. The last Pokemon in Unova is here, and it's a good one. We're rating them all, and Genesect has my favorite type combination in the game, which is great in battle too. Too bad it's only the second best. For real though, 120 in both attacks, 99 speed, and 95 defense normally makes the attackers aren't the favorite, but that does help it actually take advantage of its download ability really well. And so does its level up move pool, Flame Charge for speed, Magnet Bomb, X-Scissor, Bug Buzz, Techno Blast, which is so cool, and it has so many great TMs. This is just silly. 5 stars for sure. But for the last time in a while, we have to bring up how it just isn't available at all, which is really dumb. Event-only Pokemon should not exist. 0 stars. There are a lot of really fun theories surrounding Genesect thanks to its text entry telling us how it is a revived ancient hunter of bug Pokemon, modified and upgraded into an almost mecha suit or cyborg style Pokemon, which is pretty awesome for sure. 4.5 stars. Yet funnily enough, I've never really cared for Genesect, though that's probably just a product of never actually getting to use it because its design is pretty awesome. Again, it's a bug steel type, which are 2 of my favorites, and it really encapsulates both of those very well. It has a very clearly insectoid segmented body, but otherwise fully mechanized with armor, big red eyes, and a giant cannon on its back. Where have I seen that before? Unsurprisingly, you guys voted this one really high, and I agree, 5 stars. So that will download Genesect's final score to 3.625 stars overall, and I'll see you in Kalos. But we're doing the new Megas first.